After the divorce, my ex-wife begged me to have a second child. Chapter 1, Divorce. In Binjiang Park, Zhonghai City, on a park path, there was a long bench. Jiang Feng, as long as you sign this divorce agreement, the settlement will be transferred to your account. When you married Yao Yao back then, you gave her an astronomical bride price. Yao Yao said that if you sign, she'll double the amount of the bride price and return it to you, along with the car and house. She hopes the two of you can part ways amicably, each finding happiness. A tall female assistant, dressed in OL attire and looking composed, coldly addressed the man sitting across from her, who wore transparent framed glasses and appeared handsome and elegant. Jiang Feng's eyes showed little emotion. He picked up the divorce agreement and casually glanced over it. He sneered, "You even have an assistant handle the divorce. Your Yao Yao really is busy, isn't she?" Jiang Feng's words were a sarcastic jab at Chen Yao Yao, as well as a self-deprecating remark. Chen Yao Yao and he had been married for 5 years. There had been a time when everything was beautiful, and they fantasized about being together for a lifetime. Unfortunately, time had passed, and everything had changed. Jiang Feng only felt a sense of melancholy. He had rejected all romantic advances from other women for Chen Yao Yao, nearly cutting off all social ties, even sacrificing his career, all just to spend more time with her. Meanwhile, Chen Yao Yao kept moving forward, her career flourishing, and she had grown more beautiful. But she often disappeared without a trace. At this point, debating whose fault the divorce was seemed pointless. The female assistant softened her tone, partly to avoid angering Jiang Feng, and partly because she personally sympathized with him. However, the task assigned by her boss had to be carried out. "Jiang Feng, I know you and Yao Yao have been together since university, and your relationship used to be great. But I have to tell you, the reality of society is harsh. Over these 5 years of marriage, Yao Yao has kept progressing. She is now in her career's prime, having made a leap in social status. While you, on the other hand, are still the same as before, stuck in the same place. Deep down, don't you realize this?" Jiang Feng remained silent, not answering. The assistant pressed on, "You might feel innocent, but that's how marriage works. People change. Think about it. Even if you keep stubbornly holding on, you might delay things in the legal sense for another 2 years. But eventually, Yao Yao will still force the divorce. Instead of making it unpleasant for everyone, with you getting nothing in the end, it's better to let go early, take the money Yao Yao has given you, and go out there. There are plenty of young and beautiful women waiting for you. Isn't that a better option?" Seeing that Jiang Feng remained unmoved, the assistant slightly furrowed her brow. Yao Yao had said that no matter what method, the marriage had to be ended. Since the soft approach wasn't working, it seemed time for a firmer tactic. The assistant's tone shifted, turning serious. "Jiang Feng, don't make me give you a hard choice. Yao Yao asked me to come here out of consideration for the past, and even proposed this generous solution. But if you continue to be stubborn..." As soon as these words left her mouth, Jiang Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes and shot a cold glance at the assistant. A threat. A couple who had once been so loving, never even having a major argument, now reduced to threatening each other for a divorce. How ridiculous and tragic this is. Jiang Feng laughed self-deprecatingly, "Are you threatening me now?" The female assistant shrugged and spread her hands, saying, "I'm just stating an objective fact." Jiang Feng stood up, tossing the divorce agreement aside. He spoke coldly, "I'll sign, but I want Chen Yao Yao to come here and discuss it with me herself. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of face this woman, blinded by power, has now." With that, Jiang Feng stood and walked away. The female assistant was momentarily stunned, still processing what had just happened, as Jiang Feng's figure quickly disappeared down the park path, moving with swift strides. Her name was Jiang Nan, and she had risen steadily in Chen Yao Yao's ranks. She prided herself on having encountered many influential people, and her presence usually commanded respect. However, Jiang Feng's arrogance when he left had irked her. At this moment, when the assistant saw someone approaching, she immediately stood up, bowing slightly. "Yao Yao," she greeted. It was indeed Chen Yao Yao. Chen Yao Yao had been watching from a distance but had refrained from showing herself. Now that Jiang Feng was about to leave, she could no longer hide. She stepped forward and called out loudly, "Jiang Feng. You wanted to talk to me in person, didn't you? Let us sit down and talk." Hearing her familiar voice, Jiang Feng immediately turned around. He looked at his wife now, soon-to-be ex-wife whose image now felt both familiar and foreign. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Feng slowly walked toward Chen Yao Yao. The atmosphere grew heavy. Though it was the scorching summer, it felt like the chill of a harsh winter to him. Jiang Nan stood up and moved aside, giving the two of them space, walking over to the lake's edge to stand alone. Chen Yao Yao sat down, sighed, and said, "Sign the papers. As long as you sign, the car, the house, they are all yours. I'll also give you 2 million as compensation for the career you gave up to stay by my side. What do you think? If you have any other requests, feel free to bring them up. We can discuss it. The house, the car, and 2 million. Just these material things alone could provide Jiang Feng with a comfortable life. Everything was fully paid off, no mortgage to worry about. And the 2 million could be put in a fixed deposit, giving him a nice allowance every month. As long as he didn't get involved in any trouble, he could live a pretty decent life. But Jiang Feng didn't care about any of this. What mattered to him was the pure emotion. So this is how you value our years together? 2 million, a car, a house, is that all our relationship, our marriage, is worth? In truth, Jiang Feng didn't intend to up the settlement price, but to Chen Yao Yao, his words could easily be misinterpreted. Chen Yao Yao furrowed her brows and said, "Don't go too far." "Heh, am I going too far?" Jiang Feng shook his head and let out a self-deprecating laugh. "How laughable. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. All these years together, is our relationship really worth just this much? How much do you want? Name your price," she sighed. Jiang Feng looked at the woman before him. At this very moment, he suddenly felt like he didn't recognize her anymore. She was no longer the familiar stranger he once knew. She was now a completely different person. He reached out and took the pen from Chen Yao Yao's hand, signing his name on the divorce agreement. As Chen Yao Yao watched in surprise, Jiang Feng stood up, disappointment flooding his face. He said in a low voice, "What I want is not money." After those words, his heart heavy with despair, Jiang Feng turned and walked away. Chapter 2, It's Just Like That. Chen Yaoyao's younger sister, Chen Fei, was kind-hearted and had always harbored a bit of affection for Jiang Feng. Although Chen Yaoyao and Jiang Feng had divorced, Chen Fei, as the younger sister, didn't see the separation as a bad thing. She quickly spoke up, "Dad, Mom, let us not get involved in this matter. After all, Yao Yao has already divorced him. She has the right to decide what happens to her property, so let's just leave it alone, okay?" "No way. How can I, as her mother, not care about my daughter's assets?" Wang Shufan, her face contorted with anger, replied sharply. Chen Yao Yao's father, Chen Sailu, also frowned, clearly troubled. Over the years, though Jiang Feng had tried his best to please the elders, he was still just their son-in-law. He could never be as close as the members of the Chen family. At the beginning, when Chen Yao Yao's career hadn't taken off, Jiang Feng seemed like a good match in the eyes of the Chen family. Even the distant relatives praised him, calling him a talented and promising man. He was the kind of son-in-law everyone dreamed of. But now, as Chen Yaoyao's career flourished and her circle expanded, she had started to enjoy luxuries, affording luxury cars and mansions, and mingling with more elite, influential people. Naturally, the entire Chen family felt that they, too, had ascended to a higher social class by association, as if their status had been elevated by being connected to Chen Yao Yao. And now, the Chen family looked down on Jiang Feng. Especially Chen Yao Yao's father, who felt that such an excellent daughter should marry a true celebrity, or a second-generation rich man. Marrying someone like Jiang Feng seemed like a loss. Yao Yao values emotions, so she gave him money as compensation for the breakup. That's her right. But we can't just sit by and watch her suffer, Wang Shufan said bitterly. This Jiang Feng is a grown man, yet he is accepting a breakup fee from a woman. What is that all about? No, we have to get that money and house back. Also, their house. In 2 years, Yao Yao's brother will need a place to get married. Why not take that house back and use it as a wedding gift for him? Chen Sailu agreed, nodding. The others present supported this idea. Clearly, they were all somewhat envious of the compensation Chen Yao Yao had given Jiang Feng. But, what if Yao Yao finds out? Will she be mad at us? Chen Yao Yao's younger brother, Chen Shan, asked. After all, the entire Chen family relied on Chen Yao Yao's wealth to live a life of luxury. Chen Yao Yao had become like a treasure chest for the family. As long as she was there, they could enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. Because of this, Chen Yao Yao held a high status in the family, and no one dared to upset her. Wang Shufan snorted coldly, crossing her arms. We'll just handle this behind her back. Don't tell Yao Yao. Jiang Feng is soft-hearted. He won't be able to resist. If he doesn't give us the money and house back, I'll go to his house, cry, cause a scene, and make sure he does. This was originally Yao Yao's stuff, so why should he get it? He's a grown man, why doesn't he make his own money? Chen Shan grinned. After all, this was about securing a wedding house for him, so he was more than happy to go along with it. Mom, I'll go with you, so that Jiang Feng doesn't try to bully you, Chen Shan said. Chen Fei felt that this plan was wrong, but she couldn't stop them, so she reluctantly said, Mom, I think it's better if I go with my brother. You're the elder, and it might be a bit degrading for you to go and ask him for the money yourself. Wang Shufan nodded. All right, no time to waste. You two go and demand an explanation from Jiang Feng, before this drags on any longer. Before she had finished speaking, Wang Shufan hurriedly urged Chen Shan and Chen Fei to go find Jiang Feng. Zhongjiang Villa Community. Jiang Feng returned to his empty home and felt a deep sense of emptiness. In this very house, he and his ex-wife, Chen Yao Yao, had shared countless romantic and joyful memories. But all of that was now in the past. It wasn't just that things had changed, it was as if everything, including the people, had changed beyond recognition. Now that Chen Yao Yao's material conditions had improved and her future looked brighter, she was determined to kick him out of her life. How laughable. For all these years, he had treated her sincerely, even believing that she was his entire world, the woman he would spend his life with. So this is what you really are. Jiang Feng muttered to himself. In fact, the cracks in his relationship with Chen Yao Yao had appeared a long time ago. But Jiang Feng, who valued emotions deeply, had tried his best to mend things, hoping for a better future with her. He had invested unimaginable efforts to make things work. But it was over. Let it go, let them both move on and find happiness in their own ways. What couldn't he be held onto? Let it slip away. Now, Chen Yao Yao had become the CEO of a listed company. Thinking back to when she was just an unknown female college student, it was hard to imagine how far she had come. She had proven herself to be sharp and capable, building a billion-dollar business empire with the help of government-backed student loans and alumni resources. With money now at her disposal, she indulged in expensive bags, jewelry, cosmetics, and regular fitness sessions, making her more beautiful and in better shape every day. She had become a well-known young entrepreneur in the country, attending wine parties with celebrities, flying all over the world for meetings, socializing with countless high-end friends. And for a woman like her, who shone as brightly as the sun, it was time to give up on someone as ordinary as himself. Jiang Feng started packing his things, preparing to leave. The reason he had signed the divorce papers wasn't because he craved the breakup fee from Chen Yao Yao. It was simply to see for himself what had become of the pure, innocent college girl who once adored him. Now, he saw that her eyes were no longer as clear as they once were. She had a more refined makeup look, higher-end jewelry, more fashionable clothes, and an even stronger presence. But to Jiang Feng, Chen Yao Yao had lost her most precious thing, her original sincerity. Everyone starts as a blank page, but as they enter society, they are inevitably colored by it. Chen Yao Yao was no exception. As Jiang Feng finished packing and was about to leave the house, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Feng. Jiang Feng froze for a moment, then a wave of uncontainable joy spread across his face. He exclaimed in shock, Master! Why are you suddenly contacting me? On the other end of the phone was Xu Xiaoyao, the heir of the Ghost Valley School who had taught Jiang Feng both medicine and martial arts. Xu Xiaoyao was a reclusive genius, the #1 physician in the world today. Financial magnates, politicians, and world-class entrepreneurs, anyone who encountered a difficult illness would try everything to seek out this miraculous doctor. Xu Xiaoyao's services came with a hefty price tag, often charging billions per treatment. Chapter 3, Re-entering the Jianghu. Rich people value money, but they value their lives even more, so they are never stingy when it comes to protecting their lives. As Xu Xini's only disciple, Jiang Feng had received his true teachings. On the other end of the phone, Xu Xiaoyao continued, "Years ago, I asked you to seal your acupuncture needles for 3 years for your own good. Please don't hold it against me. A hidden dragon in the deep is meant to soar when the time comes. Now the time has arrived. You may go free now, no need to seal your needles anymore." When Jiang Feng heard that his master said he no longer needed to seal his acupuncture needles, his expression brightened instantly. "Really, master?" he asked in disbelief. "Have I ever lied to you? The laws of nature are constant, and the 4 seasons follow a cycle. Now, the time has come for you to step into the world and heal the sick. Just don't forget the rules of our sect," Shushini said. Jiang Feng naturally agreed. "Master, I understand." On the other end of the call, Shushini added, "Your other 7 masters have also come down the mountain in the past 2 years. Now they have each made a small achievement in their respective fields. Now, join the group and have a video call with them to talk." Jiang Feng nodded. "All right, master. I will chat with the second master and the others first." Shushini added Jiang Feng to their VX group. Including Shushini, there were 9 people in the group. The other 8 were all Jiang Feng's masters. Although they were all officially Jiang Feng's masters, except for Shushini, the other masters were actually younger than Jiang Feng. Once the video conference began, Jiang Feng saw that each master was in a different room. "Xiao Feng, I heard you've broken your seal. Congratulations from second master. What are your plans next? Do you want to come to my martial arts hall and help me revive Dragon Kingdom's martial arts?" a graceful and charming woman in Daoist robes asked with a smile. This woman was Jiang Feng's second master Liu Miaoji. "Xiao Feng, don't listen to your second master's nonsense. What is the point of all this fighting and killing? Since you've learned the strategies and tactics of the Ghost Valley, it's time to inherit my expertise in strategy and maneuvering. Control the 8 realms. My 8,000 disciples await your orders. Come to my Ghost Valley palace," said the third master. The third master, with short, neat hair, a flawless makeup look, phoenix eyes, a high nose, cherry lips, and fair skin, seemed like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Behind her was a grand hall, built on a high peak, with a plaque reading Ghost Valley Palace, exuding grandeur. "Forget all that nonsense. Xiao Feng, don't listen to them. Listen to your fourth master instead. After coming down the mountain, become a professional assassin. My Azura Palace is at your disposal, with disciples scattered throughout the country. You can choose as you wish," said the fourth master. The fourth master was dressed in tight black leather, with a fiery figure and a seductive outfit. She wore a dagger and a pistol on her legs, exuding a strong aura. Jiang Feng watched, his head already starting to hurt. Then, the fifth master spoke up. "A true man should not hold high office just to be a killer. Why not come join me and become a lord of heaven in my heavenly lord's palace? I've been waiting to give you the position. Xiao Feng, you only need to nod, and you can become the heavenly lord, with power and women at your disposal." At this point, the sixth master couldn't resist and jumped in. Her long, flowing hair and distant brows gave her a transcendent, fairy-like aura. In today's world, wealth can solve everything. If it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. "Xiao Feng, I think you should inherit my business empire and take control of the financial world. That way, you'll command the world," she suggested. Just then, a young girl dressed in military attire, exuding heroic energy, appeared on the screen. "Xiao Feng, as a man of 7 feet, you should protect the country and go to the battlefield. The northern border can't be left without a master for even a day. Why not take my place as the ruler of the northern border and defend the Great Wall?" she proposed. By this time, Jiang Feng was already overwhelmed. Suddenly, a woman, elegant and graceful, stepped forward. She was incredibly beautiful, with an exceptional figure. Dressed in white gauze and a veil, she gave off an aura of mystery and allure. The eighth master said, "Your other masters are all selfish, each trying to get you to inherit their expertise. None of them are thinking about you. Unlike me, Xiao Feng, I think you're getting older. It's time to settle down. Why not come to my flower mansion? He, you can pick any flowers you want." When she finished speaking, the other masters immediately frowned and spoke up to discourage Jiang Feng. "Xiao Feng, youth is the hardest to control. You're still young and should not indulge in women. Even if you have great talent, You won't be able to show it if you're distracted by love. Exactly, Xiao Feng, a knife hangs over the head of indulgence. Don't listen to your 8th master's nonsense. Old 8, we're all thinking about Xiao Feng's future. Don't interfere. Yes, what if you spoil him? The 8th master rolled her eyes. What do you all know? Don't you understand the phrase love the country more, but also love the beauty? What's wrong with thinking about Xiao Feng's lifelong happiness? Jiang Feng smiled. Masters, I appreciate your good intentions, but this time, I have my own plans. I'll handle my own matters first. Afterward, I'll help you all. I promise I won't forget any of you. Seeing Jiang Feng's determination, the masters didn't press him any further. After a long sigh, Liu Miaoji, the 2nd master, said, since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do what you want. But remember, no matter what happens, we'll always have your back. If anyone dares to bully you, let us know. We'll get justice for you. 2nd master is right, Xiao Feng. Don't be afraid, we're always thinking of you. If anyone dares to bully you, I won't allow it. The masters all seemed ready to fight at any moment, as if they could defeat an army. Rest assured, masters. I'll take care of myself. You all take care as well, Jiang Feng said, then exited the video conference. For now, Jiang Feng wasn't ready to inherit anyone's legacy. He wanted to spread the art of Ghost Valley medicine. Since his master, Shushini, had allowed him to re-enter the world, he had no need to seal his needles. He would use his silver needles to heal the world. Jiang Feng called his master back to explain that he still planned to resume his medical practice. Chapter 4, Taking the Property. Shushensha laughed heartily. Good. As expected of my disciple. Since you've chosen this path, it's only natural that you continue to study medicine. Well, now that you've made your decision, there's actually something I need you to do. Wait for a moment, someone will contact you soon. All right, I'll follow your orders, master. Jiang Feng replied. Sure enough, just 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng's phone rang. He picked up the call, and a calm, elegant female voice came through. Hello, is this Jiang Feng, the divine doctor? Xu Xiaoyao asked me to get in touch with you. From the tone, Jiang Feng immediately understood that his master had given this person his contact details. This is Jiang Feng. May I ask who you are? Jiang Feng inquired. On the other end of the line, the voice became overjoyed upon confirming the identity, and the woman continued speaking. Hello, I'm Wang Shuirao, the eldest daughter of the Wang family in Zhonghai. Jiang Feng was somewhat familiar with the Wang family. In Zhonghai City, the Wang, Li, and Liu families were the 3 most powerful forces. Among them, the Wang family's business empire was the largest, spanning finance, real estate, entertainment, and several other industries. Even across the nation, they were well known. May I ask what business Miss Wang has with me? Jiang Feng asked, though he had a vague idea of what was going on. Divine Dr. Jiang, my grandfather has been ill for a long time, and despite seeing countless famous doctors, none could help. Shushensha recommended you to me. Since you're his prized disciple, I'm sure your medical skills are extraordinary. If you can cure my grandfather, I'm willing to spend everything I have. Wang Shuirao's words were sincere. Her willingness to go to such lengths for her grandfather's health showed she was a dutiful granddaughter. Jiang Feng thought for a moment. Since it was Master Shu's request, there was no reason for him to refuse. He decided to agree. Money doesn't matter. Since it's my master's wish, I'll take a look at your grandfather. Thank you. As long as you can treat my grandfather, whatever conditions you have, I will do my best to meet them, Wang Shuirao replied with relief. Jiang Feng responded, but don't get too excited yet. I'm just saying I'll take a look, but that doesn't mean I can definitely cure him. That's fine. As long as you're willing to come and treat my grandfather, I'll be content. You can give me an account number now, and I'll transfer 5 million to you immediately. Even if the result isn't good, consider it a consultation fee. If you succeed in curing my grandfather, the Wang family will make a generous reward. Wang Shuirao's tone was earnest and humble. Seeing her sincerity, Jiang Feng, taking his master into account, nodded. All right, I'll come to the Wang family. Great. Please give me your address. I'll arrange a helicopter to pick you up immediately. Wang Shui Rao knew that time was of the essence. It was rush hour, and if Jiang Feng were to drive through the city, he would get stuck in traffic. Not willing to risk her grandfather's health, she spared no expense, as taking a helicopter wasn't a problem for the wealthy Wang family. Jiang Feng gave his address, Zhonghai City, Zhongjiang District, Binhai Road Villa Area, number 308. Understood. The helicopter will arrive within 30 minutes. We'll see you soon, divine Dr. Jiang. Jiang Feng hung up and packed his belongings by the door, waiting for the Wang family to arrive. Once the helicopter came, he would take his things and leave the villa for good. He had no interest in the property that Chen Yao had offered him. Houses, cars, and millions meant nothing to him. He never valued such things, or else he wouldn't have given up his future for love. At the same time, Chen Fei and Chen Shan were driving 20 kilometers from their home to the villa where Jiang Feng and Chen Yao had once lived. Chen Shan, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but feel envious as he looked at the beautiful surroundings of the villa. I can't believe my sister and Jiang Feng were living in such a mansion. TSK, I've never been to such a luxurious place. Our family doesn't even have a house this big. Such a nice house shouldn't be left to Jiang Feng. Chen Shan muttered as he drove. Chen Fei, sitting in the passenger seat, sighed inwardly. She hadn't expected the change in attitude from the whole family after her divorce from Jiang Feng. When her career hadn't taken off, Jiang Feng had been the family's treasure. He was tall, handsome, capable, and highly educated. As a medical student, he had an opportunity to study at a top university abroad but gave it up to stay in Zhonghai and take care of the family's affairs for Chen Fei. He was the ideal husband, well educated, skilled, and considerate. If they hadn't married so early, Chen Fei might have pursued Jiang Feng herself. Over the years, Jiang Feng had done everything for her and the whole Chen family. Chen Fei couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Despite being so excellent and making no mistakes, he had been abandoned after her rise to success, and now her family mocked him. It was truly painful. All right, Arshan, stop talking. Let me handle the conversation with my ex-husband. Your temper is too fiery, and I'm worried it will make things harder, Chen Fei said. Chen Shan raised his fist and gritted his teeth. Why still call him ex-husband? Since he divorced you, what's the point? Besides, Jiang Feng is weak and timid, so what's there to talk about? If he knows what's good for him, he'll hand over my sister's assets. If not, I'll teach him a lesson. Chen Fei frowned and scolded, enough. Our purpose today is to take back the assets my sister gave him, not to pick a fight. If you ruin this, Mom won't spare you when we get home. Hearing this, Chen Shan relented a little. Fine, you talk to him first. If he doesn't behave, don't blame me for using my fists. As the two spoke, they had already arrived at the entrance of Jiang Feng's villa. Chen Fei and Chen Shan got out of the car and rang the doorbell. Chapter 5: Beating People. Jiang Feng heard the doorbell ring, opened the door and looked, a little surprised. Phage, Ashen, why are you here? Jiang Feng didn't expect that his sister-in-law and brother-in-law would come to his house at this time. Logically speaking, since he has already signed the divorce agreement, the Chen family should not bother him again, right? Chen Shan frowned and said, why? This is my sister's house, we can't come. Jiang Feng said calmly, I don't mean that. Chen Phage glared at Chen Shan and said angrily, okay, Ashen, go back to the car and wait, let me talk. Chen Shan shrugged helplessly and walked to the car. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, what era is it? Are there still men who eat gigolos? Jiang Feng had no expression on his face, but just frowned vaguely. Chen Phage saw that the situation was not right, and quickly said, brother-in-law, let's go in and sit down and talk. Standing at the door is not a big deal, right? Jiang Feng had a good impression of this sister-in-law. In the entire Chen family, only Chen Fei, the sister-in-law, is consistent with him. Look at me, I forgot to invite you to sit in. Come in. Jiang Feng turned sideways and made way for Chen Fei to enter. The two entered the villa and closed the door. Chen Fei saw a pile of luggage at the door and said in surprise, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Jiang Feng looked down, came back to his senses, and smiled, oh, you are talking about this, I plan to move out, I didn't expect you to come now. Chen Fei asked in surprise. I remember my sister said that this house is for you, why do you? Jiang Feng pointed to the sofa, sit down and talk. Okay. The two sat on the sofa one after another. Jiang Feng poured a glass of water for Chen Fei and handed it to her. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chen Fei smiled like a flower, holding the water cup and slowly drank a sip of water. Jiang Feng chuckled, your sister and I are divorced. You don't have to call me brother-in-law anymore. Chen Fei shook her head and said, I don't care. I only recognize you as my brother-in-law. None of the other men are good. They just think that my sister is rich, helpful to their careers, and beautiful. They want to get close to my sister. They are all vulgar people. Jiang Feng also poured himself a glass of water, picked up the glass and drank it. There are thousands of vulgar people in this world who are greedy for money and lustful and eager for quick success. This is normal. This is reality. As he spoke, Jiang Feng remembered his wife Chen Yao Yao, who had been with him day and night for several years. Once, Jiang Feng also felt that Chen Yao Yao was different from these vulgar people. Now it seems that she is just like that. Brother-in-law, but I don't think you are a vulgar person. The look in Chen Fei's eyes when she looked at Jiang Feng was like there was light in her eyes. Jiang Feng joked, let's not talk about this for now. By the way, I actually wanted to ask you and Chen Shan, what's the matter? We came here actually. Chen Fei blushed on the spot. She was shy and couldn't bring herself to talk about this. Besides, the Chen family was not in the right. It was obvious that sister Chen Yao Yao had already given away something, so there was no reason to take it back. Seeing Chen Fei hesitated, Jiang Feng added fuel to the fire and said, it doesn't matter, Fei, although I'm not your brother-in-law now, we are relatives after all, there is nothing to be ashamed of, why don't you just say it directly? Chen Fei then said hesitantly, it's my mother and them. They think that you and my sister divorced, and my sister gave you a car, a house and money. They can't stand it, so they want. Hearing this, even a fool should understand. I see. After he divorced Chen Yao Yao, the Chen family still complained that Chen Yao Yao gave him too much property. Originally, Jiang Feng didn't want a penny, and he didn't care about these things. But the Chen family's actions really chilled Jiang Feng's heart. No matter what, he and Chen Yao Yao were husband and wife, and he and the Chen family were relatives. Even if they were strangers now, couldn't they just part ways in peace? In all honesty, Jiang Feng asked himself that the time, energy, and money he had spent on the Chen family over the past few years were incalculable. But what he got in return was actually such a result. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, pointed at the luggage at the door, and said, Fei, look, I just said that even if you didn't come, I was going to leave, and I left the car keys in the bedroom, and the bank card she gave me is also there. I won't take a penny of the money given by Chen Yao Yao, but what your Chen family did really makes me feel ridiculous and pathetic. It was the first time that Chen Fei saw Jiang Feng so disheartened, and she also became sad, and couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my mother and the others. They are too greedy, and want to use this house for Ashen as a future wedding house. I helped persuade them, but they didn't listen to me at all. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, I'm useless. Chen Fei burst into tears on the spot. Just at this moment, the doorbell began to ring. And there were constant knocks on the door, and it sounded like fists and feet were not light. There was a commotion outside the door. Jiang Feng frowned, what's going on? I'll go check it out. Jiang Feng had just stood up and hadn't even reached the door when Chen Shan outside the door started knocking impatiently and shouted, Jiang Feng! Get out of my sister's house. If you don't move out, don't blame me for being rude. After that, he kicked the door with his foot. When Chen Fei heard the noise, she wiped her tears and rushed over to check the situation. The Wang family just arrived outside the villa. Wang Shuarao saw a group of people gathered outside the villa from a distance, thinking that something might have happened to Dr. Jiang. She waved to the bodyguard Zhao Guang beside her and said calmly, go check it out. Yes, miss. Zhao Guang was about 1.9 meters tall and rushed to the door of the villa in 3 steps. Seeing that Chen Shan and his men had brought so many guys, it was obvious that they were not friendly and were here to hurt people. Dr. Jiang lives inside. If they hurt him, it would ruin the lady's life. Zhao Guang shouted, what are you doing in broad daylight? Chen Shan turned around and looked. Although Zhao Guang was tall, he brought more than a dozen brothers with him and they were armed. He was no match for Zhao Guang. It's none of your business. Chen Shan pointed at Zhao Guang with a steel pipe. I warn you, don't meddle in other people's business. Be careful of blood splashing on you. Zhao Guang narrowed his eyes and began to rub his hands. As a special forces soldier, he had full fighting skills and had been through hundreds of battles. He was no match for these little hooligans. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson today. Zhao Guang tilted his neck and walked towards the door slowly. Chen Shan sneered, brothers, fight, as long as no one dies. Chapter 6 Goodbye Chen Family. A yellow-haired man put out his cigarette, raised the steel pipe in his hand and swung it at Zhao Guang's waist, but he didn't expect to be hit on the head by Zhao Guang, and fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Zhao Guang entered the crowd as if he was in an empty space, punching again and knocked down several gangsters in a few strokes. Others were trembling when they saw it, and didn't dare to go up and cause bad luck. Shan. Brother Shan, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. The remaining gangsters couldn't afford to offend Zhao Guang, so they dropped their weapons and ran away. Chen Shan was stunned and said, Hey, you guys. Zhao Guang walked up to Chen Shan, looked down at him and said, Do you want to get out by yourself, or do you want me to help you? Just now, there were so many people, so he was naturally shouting. Now that his brothers had all run away, Chen Shan could not be tough anymore. He could only keep silent and walked silently towards his black SUV, got in the car, started the engine, and quickly fled the villa. Sister, brother-in-law. Chen Fei was frightened by the muscular Zhao Guang and the dozen or so brothers behind him. Jiang Feng stepped forward and blocked Chen Fei behind him. Who are you? Mr. Jiang Feng. Without waiting for Zhao Guang to answer, Wang Shuarao, who was not far away, had already walked over quickly. Jiang Feng had only restrained his personal edge for Chen Yao Yao in the past few years, but the demeanor and temperament hidden in his bones could not be restrained. Wang Shuarao could almost determine Jiang Feng's identity at a glance. Hello, Miss Wang. Jiang Feng's face was calm, and he nodded to Wang Shuarao without being humble or arrogant. Wang Shuarao was slightly surprised, and she was more and more sure that Jiang Feng was extraordinary. As long as he could help, he would be able to save the life of the old man of the Wang family from the hands of the King of Hell. Shall we leave now? The helicopter is ready to go. As long as you get on the plane, we can leave immediately. The life of the old man of the Wang family was in danger. Wang Shuarao wished that Jiang Feng would give him 2 wings and fly to the Wang family in the next second. Let's go now. Jiang Feng agreed. Zhao Guang immediately led people to help Jiang Feng take his luggage. It's funny to say it's luggage. Jiang Feng has lived in this villa for several years, and he can only take a few sets of clothes to change. The huge box with a few clothes was so light that Zhao Guang almost thought he didn't bring anything. Brother-in-law. Chen Fei pulled Jiang Feng's clothes tightly. Feige, you go back first. This is the end of my relationship with the Chen family. I hope you can live a good life in the future. Jiang Feng smiled at her politely. What the Chen family did chilled Jiang Feng's heart, and he was generous in blessing this sister-in-law of the Chen family. Brother-in-law, it is the Chen family that is sorry for you. Chen Feige choked in her throat and her fingertips loosened. She felt that if Jiang Feng left this time, there would probably be no intersection between the two sides. Wang Shuarao was worried about her grandfather, but she couldn't urge him. Her beautiful eyes were full of anxiety. Go back. Jiang Feng waved his hand and strode behind Wang Shuarao to get on the helicopter. Zhao Guang and others moved even faster, not daring to slow down a bit. The helicopter rose slowly. Jiang Feng looked through the window of the plane at the villa that was gradually turning into a black dot. After a while, a breath of turbid air came out of his mouth. Goodbye, Chen Yao Yao. Goodbye, Chen family. Goodbye, the former Jiang Feng. The Wang family's helicopter quickly returned to the manor and landed smoothly on the tarmac. A black Rolls-Royce had already parked not far away and was waiting. Wang Shuarao and Jiang Feng got off the plane and drove directly to the villa where Mr. Wang lived. As soon as they got off the car, Uncle Guan Liu of the Wang family rushed over anxiously. Miss Sun, have you brought the miracle doctor? The old man, he can't hold on any longer. Wang Shuarao was shocked and grabbed Jiang Feng and ran towards Mr. Wang's room without caring about etiquette. Jiang Feng's fingertips were soft, and then he followed Wang Shuarao to look at Mr. Wang. "Grandpa, hold on. I have brought the miracle doctor to you." Mr. Wang's bedroom was simple and generous, and the furnishings everywhere were antiques and cultural relics of great value. It fully showed the heritage of a wealthy family. Jiang Feng took in everything and quickly looked at the big bed in the middle. The old man of the Wang family was so weak due to illness that he was almost invisible in the bed. From time to time, he could hear a few weak coughs, with more exhalation than inhalation. Jiang Feng's heart sank. He learned medical skills from his master Xu Xiaoyao. Gigu medical skills are a traditional Chinese medicine that emphasizes observation, smell, questioning and palpation. Even before he asked and palpated, Jiang Feng could tell that the old man of the Wang family would not have much time left just by looking and smelling. "Grandpa, please don't leave your granddaughter alone. Mr. Jiang, please look at my grandpa. As long as you can cure my grandpa, I am willing to pay any price." Wang Shuarao's originally dignified and cold face was now covered with crystal tears. Jiang Feng quickly walked to the bedside of old man Wang. Due to the pain, old man Wang was like skin and bones all over his body, and his old face was so sunken that there was almost only a skeleton left. Jiang Feng stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on old man Wang's wrist to carefully check his pulse. After this diagnosis, Jiang Feng frowned. Sparrow-pecking pulse is one of the 10 strange pulses. The pulse is between the muscles, and it is rapid and rapid. It is irregular for 3 or 5 times, and it stops and starts again, like a bird pecking at food. It indicates that the spleen is exhausted. The Wang family has invited countless famous doctors for the old man's illness, and naturally understands the danger of the sparrow-pecking pulse. The 10 strange pulses are 10 abnormal pulses that appear when life is in danger. It was first seen in the Yuan dynasty Wei Yilins, the effective prescriptions of the world doctors. They are the boiling pulse of the cauldron, the pulse of the fish, the pulse of the stone, the pulse of the rope, the pulse of the leaking roof, the pulse of the shrimp, the pulse of the sparrow, the pulse of the knife, the pulse of the bean, and the pulse of the numbness. These pulses are mostly the signs of the exhaustion of the internal organs and the exhaustion of the stomach. The old man of the Wang family had the sparrow-pecking pulse but was able to persist for a long time, most of which was due to the famous doctor and famous medicine. "Please help Mr. Jiang, please save my grandfather's life." Wang Shuarao burst into tears, and the rich girl turned around and bowed to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped Wang Shuarao's action. "Miss Wang, please don't do this. It is the job of a doctor to save people from illness. If I am not wrong, the sparrow pulse of Mr. Wang is poisoned. This poison is not taken in one bite, but accumulated for a long time, causing Mr. Wang to suddenly fall ill." Wang Shuarao was frightened and even breathed a lot lighter. The 10 or so experts in front only said that Mr. Wang's condition was strange and could not be cured, and no one thought about poisoning. Jiang Feng was able to hit the key point as soon as he came. "Dr. Jiang, is there a way to save my grandfather? Shuarao begs you." Wang Shuarao's face was nervous, and there were tears in her eyes. She was even more respectful and pleading to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng rubbed his fingertips twice and pondered for a while. "Prepare a pair of silver needles for me. I will give acupuncture to help Mr. Wang stabilize his condition. I can cure this poison, but the herbs required are very rare. We have to wait until you gather all the herbs to completely remove the poison from Mr. Wang. The poison that Mr. Wang was poisoned with is called the heart loss poison. The body of a person who is poisoned with this poison will not have any adverse reactions in the early stage, but long-term use will cause arrhythmia and heart failure. It is usually misdiagnosed as an emergency and difficult to distinguish." Chapter 7 Divine Dr. Zhang. This is why the Wang family invited more than a dozen famous doctors but still failed to cure Mr. Wang's body. "Uncle Liu, take the silver needle. Dr. Jiang, please help me treat Grandpa. Medicinal materials are not a problem. I will arrange for someone to collect them now." Wang Shuarao grabbed Jiang Feng's arm tightly like grabbing the last straw. Soon, Uncle Liu delivered the silver needle to the room. Jiang Feng took it solemnly, and Wang Shuarao quickly stepped aside to make room for him. The needle bag spread out. Jiang Feng's slender index and middle fingers took out a thin silver needle from the needle bag, untied Mr. Wang's clothes, and found the Zhongtan acupoint. "Stop. Let's see who dares to do it today. Who are you?" Who allowed you to do it to the old man? Get out of here. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes strode into the door of Mr. Wang's bedroom. The other parties I seemed to be spitting fire. Not only did he pull Jiang Feng away, but his fingers almost poked into his eyes. Jiang Feng was concentrating on giving acupuncture, otherwise he would never have been thrown aside by this man in such a mess. Dr. Jiang, be careful. Zhao Guang hurried forward to hold him, so that Jiang Feng did not fall. Second uncle, what do you mean by this? This is Dr. Jiang, the doctor I invited to save Grandpa. Wang Shuarao frowned and asked sternly. The middle-aged man in a black suit in front of her was Wang Shuarao's second uncle, Wang Zhitang. In the past, he had never come to visit when Mr. Wang was sick. Now she took the trouble to invite someone to treat the old man, but he actually showed up to stop her. Shuarao, I'm not saying anything to you. What's your intention to get a young boy to pretend to be a miracle doctor to treat the old man? HMPH. If anything happens to the old man, I'll see how you'll explain it to the ancestors of the Wang family. Wang Zhitang sneered and then clapped his hands. Another figure appeared outside the bedroom, wearing a blue-gray long gown and carrying a bamboo medicine box on his shoulders. He was thin and had two small mustaches on his lips, and his small eyes were shining. As soon as he entered the door, he rolled his eyes at Wang Shuarao and Jiang Feng. Dr. Zhang, please come here quickly. My old man has been ill in bed for a long time. Please come and treat my old man. I will not treat you badly afterwards. Wang Zhitang smiled and asked Dr. Zhang to feel the pulse of the old man of the Wang family. Dr. Zhang put the bamboo medicine box on the table, and two traces of pride naturally appeared on his face. Mr. Wang, you know. There is a custom in our industry that one disease can only be treated by two doctors. If I knew that your family had invited other doctors, I would never have made this trip. You are right. I am really sorry, please be magnanimous. Wang Zhitang hurriedly comforted her, and gave Wang Shuarao a look to let her experience it herself. Wang Shuarao was so angry that her fists were hard, and she was about to argue with gritted teeth. Jiang Feng raised his hand with an indifferent expression to stop her. The so-called custom of one disease can only be treated by two doctors is just because different doctors use different dosages of medicine, which will aggravate the patient's condition. It can be misinterpreted by this Dr. Zhang like this, Most likely he is a mediocre doctor. Since Dr. Zhang is confident, please try your hand. Humph. Dr. Zhang snorted coldly, without even a glance at Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang? That's the old man of my Wang family. His life and safety are more important than anything else. How can we treat him like a joke? Any doctor can treat him. Wang Shuarao was anxious. Since you know this, you shouldn't have brought out a charlatan from a corner to treat the old man. Wang Shuarao, you can think about it later. Now, get out of the way and let Dr. Zhang treat the old man. Wang Zhitang shouted sternly, and waved his hand to let the bodyguards and others firmly protect the bed of the old man of the Wang family and not let anyone get close. Dr. Zhang was arrogant and had many rules. He wanted to wash his hands with water and drink tea. After a few minutes of tossing, he took out the pulse pillow from the bamboo medicine box and put it under the old man's wrist, and made a careful diagnosis. Wang Shuarao was so anxious that she wanted to throw the pot of tea directly on Dr. Zhang's head, but with Wang Zhitang staring at her, she could only be anxious but helpless. After a moment, the expression on Dr. Zhang's face became more solemn, and his heart was like a stormy storm. The old man of the Wang family has a sparrow pulse. Unless he is a great immortal, it is impossible to save the old man's life. But he has already said it. What can I do? Dr. Zhang, how is my old man's health? Wang Zhitang was cautious. Alas! Dr. Zhang sighed before he spoke, and then shook his head. The old man has a sparrow pulse, and he will not live long. Even though they were mentally prepared, these words still made everyone at the scene burst into tears. Wang Zhitang burst into tears and rushed to the old man of the Wang family. Dad! Wake up! The Wang family can't live without you. Dr. Zhang, do you have any other way to save the old man? As long as you can save him, I will give you 5 million. No, 10 million. Dr. Zhang pursed his lips, thought for a while, and nodded solemnly. Don't panic, Mr. Wang. If there is a needle in my Zhang family's ancestral acupuncture method that can extend Mr. Wang's life, it will only last for 3 months at most. It's all my fault for not learning the skills well enough. Wang Zhitang waved his hand and tears fell. Heal. Don't say 3 months, you have to treat me for 1 day. After hearing Wang Jitan's words, Dr. Zhang brushed aside the silver needles that Jiang Feng had spread on the table earlier. Then he opened the bamboo medicine box and took out an exquisite box. When he opened it, there was a row of golden needles flashing inside. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Dr. Zhang had already taken out the golden needles and rubbed the Zhongting acupoint on the chest of Mr. Wang. The golden needle flashed and rushed straight to the acupoint. Jiang Feng moved his hand, and the silver needle that was previously held in his palm shot out and directly collided with Dr. Zhang's golden needle. Dr. Zhang was not steady, and the wind that carried the silver needle also dropped the gold needle into the quilt. He was shocked, and he shot up from the bedside of Mr. Wang like a frightened bird. After finding out that it was Jiang Feng who did it, Dr. Zhang looked at Jiang Feng angrily. You ignorant boy. That's the old man of the Wang family. You murdered me while I was giving acupuncture. Do you want to harm the old man of the Wang family? Mr. Wang. If you want the old man to get better, you have to solve this hidden danger first. Wang Jitan's face was ashen, and the scene just now really scared him. At this moment, he was even more angry when he heard what Dr. Zhang said. Take this kid away and send him directly to the police station. Har! Anyone who dares to murder the old man should be killed. The bodyguards around him moved at the news, and they all stepped forward and were ready to take action. Wang Shuara stepped forward to protect Jiang Feng. She invited this person, and it seems that this so-called Dr. Zhang is also a half-baked person. If Jiang Feng is sent to the police, I am afraid that her grandfather will really die of illness. Stop. I want to see who dares to attack Dr. Jiang today. Chapter 8 Buried Together. Second uncle, you are confused. I think this so-called Dr. Zhang is a real charlatan. He has no ability. Wang Jitan was angry and pointed at Wang Shuarao, and the second young master of the Wang family spitted. Wang Shuarao. I didn't say much because you are my niece. He is a yellow-haired boy who knows nothing about medical skills. You brought this kind of person to treat the old man. I am afraid that you wish the old man would die. As the old man's favorite granddaughter, you can get a generous inheritance. Gigu's medical skills are famous in Yinxia, and Xu Xiaoyao's name is even more popular among people. As a disciple of Xu Xiaoyao, Jiang Feng could be wronged and suffer, but he could never betray his master's reputation. He stepped forward with a sharp gaze and a steady voice. Mr. Wang, if you have time to question Miss Wang Shuara here, you might as well ask Dr. Zhang. For example, why did Mr. Wang have the sparrow pulse? For example, the Zhongting acupoint is the acupoint of life and death. If the old man is in trouble, what methods will Dr. Zhang have to deal with it? After Jiang Feng asked a series of questions, Dr. Zhang's face instantly collapsed, and it was extremely ugly. Wang Jitan shook his hand, not knowing whether it was okay or not. Stinky boy, let you die with a clear conscience today. Dr. Zhang, I have to ask you to explain to this kid. Let this kid know how much weight he has for daring to question you. Dr. Zhang's face did not move, but he was shocked in his heart. He claimed to have some skills, but although he could diagnose the old man Wang's sparrow pulse, he could not determine the cause of the other party's illness. The golden needle into the courtyard was also a risky operation for money. There is indeed a life-saving needle in the Zhang family's ancestral acupuncture method, but he is not well trained and has only a 50% chance of using it rashly. Dr. Zhang doesn't think he can be so unlucky. Humph. He snorted coldly to cover up the panic in his heart. Nonsense. I, a great doctor of my generation, have fallen to the point of explaining to an ignorant child. If the Wang family doesn't really want me to consult, it's better to say it directly. Zhang is not someone who lacks those millions. Wang Jitan hurriedly apologized to Dr. Zhang. Jiang Feng stared at Dr. Zhang and took in the panic in his eyes. Why don't I explain it for Dr. Zhang? The Zhang family's ancestral acupuncture method you mentioned is indeed powerful. When a person's life is in danger, there is indeed a chance to pull him back from the gates of hell. Dr. Zhang looked proud, almost with his nose turned up to the sky. Jiang Feng sneered and quickly finished the rest of his words. But you were wrong in not accurately diagnosing the physical condition of the old man of the Wang family. His pecking pulse was caused by poisoning. You acupunctured the Zhongting acupoint to promote blood flow, and used gold needles to guide the spread of toxins beyond the norm. I think you are not saving people, but killing people. What is your intention, Dr. Zhang? Who dared you to murder the old man in front of several descendants of the Wang family? Same reason. Same scolding. Jiang Feng threw the shitpot that was put on his head without any reason back. The hands of Dr. Zhang hanging by his side trembled slightly, and beads of sweat fell from his nose. He forced himself to be strong and gritted his teeth and scolded. You are talking nonsense. Jiang Feng raised his hand with grace and calmness. That's all I have to say. Since Dr. Zhang doesn't believe it, just give it a try. Dr. Zhang was panicked and angry, and his fingers trembled. Enough. Stop showing off your emotions as a cholera doctor. Just wait and see how Dr. Zhang treats my old man. Dr. Zhang, hurry up. Wang Zhitang waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the conversation between Jiang Feng and Dr. Zhang. He decided to let Dr. Zhang treat him. Uncle, no. Grandpa's life is not to be trifled with. Besides, Mr. Jiang has already said. Wang Shuarao was anxious to stop him. Wang Zhitang snorted coldly and asked the bodyguard to stand in front of Wang Shuarao. Doctor, please hurry up. My old man is in danger. Dr. Zhang grabbed the golden needle on the table again, stroking the middle of the old man Wang's atrium, and his wrist began to tremble. He raised his hand to check the pulse of the old man Wang again, and only took a deep breath until he confirmed that there was no sign of poisoning, and then he found the acupuncture point with the golden needle in his hand. The whole bedroom was quiet, with only the slightly rapid breathing of Dr. Zhang. The needle was inserted into the acupuncture point, and in just a few seconds, Mr. Wang's face quickly turned red. Wang Zhitang clapped his hands in joy and cheered loudly. Dr. Zhang is so good at medicine. My old man can be saved. Great. Dr. Zhang took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Just as he was about to put down a big stone in his heart, Mr. Wang on the big bed suddenly frowned, and the whole person seemed to be in pain. Then his whole body twitched, and a mouthful of black blood suddenly spit out. Dad! Grandpa! Wang Zhitang and Wang Shuarao screamed and rushed to the side of old Master Wang. At this moment, the old man of the Wang family almost stared out of his eye sockets, his face was hideous, and he was dying. Zhang Guishan, what's going on? If anything happens to my dad, you'll be buried with him. Come here and die for the old man. Dr. Zhang was already frightened by the sudden condition of the old man Wang, and was dragged to the old man of the Wang family by Wang Zhitang. As soon as his fingers touched the old man's wrist, they moved away as if they had touched a hot potato. Just now, he seemed as if he couldn't feel the pulse of the old man of the Wang family. He accidentally killed the old man of the Wang family. Boom! Zhang Guisheng's mind was like a thunderbolt, and fear instantly filled all the pores of his body. Old Master Wang seems to have stopped breathing. Zhao Guang stretched out his hand and carefully felt the breath of the old man of the Wang family, and the next moment his face was even uglier. Grandpa! Wang Shuarao lost all her rationality and hurriedly looked at the old man's face. Tears immediately flowed down. Dr. Zhang wanted to say something else, but Wang Zhitang kicked him away with a sad face. Jiang Feng's face changed and he strode forward. Get out of here. It's all your curse, and you still have the nerve to come here. Uncle Liu, call the doctor, call all the doctors in Zhonghai to me. Even if the king of hell comes in person today, I will save the old man. Wang Zhitang was like crazy, pushing Jiang Feng away with red eyes. Mr. Wang. Jiang Feng lowered his voice. Don't even think about calling a doctor now. Even a great immortal can't save Mr. Wang. Get out of my way. Wang Zhitang yelled. I can help you save the old man. Perhaps Jiang Feng was too sure. Perhaps Jiang Feng's confidence was too sharp. Wang Zhitang stepped aside with a head full of blue veins. I'll give you a chance. If you can't save my dad, I'll let you be buried with me. Jiang Feng didn't care about Wang Zhitang's threat at all. Wang Shuarao couldn't stop crying, but she quickly made way, hoping that Jiang Feng could find a way to save old Master Wang from the hands of the King of Hell. Chapter 9 Awakened. Jiang Feng took off Mr. Wang's shirt slowly and gently, exposing his chest. Took the silver needle that Zhang Guisheng had swept aside. Twisting the needle, disinfecting, probing the acupoints. A touch of spiritual energy quietly poured into the silver needle from Jiang Feng's fingertips. Although the pulse of the old man of the Wang family stopped for a short time, his heart was still beating weakly. What Jiang Feng had to do was to protect his heart from being eroded by toxins. The heart-destroying poison had occupied the meridians of the old man Wang for many years. It could not be removed in a short time and could only be treated slowly. It took a while. The old man of the Wang family's chest was already full of silver needles. Even many times, the acupoints that Jiang Feng's silver needles inserted made Dr. Zhang tremble with fear. Hiss! This kid said that his needle insertion was dangerous, but his needles were all on the vital points of life and death. The whole Wang family was as quiet as a chicken. Even though he couldn't understand anything, his eyes were fixed on the silver needle in Jiang Feng's hand. After about an incense stick of time, Jiang Feng began to remove the needle with his fingers. A pair of slender hands moved through a row of silver needles like dancing, and the movements were so fast that people could hardly see clearly. With the removal of the last needle, the lifeless face of the old man of the Wang family suddenly eased miraculously. 30 seconds later, a violent cough came out of the old man's throat. Dad! Grandpa! How do you feel? Wang Zhitang and Wang Shuarao came up at the same time, and their expressions turned from sadness to joy. The old man of the Wang family coughed hard and almost vomited all the blood between his chest and abdomen. Shuarao! Zhitang? I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? The old man stared with dissatisfaction. Grandpa! We are so happy that you finally woke up and can talk to us. Dad! How are you? Do you feel any pain? The Wang family was overjoyed and surrounded the old man. Jiang Feng retired and put down the needle bag and walked aside. Zhang Guisheng hesitated and shrank twice. Seeing that everyone's attention was not on him, he rolled away in shame for his bamboo medicine box. It doesn't hurt. Is it this miracle doctor who saved me? The old man of the Wang family was energetic and his eyes were burning. He sat up from the bed with the help of his granddaughter and son. Jiang Feng clasped his hands and bowed slightly. He looked calm and calm. I don't deserve it, but I just did my best. Grandpa, this is Jiang Feng, the direct disciple of Xu Xiaoyao of Gigu. It was he who pulled you back from the gates of hell. Dr. Jiang is the lifesaver of our Wang family. Wang Shuarao introduced him quickly. The old man of the Wang family was lying on a large bed, weak and unable to move, but his reason and thoughts were still there. He heard everything the people around him said and did, and Jiang Feng's wonderful dialogue made him look at him with admiration. A good teacher produces good students. Dr. Xu is already famous at home and abroad, and it seems that his direct disciples are no less famous. Dr. Jiang, please accept my respect. Jiang Feng quickly dodged. The head of the Zhonghai Wang family was respectful, but Jiang Feng could not bear it anyway. Old Wang, you are too serious. Your illness still needs careful care and treatment. It's nothing now. Old man Wang admired in his heart and couldn't help but admire him a little more. Dr. Jiang is my lifesaver. My Wang family will definitely not treat him unfairly. Uncle Liu, go down and prepare gifts. You all go down and rest, I will get to know my condition with Dr. Jiang. Wang Zhitang's face changed. Just as she was about to speak, she was afraid to speak when she met her father's burning gaze. She nodded and said a few words of concern. Wang Shuarao had wiped the tears from her face, revealing a beautiful face. Grandpa had just woken up, and she was reluctant to leave her grandfather. Grandpa, otherwise. That's enough. You are over 20 years old, and you are still crying. Go down and clean up before coming back. Can Grandpa still run away? Wang Shuarao looked at her grandfather's loving smile and almost cried again. She nodded and turned to walk out of the room. Zhao Guang followed closely behind her. The tall man of more than 1.9 meters helped to close the door. There were only Grandpa Wang and Jiang Feng in the room. Grandpa Wang sat by the bed, and the smile on his face had long disappeared. Dr. Jiang, I'm going to trouble you with my life this time. Although I can't move, I'm conscious. You said my illness is poisoning. Just call me Jiang Feng. Your illness is indeed poisoning. Jiang Feng nodded. Can you tell me in detail? Old Master Wang looked serious, and he could vaguely see that he was a little upset. Heart-destroying poison is a poison specifically for the heart. This poison is colorless and tasteless. Long-term and small amounts of it will cause sudden illness. I believe that Old Master Wang should have experienced it. Based on your condition, I can infer that you have been taking this poison for at least a year and a half. Jiang Feng told Old Master Wang in detail the information he could provide. A person who could silently poison old Master Wang for so long must be someone who is extremely close to old Master Wang. It is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs, so Jiang Feng didn't speculate too much. After a while, old Master Wang nodded and sighed deeply. Anyway, thank you for saving me, Dr. Jiang. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I will arrange everything for you even if I have to go bankrupt. Jiang Feng waved his hand and declined. The two exchanged a few more words, and finally, Old Wang was exhausted and lay back on the bed. Master, this is the thank you gift you asked me to give you. Uncle Liu hurried over with a tray. It's just a small gift, please accept it, doctor. I'll have to trouble you in the future. Old Wang smiled. Uncle Liu immediately walked to Jiang Feng with the tray respectfully. As soon as the red cloth on it was lifted, the contents of the tray were immediately revealed. A thin bank card, a red property certificate and a car key that looked like a luxury supercar. I don't know what Dr. Jiang likes, so I prepared a few small things. Please don't dislike it. This bank card has unlimited credit, you can use it. This is the most luxurious river view villa in Zhonghai, Thompson Epin, and the location is also the best. And this is a limited edition. Every time Uncle Liu mentioned an item, people couldn't help but be amazed. Jiang Feng wanted to refuse, but seeing that both Mr. Wang and Uncle Liu looked like they couldn't refuse, he simply took the red property book from them. Now he really needs a place to live. He can't just live on the street after leaving the Wang family, right? Jiang Feng laughed at himself. Mr. Wang, I don't want anything else. I just got divorced and moved out, and I just need a place to live. I won't be polite with you about this house. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Wang was shocked. What kind of woman is so desperate that she divorces a young talent like Jiang Feng? Dr. Jiang. Forget about this, please don't worry about it. Please take good care of yourself, Mr. Wang. I will write down the herbs needed to treat the heart poison and give them to Miss Wang. I will come to help you detoxify after I have collected them. Chapter 10. Still on his side, Jiang Feng interrupted Mr. Wang and changed the subject. Mr. Wang sighed in his heart. Every family has its own problems. Uncle Liu had already taken paper and pen to Jiang Feng to record the herbs. Jiang Feng picked up the pen, and a string of rare herbs' names came out of his hand like flowing water. The words quickly occupied the entire page. This is the herbs needed. Please find them as soon as possible. The other one is the tonic medicine I prescribed for Mr. Wang. Take it twice a day on time. Uncle Liu listened carefully and remembered Jiang Feng's instructions. Then he carefully folded the two pieces of paper and put them in his pocket for safekeeping. Mr. Wang, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. We will contact each other later. Jiang Feng said politely with a fist. It was difficult to keep Mr. Wang, so he had to wave his hand and let Uncle Liu take him away. I will send a car to take you to the villa. It is well equipped and beautifully decorated. You can live there first. If you are dissatisfied later, my Wang family will immediately arrange for someone to make changes. Jiang Feng nodded and smiled, and said goodbye to Mr. Wang. He didn't care so much, as long as he had a place to live. At the Wang family, Uncle Liu arranged a car to take Jiang Feng to the villa. And the Chen family was as lively as a pot being lifted. Chen Shan was so angry that he walked back and forth in the living room like a balloon, with his hands on his waist and cursing. Mom and Dad. What do you think Jiang Feng is up to? My sister has divorced him, but he still lives in such a luxurious villa without doing anything. What's the worst thing is that he even called his bodyguards to come to my house to intimidate me and beat me away. Mother Chen panicked and quickly dragged her son up and down, left and right to look around. She and Father Chen had 2 daughters, and finally had a son. Chen Shan was their late-born son, so he was naturally the most favored. Xiao Shan, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? Damn Jiang Feng, he turned the world upside down. Chen Shan shook his head, but his face became more and more angry. Mom. I don't accept it. Can I let Sister Yao Yao make trouble for Jiang Feng? It's better to get him out of the house and give him nothing. Mother Chen and Father Chen looked at each other, and their hearts were active. I don't think so. Although your sister is divorced from Jiang Feng, that guy didn't do anything wrong. Your sister won't do anything to him for the sake of face. Chen Shan's eyes rolled around. He was almost beaten by Zhao Guang, so why can Jiang Feng still eat and drink well? He had to find something for Jiang Feng. Chen Shan has been spoiled since he was a child. He is smart but full of bad ideas. But as soon as he thought about it, he immediately came up with a bad idea. Mom, listen to me. Why don't we do this? Mr. Chen, remember to attend the Zhu family's charity gala this weekend. Also, the candidates for the Zhu group's project will probably be confirmed at the charity gala. Our Chen group will probably win the bid. I have made an appointment for you to go to the beauty salon for maintenance. You will definitely be stunning at that time. Chen Yao quickly browsed the documents and signed them while listening to the assistant's continuous report on the next process. For the Zhu group's hotel project, Chen Yao was very confident that she could win it. It's strange to say that her Chen group seems to have been blessed by nature from the early stage of development until now, and has won the favor of Zhu group. If it's true, there are many groups larger than Chen group. The initial investment of Zhu group's project alone is as high as 2 billion, which is much more than the total size of her Chen group. But Zhu group is willing to take Chen Yao to eat this cake together. Jiang Nan, why do you think Zhu group has repeatedly chosen our Chen group as an exception? Chen Yao interrupted the report of the female assistant Jiang Nan and threw out the question in her heart unexpectedly. Mr. Chen, is there any need to say this? Of course, it's because of your personal charm and decisive and beautiful way of doing things that the administrative staff of Zhu group favor you. Jiang Nan has been following Chen Yao for a long time. She is very good at handling such nonsensical questions, and she can answer them without thinking. You are so sweet. As expected, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on Chen Yao's face. I'm telling the truth. President Yao is the most powerful female CEO of our Zhonghai generation. Who wouldn't look up to you? I think Zhu group has a good vision. Jiang Nan's string of flattering words flowed out as if they were free. It was almost impossible for Chen Yao not to be arrogant. Fortunately, the phone she placed on the table rang and interrupted Jiang Nan's words. Chen Yao glanced at the caller ID and waved, and Jiang Nan immediately turned around and left Chen Yao's office and closed the door properly. Hello, Mom. What's the matter? The phone was connected. Before she could finish her words, a burst of crying came through the phone to Chen Yao. Woo woo. Yao, your brother, he was beaten by Jiang Feng. Xiaoshan is in the hospital now, and the doctor said it's quite serious. Come and have a look, Jiang Feng is really a piece of shit. Impossible. Chen Yao was shocked and subconsciously denied what Chen's mother said. She didn't know Jiang Feng yet. Before marrying him, Chen Yao thought he was handsome, had a good personality and a bright future. After marrying him, Chen Yao felt that he was mediocre and incompetent. He had nothing to show for his face. Chen Yao liked men who were better than her, not a pretty boy who waited for her at home every day. Yao, you divorced this guy and you still support him. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Xiaoshan is in a very bad condition in the first hospital. Maybe it was Jiang Feng who divorced you to take revenge on our Chen family. Mother Chen cried miserably. Chen Yao's mind was in a mess. On the one hand, she refused to believe it, and on the other hand, she felt that what Mother Chen said was very reasonable. I'll go there now. She stood up, hung up the phone, grabbed the car keys and walked out quickly. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Chen Shan spit the grape skin on the ground. Mom! What did my sister say? Mother Chen looked at her son unhappily and put the trash can next to his bed. Eat less and lie down quickly, your sister will be here soon. If you weren't my son, I wouldn't have teamed up with you to do this. By the way, what if your second sister exposes you? Chen Shan smiled. Throwing away the grapes in his hand, he lay comfortably on the bed. Don't worry, I have already arranged it. My second sister is probably comforting her best friend who broke up at this time. How can she take care of me? Mom, help me tidy up quickly, I must let my sister see my miserable condition clearly later. Mother Chen glared at her son with pain and anger, and quickly arranged the ward. 15 minutes later. Chen Yao parked the silver-gray BMW at the entrance of the first hospital and quickly went to the ward where Chen Shan was. Chapter 11 Jiang Feng, you are not allowed to hang up on me. As soon as she entered the ward, Chen Yao saw her brother lying on the bed. Chen Shan was wrapped in white bandages from his feet to his arms. Even his head was wrapped 2 or 3 times, His face was pale, and weak cries of grief came out of his throat. What happened to Xiaoshan? Why was he beaten so badly? Chen Yaoyao's face changed and she walked quickly to the bedside. Mother Chen stood up when she heard the words, and tears flowed down before she opened her mouth. Yao Yao! Look at your cruel ex-husband Jiang Feng. What did our Xiaoshan do to him? He actually beat the child like this. If Xiaoshan has any problem, I will not forgive him. My God! Chen Yaoyao couldn't stand her mother like this. She looked like an old country lady and was particularly embarrassing. Sister! I'm in so much pain, you must help me get justice. Woo woo woo! Chen Shan half closed his eyes and added fuel to the fire. Did you call a doctor? Xiaoshan, how did you run into Jiang Feng? Don't worry, I won't let you get beaten for nothing. Chen Yaoyao was distressed. Chen Shan was sweet-mouthed and the best at pleasing people since he was a child. Naturally, Chen Yaoyao doted on this brother. Sister! I went to your villa, and I just felt that your divorce must be because my brother-in-law treated you badly. I wanted to ask my brother-in-law why he couldn't live a good life with you, but who would have thought that he would directly call a big and strong man to beat me up? Sister, I'm in so much pain. The originally pale face turned even paler as Chen Shan cried. Chen Yaoyao's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Xiaoshan, you can rest assured and recuperate. He is no longer your brother-in-law. Since he dared to attack you, I will not let him go. Chen Shan and Chen's mother nodded eagerly. Chen Yaoyao was furious and wanted to settle accounts with Jiang Feng right now. He acted like a cat before divorcing her, but dared to hit her family after the divorce. Jiang Nan, reimburse my brother's medical expenses later. Give them 2 million each, use the best doctors and never let Xiaoshan suffer any grievances. I will call Jiang Feng to settle accounts now. Assistant Jiang Nan nodded and wrote it down. Chen Shan and Chen's mother had already looked at each other and got very excited when Chen Yaoyao offered to give them money. Chen Yaoyao walked out with high heels. As soon as she walked out of the ward door, she took out her mobile phone and called Jiang Feng. At that time, Jiang Feng was lying comfortably in the villa arranged by the Wang family, sitting cross-legged in meditation, and the sealed skills in his body were running silently. The phone rang, pulling Jiang Feng back from his immersion. He looked at the 2 bright words, wife, on the caller ID and frowned slightly. Hello, Mr. Chen, do you have something to talk to me about? Chen Yaoyao's anger was suppressed by Jiang Feng's words, and her mind couldn't help but emerge every time she called this number. Jiang Feng always shouted in a cheerful tone on the other end, wife, what's the matter? They just divorced for less than 24 hours. Is the other party indifferent or guilty? Mr. Chen? If you have nothing else, I'll hang up. When she heard that Jiang Feng was going to hang up the phone, Chen Yaoyao immediately became anxious. Even the indifferent voice that had always been unchanged in the past became hurried. Jiang Feng, you dare to hang up on me? I asked you why you beat my brother Chen Shan. I was not good enough to you? After the divorce, I left you a house, a car and even a huge bank card, which was enough for you to live a carefree life. You still want to retaliate against me by attacking my family. Jiang Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Yaoyao. Since he realized that this woman had lost her original intention in the ups and downs of the business world, Jiang Feng completely let her go. Mr. Chen may have misunderstood. I didn't beat your brother Chen Shan. You should find someone else. As for the money for the house and car you mentioned, I didn't take a penny. You can see it when you go back to the villa. Since it's over between us, please don't call me Mr. Chen. I wish you a bright future. After speaking, Jiang Feng gently pressed the red hang-up button. Staring at the call notes for a few seconds, he quickly changed the notes to the 3 words Chen Yaoyao. Hello, hello. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, don't hang up on me. Beep, beep, beep. No matter how Chen Yaoyao yelled hysterically, the phone was busy. President Yaoyao. Jiang Nan looked at Chen Yaoyao worriedly. Chen Yaoyao gritted her teeth, and her beautiful face began to show some ferocity. He dared to hang up on me. Damn, this is the first time he hung up on me after so many years of dating and marriage, and he even said he didn't do anything to my brother. Jiang Nan didn't say anything in his heart. The marriage has been divorced, Jiang Feng and Chen Yaoyao have parted ways and are happy, there is no need for him to continue answering the phone, right? President Yao Yao, it seems that this kid doesn't know what's good for him. You really made the right decision to choose a divorce. Chen Yao Yao was angry. No matter whether Jiang Feng beat Chen Shan or not, now all the blame is on Jiang Feng. HMPH. Let's go. Sooner or later I will find him to seek justice for Xiao Shan. At this time, Jiang Feng didn't know that Chen Yao Yao had already hated him. He crossed his legs again and circulated the technique in his dantian. When he married Chen Yao Yao, Jiang Feng's masters all disagreed, but he still insisted on doing it. To show his sincerity, Jiang Feng specially sealed the pulse of the technique and was willing to return to ordinary and marry Chen Yao Yao as an ordinary couple. Now that the marriage is over, he naturally doesn't need to keep himself ordinary. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out from Jiang Feng's mouth. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were surprisingly bright. It's done. The airflow in the dantian spread through the meridians like a mountain river. Jiang Feng turned his palm, and a group of spiritual energy that ordinary people could not see suddenly gathered. If the spiritual energy Jiang Feng used to treat Mr. Wang today is nothing compared to what he has now. Jiang Feng's beautiful eyes were filled with a smile. He turned over and was about to fall asleep when the phone next to his pillow rang and a message popped up. He opened it and it was an invitation. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Excuse me, the Zhu family will hold a charity party this weekend. I hope you can come then. Jiang Feng closed his phone. He got to know the Zhu family when he accidentally saved an old man when he first arrived in Zhonghai and was unfamiliar with the place. Jiang Feng recalled that he was simple and immature at that time, but the Zhu family did not change their attitude towards him because of this. As for this charity party, Jiang Feng estimated that the Zhu family probably wanted him to help with something. After all, he had never received an invitation from the Zhu family before. Thinking, Jiang Feng quickly closed his eyes. No matter what the Zhu family was planning this time, he had to sleep well now. Chapter 12. All divorced. Dad. Do you think this miracle doctor will accept our invitation? If he wanted to be famous, he would have been famous all these years. Why is he still unknown? Zhu Yu kept walking back and forth in the living room anxiously. Old Master Zhu Zhengyu took the teacup in front of him and took a sip of the strong tea. Xiao Yu, there's no point in being anxious. Send a message to the miracle doctor Jiang tomorrow and show some sincerity by personally bringing people to invite him this weekend. We have done everything we should do, and the rest depends on God's will. Alas. Zhu Yu scratched his hair in annoyance. Jiang Feng saved the old man of the Zhu family and left with only a phone number. Old Master Zhu felt bad and immediately sent someone to investigate. Zhu Yu didn't know the final result of the investigation. But since then, Old Master Zhu has shown even more respect for Jiang Feng and didn't let them contact Jiang Feng at will. After finding out that the president of a small Chen group was Jiang Feng's family, he tried his best to let Zhu group take good care of this so-called Chen group. If Zhu Yu's daughter Zhu Zhiting hadn't suffered from a strange disease that could not be cured by anyone, Mr. Zhu probably wouldn't let them contact each other. That's enough. Act like a family member. Dr. Jiang is not a cold and heartless person, but you'd better lower your attitude when you hire someone. Don't be arrogant. And how about the Chen group I asked you to take care of before? Zhu Yu suppressed his irritability. Don't worry, Dad. Zhu group is taking good care of her, but Chen group also participated in the hotel investment project prepared by the Zhu family this time. The initial investment of this project is 2 billion yuan. If Zhu group lets Chen group get it, it will probably attract more or less topics and complaints. Although Chen group is not small, it is still hard to see when it is put on the table. Chen Yao Yao, the female president of Chen group, is a little arrogant. She has big ambitions and big appetites and she puts them on the table openly. If the project is given to them, who knows what rumors will be spread in the outside world. If the project is not given to Chen group, this female president is related to that person or Mr. Zhu specifically asked to take care of her. Well, if we share it, at least Chen group should be involved. Whether Dr. Jiang is willing to treat Jiting's illness depends on your move. Mr. Zhu clapped his hands and asserted. Understood. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth, and his daughter's face flashed through his mind. Zhu Jiting is only 23 years old today, and she is as beautiful as a flower and famous in Zhonghai. But just a month ago, Zhu Jiting didn't know where she got a strange disease, and her face and skin kept growing pustules and festering. Even though the Ju family was so wealthy that they even invited famous doctors from Kyoto, they all shook their heads and said that their medical skills were not good. Ju Jiting was in a panic, hiding in the bedroom all day and unwilling to go out, and even had suicidal tendencies. Ju Yu has only one child. He and Mrs. Ju have almost turned grey with worry for Ju Jiting's illness. Now that they finally have the chance, let alone going to the door in person, let alone 2 billion. Even if he has to kowtow 3 times and 9 times, and spend all his family wealth, he must seize the opportunity to cure Ju Jiting's strange disease. Everyone has different thoughts. Ju Yu bowed heavily to Mr. Ju and turned to leave. Xiao Yu. Mr. Ju suddenly called Ju Yu. The other party turned back and looked into Mr. Ju's eyes in confusion. When their eyes met, unprecedented solemnity collided back and forth in the hall of the Ju family. Xiao Yu, although you are the one in power in the Ju family now. But I am your father and naturally I will not harm you. If you go to ask Dr. Jiang and offend him, even if Dr. Jiang does anything to you, even if he kills you, I will not intervene. I will even go to Dr. Jiang in person to apologize. Ju Yu was shocked and naturally had more respect for Jiang Feng. Okay, think about it carefully. Go down. Grandpa Ju waved his hand to let Ju Yu leave. Ju Yu nodded subconsciously and walked out. He walked for a long time and his heart was still in turmoil. Who is this Jiang the godly doctor? What did his father Ju Zhengyu investigate that made the Ju family, the hegemon of Zhonghai, so afraid? Even the head of the Ju family had to ask people not to be disrespectful. The more Ju Yu thought about it, the more flustered he became, and even a layer of cold sweat rose on his back. Soon he shook his head and put aside all the messy thoughts in his head and just kept Grandpa Ju's words in his heart. The next morning, when Jiang Feng woke up, there was another message on his mobile phone. This time, the Ju family directly sent Jiang Feng a detailed introduction to the entire charity gala process and auction items. And sincerely said that no matter what Jiang Feng liked, the Ju family was willing to auction it off and give it to him. Jiang Feng looked indifferent, not very interested in this charity gala. When he was still in love with Chen Yao Yao, he had participated in several charity galas with her, but it was just a way for rich people to look good. It was boring. Later, Chen Yao Yao's career took off, and she became more and more impatient with him, so she naturally stopped taking him to participate in these formalisms. We're divorced, Jiang Feng. Chen Yao Yao is no longer the Chen Yao Yao she used to be. Jiang Feng self-deprecatingly complained about himself. He threw his phone aside. He got up, put on some clothes, washed up, picked up his phone again, and accidentally moved it. The text message suddenly flipped to reveal the photo of the auction items at the charity gala. Jiang Feng was about to close it, but his eyes were suddenly attracted by a wood carving in the corner. The wood carving was lifelike and only the size of a palm. It was a scene of a flying dragon in the sky, a dragon holding auspicious clouds, majestic. It's just that the eyes are blank, and I'm really afraid of the finishing touch, the meaning of the dragon soaring and flying. There is a detailed introduction next to this wood carving. This dragon carving is also called Longting Sihai, which was created by a master in the Ming dynasty. Jiang Feng didn't read the introduction carefully at all. He knew this wood carving. When he was learning medicine with Master Xu Xiaoyao, he had seen the portrait of this wood carving in an ancient book. Jiang Feng was born with a photographic memory, and he would never make a mistake in what he had seen. He was absolutely sure that this wood carving called Longting Sihai was definitely the one in the book, exactly the same. And that wood carving, according to the book, was the key to an ancient relic, exiled immortal palace. Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. Others didn't know what exiled immortal palace meant, but he. The description of exiled immortal palace in the book was obscure and mysterious, and at this moment it was like a small brush stirring in Jiang Feng's heart. He immediately took a screenshot and saved the photo of the wood carving. Close the text message and make a decision. He decided to go to the Ju family's charity gala this time. Chapter 13, Master. Uncle Liu received an order from Mr. Wang early in the morning and came to the villa area where Jiang Feng was with an invitation letter from the Ju family. Dr. Jiang, my old man is worried that you might be bored. The Ju family is planning to hold a charity party soon. Are you interested? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't this just like when you feel sleepy someone gives you a pillow, and when you are thirsty someone gives you water immediately? Dr. Jiang, you can take a look. Just tell us what you want. The Liu family will do their best to get it for you. Uncle Liu was extremely sincere. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate and directly opened the booklet that Uncle Liu had given him. He skillfully turned to the wooden carving called Dragon Soaring Across the Seas and pointed at the picture with his slender index finger. How about this? Uncle Liu looked at the picture first. My eyes fell on the introduction at the edge of the picture, which marked the name and origin of this wood carving. This wood carving of a dragon soaring across the sea apparently came from the famous Li family in Zhonghai. This wood carving is quite good. Uncle Liu felt a little annoyed. If it was someone else's auction item, the Wang family would have said, buy it, without hesitation. But this is the Li family. If the Wang family can already be regarded as the overlord in Zhonghai, then the Li family can definitely suppress them. The Li family members are always high and mighty wherever they go. Even the items they bring out for auction are basically just sold through a process and are almost always bought back by their own family members in the end. Over time, everyone in the circle reached a consensus. Basically, no one would be blind enough not to give the Li family this face, but Jiang Feng didn't like anything else this time and he fell in love with the Li family's auction items. Why? This wood carving is very expensive. Jiang Feng frowned. Money is not a problem, but wood carving is expensive. Then he has to tell their masters in advance so that they can get support when the time comes. Uncle Liu quickly shook his head. Money is not a problem. Our Wang family is willing to pay this amount. But he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and told the story of how terrible it was. This collection was taken out by the Li family. Most of the collections from the Li family were bought back by their own family. So even if you have money, you probably can't easily get this wood carving. Jiang Feng understood, but was very disdainful. Just a formality. It's ridiculous that the Li family took out something just to show off. Uncle Liu, I want to know what the rules are for this Zhu family auction. Isn't it that the highest bidder wins? That's right. Uncle Liu is in a very difficult situation right now. There is nothing wrong with being rich, but having money and offending people is another matter. Money is not a problem. Since the highest bidder wins, we just need to pay the money. Jiang Feng waved his arm without any hesitation. Money means nothing to him, as long as there are rules, things will be easy. Uncle Liu really had a lot of grievances. If he had known earlier, he would not have shown the charity auction brochure to Jiang Feng. Well. He sighed deeply, said goodbye to Jiang Feng in a low voice, and hurried back to Wang's house. Uncle Liu immediately reported the matter to Mr. Wang and asked him to make the decision. Old Wang didn't seem to have expected that Jiang Feng would actually give them such a difficult problem. His face immediately changed and he arranged for someone to contact the Zhu family to see if they could come up with a solution. As soon as Mr. Liu left, Jiang Feng opened his phone's address book and found the number of Master 6, then called him. Sixth Master Qi Miayan answered the call in just over 10 seconds. Xiao Feng? How come you have time to call me? Have you decided to follow me, Sixth Master? I'm telling you, Master, I promise you'll have everything you want. Don't listen to the instigation of your other masters. Qi Miayan was extremely excited at this moment. During the phone call, she even actively invited Jiang Feng to immediately go to the business empire she had built. The helicopter to pick up Jiang Feng was even ready within just 1 minute, all that was left was for Jiang Feng to nod in agreement. Master 6. Wait a minute. Jiang Feng held his forehead with his hand. His masters are good in every way except that when it comes to his future, they start to talk endlessly and compete with each other. What's wrong? Xiao Feng. Don't you think it's not fast enough? Then I'll arrange for someone to research the aircraft accelerator. Qi Miayan spoke immediately. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Jiang Feng had to interrupt his sixth master again. Master Liu, I am not calling you this time to learn business from you. I have already promised Master that I will spread the medical skills well, and I will not change my promise. Jiang Feng finished speaking. Qi Miayan was even more shocked. Since he didn't want to learn how to navigate the business world from her, something must have happened to Jiang Feng. Xiao Feng, just tell me what you want to say. There's no need to be polite with Master. Jiang Feng blushed. He didn't expect that his master could see through him. At this point, he was about to speak anyway, so he might as well take advantage of the situation. Master, I actually want to borrow some money from you. I want to buy something. Jiang Feng swore that he had never been so frustrated in his life. Qi Miayan thought it was a big deal. But now she was relieved when she heard it. She just wants money. Everything in the world that can be solved with money is just a small matter to her. What are you talking about borrowing? Have you forgotten that Master's company originally gave you 30% of the shares, and all the profits every year were saved for you? Jiang Feng shook his head. Master, I want a lot this time. How much? Is 1 billion enough? 1 billion. Jiang Feng is a man who has seen the world after all, but at this moment he is still shocked by the wealth and power of the sixth master. Not enough? I've already asked my assistant to transfer 2 billion to you. Use it as pocket money first. Tell me if it's not enough. I have a meeting here. Let's talk next time. Qi Miayan seemed really busy and hung up the phone in a hurry. Jiang Feng stared at the string of bank deposits sent by text message for a long time and couldn't help but take a breath. His sixth master is so generous. With these 2 billion yuan in hand, it seems that the dragon soaring for seas wood sculpture can be safely won this time. Call. Jiang Feng let out a breath and relaxed. At this time, both the Zhu and Wang families were like walking on the edge of a knife, and they were all extremely anxious. Jiang Feng and the others didn't want to offend the Li family, but the Li family was by no means an ordinary family. No matter what decision is made now, one party will be offended. It depends on which side they stand on. At this critical moment, bad news came from the Wang family. The toxin in Mr. Wang's body took effect and he fainted on the spot. Uncle Liu almost immediately asked Jiang Feng to come to his home for treatment. You mean Mr. Wang fainted? Jiang Feng didn't quite believe it. It is obvious that the toxins in Mr. Wang's body have been suppressed by him. As long as he takes good care of his body and takes the medicine according to the prescription he prescribed, there will be absolutely no problem. Chapter 14, Quacks mislead people. Dr. Jiang, you should go and have a look right away. If you go any later, my old man will be dead. Uncle Liu was so anxious that he wished Jiang Feng could teleport to Grandpa Wang's side in 1 second. Walk. Jiang Feng's face was solemn. Let him go and see what the Wang family is up to. Wang family. It's still the familiar bedroom. Before Jiang Feng even stepped into the bedroom, he immediately smelled an extremely unfamiliar smell. The last time he came to Mr. Wang's bedroom, this smell had never appeared at all. Uncle Liu, is there any kind of incense burning in Mr. Wang's room? Jiang Feng glanced around Mr. Wang's bedroom and his eyes fell on a golden-toed incense burner in the corner. Uncle Liu also looked over. Yes. This is the calming incense that the third young master specially sent to the old man. Dr. Jiang, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and see the old man. If you like this incense, I will ask the third young master to give you more after I finish seeing the old man. There is no way Jiang Feng would listen to Uncle Liu. He walked straight towards the incense stick with a burning gaze, pulled out 3 incense sticks and threw them on the ground. The fire flickered, and Jiang Feng stepped on it to extinguish the fragrance. Tell people to open all the windows and doors to let out the air. Jiang Feng's face was ice cold. He said, how come Mr. Wang's illness relapsed so quickly? If he had come a little later, and the incense had continued to burn for a while, Mr. Wang would have died even if he was healthy. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but Mr. Wang actually has someone close to him who is so vicious and cruel. No matter how stupid Uncle Liu was at this point, he knew what had happened. He looked in astonishment at the 3 incense sticks on the ground that had been crushed by Jiang Feng, and shuddered all over. Then he reacted quickly and waved his hand to ask people to open the room and ventilate it. Jiang Feng walked to the bedside of Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, who had been brought back to life by Jiang Feng with great difficulty, was now lying on the bed with purple lips. Dr. Jiang, can Mr. Wang still be saved? What's wrong with this incense? Uncle Liu was heartbroken. The incense was given by the third young master. Now it has been identified by Jiang Feng as being poisonous. Naturally, Wang Zhiting, the third son of the Wang family, cannot escape the connection. But Wang Zhiting is the favorite son of the old man of the Wang family. It would be truly heartbreaking if he really did such a thing. The toxins in the old man's body were only suppressed but not completely eliminated. And this stick of incense contains a plant called burning gold grass. The smell of burning gold grass can cause toxins in the human body to spread. This is also the reason why Mr. Wang fainted for a short period of time. Uncle Liu was caught off guard when he learned the truth. He even staggered a few steps and found it difficult to accept Jiang Feng's statement. The third young master actually tried to harm the old master. Uncle Liu quickly shook his head to get rid of this thought from his mind. No matter what, please, Dr. Jiang, please save my master. The Wang family is willing to go bankrupt and not leave a single cent behind. Jiang Feng dodged Uncle Liu and knelt down to kowtow. Then, he helped Uncle Liu up from the ground immediately. You're welcome. Since I've already accepted Mr. Wang, I will naturally take responsibility to the end. Uncle Liu has been following Grandpa Wang since he was 13 years old, and he truly regards the old man as his own relative. Now, when he heard Jiang Feng agreed to treat him, Uncle Liu was immediately moved and burst into tears of gratitude. Uncle Liu, please help me prepare these herbs and boil some hot water. And prepare a pair of silver needles. Hurry! Jiang Feng gave the order calmly. Uncle Liu hurriedly started to prepare. In just a few minutes, all the items Jiang Feng needed were placed on the table. With the help of everyone, Jiang Feng carefully helped Mr. Wang up from the hospital bed. Let Mr. Wang lean against the bathtub and soak all the medicinal materials in hot water. When the steam started to rise, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity. The distinct silver needles in his hand flew out of Jiang Feng's hand as if they had life. Each silver needle pierced into old Wang's body with incredible precision. This was the second time Uncle Liu had seen Jiang Feng treating Mr. Wang, but he still couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. However, this is just the beginning. Jiang Feng has medical skills at his disposal, and his hands can almost leave after images. A minute later, Mr. Wang had been pierced like a sieve, with silver needles all over his body. He looked extremely terrifying. Jiang Feng took a steady breath, glanced at the candle that was slowly burning beside him, and waited quietly. At this moment, there was noise outside the bedroom again. The sound of cursing came from far away and the door of Mr. Wang's bedroom was pushed open from the outside. Wang Jiting, the third son of the Wang family, suddenly appeared outside the door in anger. You bastard! You are a quack doctor who misleads people. How dare you talk nonsense in front of my dad? A foul curse came from Wang Jiting's mouth. Get out! Jiang Feng shouted coldly. There is no room for error in traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture, especially as Mr. Wang is in poor health, there can be no mistakes at all. Yelling like Wang Jiting can easily distract him. What the hell are you talking about? Wang Jiting looked at Jiang Feng in disbelief, as if he felt that his ears were blocked and he had heard it wrong. How dare this kid tell the third young master of the Wang family to get out? I'll give you one more chance, but keep your mouth shut. If you want to get out, you should get out now. You're looking for death by relying on your 3 cats and 2 feet to treat my father. Jiang Feng didn't have time to pay attention to Wang Jiting, who was jumping up and down on the side. The time had come, and his first priority was to remove the silver needles from Mr. Wang. Uncle Liu, I leave it to you. Jiang Feng gave an order, and Uncle Liu immediately sent bodyguards to block Wang Jiting. The third son of the Wang family suddenly turned pale. Uncle Liu, what do you mean? Did you listen to a kid's nonsense? I, Wang Jiting, grew up under your watch, and now I am worse than an outsider. Uncle Liu was also overwhelmed by his questioning. But Mr. Wang's life was at stake, and no one dared to be negligent. I'm sorry, third young master. When the old man recovers from his illness, I will willingly resign as housekeeper. Wang Jiting was extremely anxious at the moment, and his finger trembled with anger as he pointed at Uncle Liu. Just wait for me. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, and a ball of spiritual energy swirled out from his hands. The large amount of spiritual energy obtained from breaking through the seal before can be put to good use at this moment. Everyone can't see the existence of the so-called spiritual energy, but they can feel that the aura around Jiang Feng has obviously become different. For a moment, even Wang Jiting was frightened by this aura and did not dare to act wildly. Spiritual energy poured out, covering all the silver needles on old Wang's body. Rise! Jiang Feng laughed loudly. In an instant, all the silver needles shot out from their vital acupoints on Mr. Wang's body at the same time. Chapter 15: The Miracle Doctor Stays. The purple color on Mr. Wang's lips disappeared in a moment, leaving only a little paleness. Jiang Feng withdrew the spiritual energy in his hand and exhaled a long breath. Dr. Jiang, is this successful? Uncle Liu hurried forward to greet him, and his concerned eyes naturally fell on Mr. Wang. It worked. This time, Elder Wang turned a disaster into a blessing. A lot of toxins in his body were forced out. All you need to do is take good care of yourself, and it's only a matter of time before you get back to normal. Jiang Feng said lightly. Mr. Wang was weak, and Jiang Feng had originally planned to use medicinal herbs to slowly detoxify him for safety reasons. However, the people hiding in the dark in the Wang family could not wait and took action in advance, which would make Mr. Wang recover faster. It is really a blessing for Mr. Wang to meet Jiang Feng. Good. 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 Uncle Liu said it 3 times and clapped his hands excitedly, even to the point of tears streaming down his face. What a fart! Uncle Liu, you are confused. If this kid can really cure my dad, why is it that my dad still has his eyes closed and is silent? Wang Jiting scolded angrily. He pushed the bodyguard in front of him away and rushed to the bed. Old Wang's complexion really recovered a lot under Jiang Feng's treatment. Confused? Who is confused? Doesn't the third young master understand? Or do you need me to tell you the source of the toxins in Mr. Wang's body? Jiang Feng sneered. This third young master of the Wang family is really stupid. He used incense to poison the person and even chased after him eagerly to recognize him. It's funny, it's like he's really afraid that others don't know. Shut up. Get out of the Wang family, who the hell do you think you are? Wang Jiting was so angry that he wanted to rush over and use tape to seal Jiang Feng's mouth tightly to prevent him from revealing these ugly secrets. Jiang Feng's face turned cold, he turned around and left. Do you still think he is the same temper as before? Allowing others to bully and insult him at will? He was invited by the Wang family to treat illnesses, and he wouldn't tolerate the third young master of the Wang family bossing him around. Divine Dr. Jiang. Please stay and don't bother with the third young master. Oh. Dr. Jiang, when the old man wakes up, he will naturally seek justice for you and won't let you suffer any injustice. Uncle Liu called out anxiously, and Jiang Feng walked away step by step with steady steps. Third young master. What the hell are you doing? Whispering sound. Wang Jiting rolled his eyes and whistled. Uncle Liu, you're not on the same side with that kid, are you? Tell me, does he have any bad intentions towards my dad? Besides, I heard that the guy wanted to compete with the Li family for the dragon soaring for seas woodcarving. Do you want our Wang family to get involved? Don't even mention me, Wang Jiting, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will not agree today. Uncle Liu's face turned pale and he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to speak. What could he say? If he opened his mouth, it meant he had bad intentions towards Mr. Wang, and if he kept silent, it meant he was in cahoots with Jiang. Wang Jiting's intentions are just like Sima Zhao's, blatantly exposed on the surface. Third young master. Uncle Liu was secretly angry. Old Wang loved his youngest son the most, but his youngest son could actually do such a thing when he was old. All right. Uncle Liu, I think you should take a good rest for a while. Because my old eyesight is blurry and I can't take good care of my dad. Wang Jiting raised his hand and waved, impatiently asking Uncle Liu to go down quickly. Uncle Liu clenched his fists hanging by his side and gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at old Wang lying on the hospital bed. Third young master, I'm sorry that I can't obey your order. Unless Elder Wang personally asks me to do so, I will never leave Elder Wang. He didn't dare leave. Maybe as soon as he left at this moment, the bad news from Mr. Wang would come in the next moment. Who knows what the third young master of the Wang family is going to do now? This is outrageous. Uncle Liu, did you take the drug that boy gave you? You are taking my Wang family's salary and benefits, and now you are going against me. Who gave you the courage? Go ahead and kick this old bastard out. The group of bodyguards in front of him looked at each other, not knowing whether they should take action or not. Under Wang Jiting's scolding, the group had no choice but to raise their hands to hold Uncle Liu's arm. I'm sorry, Uncle Liu. We have to obey the young master's words. The bodyguard gritted his teeth. HMPH. You old fool, let's see what you can do now. Wang Jiting crossed his arms across his chest, looking extremely proud. This Uncle Liu is the first person he wants to get rid of after getting rid of old man Wang. If you dare not listen to him now, what will happen when he really takes over the Wang family? I wonder who dares to touch me. Uncle Liu's face darkened and he angrily scolded everyone. There was chaos at the scene. Uncle Liu has followed old Wang all his life, and this is the first time he feels so aggrieved. He almost died of anger. Seeing that the people brought by Wang Jiting wanted to drag Uncle Liu out. A cough suddenly sounded from the bed. You bastard! Who gave you the guts to do that to my people in my bedroom? Mr. Wang's voice was hoarse and his face looked extremely ugly. He's not dead yet. His son actually set his sights on him and even wanted to take Uncle Liu away. Old Wang could almost imagine what would happen to him after Uncle Liu was forcibly taken away and he became left without any relatives. Dad! Wang Zhiting's whole body trembled, his voice trembled, and his eyes subconsciously fell on old Wang. Asshole! I'm not your father, I don't deserve this title. Get out of here! Old Wang's face was filled with anger. If he hadn't been so weak, he would probably have gotten up from the bed and beat Wang Zhiting up. It's a waste of time to raise this bastard. Dad! Wang Zhiting's face instantly turned cold. He snorted coldly and strode out of the bedroom quickly. Master! Uncle Liu burst into tears. Although Mr. Wang was angry, he could not help but sigh with regret. Old Liu, I didn't expect that you would be the only one I could rely on when I'm old. Uncle Liu shook his head. Master, these are not the problems. The main problem is that Dr. Jiang got angry and left. What Wang Zhiting said was indeed excessive. If it were him, he would be so angry that he would just throw his sleeves and leave. Who would have the time to stay and be treated and be humiliated? It's difficult. I must do my best to ask Divine Dr. Jiang to calm down. My old bones are not important, but Divine Dr. Jiang and our Wang family must not offend him. Uncle Liu felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Try your best. Mr. Wang, don't you know what it means to try your best? The only way to satisfy Jiang Feng is to get the Li family's wood carving of a dragon soaring across the seas. But that wood carving. Uncle Liu sighed deeply and explained the whole story to Mr. Wang, hoping that Mr. Wang could find a way to get the best result at the lowest cost. At the same time, the Zhu family was even more confused. Dr. Jiang Divine has responded. He wants the dragon soaring across the seas wooden sculpture. Are you crazy? That's the Li family's stuff. Chapter 16 Charlatan. The second son of the Zhu family was extremely surprised, as if he had not expected to hear this from Zhu Yu. I called everyone here today to discuss this matter. The Li family has taken this wood carving out for auction at charity galas many times, and has also let their own people take it back many times. This is probably some fishing behavior. And Dr. Jiang has our old man in front of him, so we can't just fool him. After Zhu Yu said this, he looked at the entire Zhu family with a serious expression. Sitting on his left was his eldest son Zhu Longyu, and on his right was the second son of the Zhu family, Zhu Feng. The rest of the Zhu family gathered around a large table. Everyone looks unhappy and doesn't know how to solve the problem. Brother, why don't you just reject that Jiang, charlatan? I heard that the boy is so young, how can he be called a miracle doctor? He offended the Li family because of a liar. Wouldn't our Zhu family be in trouble for the rest of our lives? Zhu Feng had a bitter face. This charity party was hosted by their Zhu family, so it was nice to have some privileges. But this wood carving from the Li family was definitely not something that could be easily obtained. The Zhu family is not afraid of the Li family. If they were to fight against them, they would definitely be able to stand up to the Li family. But it is really not worth it to go against the Li family for a liar. All right. Second brother, do you dare not listen to the old man? The old man repeatedly told me not to touch Divine Dr. Jiang, and even said that if I did, he would kick me out of the house. He even asked me to come to his house in person to apologize. Zhu Yu felt dizzy when he thought about what the old man said. If Mr. Zhu hadn't said such serious words, it wouldn't be so difficult for him. Alas! Our old man is confused. The Zhu family elder shook his head, his face full of disapproval. Long Yu, can you tell me how to handle this matter? Zhu Yu opened his mouth. Zhu Long Yu, who was sitting on his left, was shocked and immediately sat up straight. Dad, I've thought about it carefully. Maybe we really can't underestimate this Dr. Jiang. Zhu Longyu is a pillar of this generation and is very intelligent. At this time, the brain naturally works more flexibly and the ideas are much broader than those of other people. Since he can make Grandpa say such words, perhaps the ability and background of this Dr. Jiang is definitely not as simple as we imagined. Our Zhu family should maintain a neutral attitude and make this charity party fair and just. This way, Dr. Jiang will face off against the Li family directly. Even if our Zhu family is caught in the middle, it won't be considered as offending anyone. Zhu Yu and Zhu Feng both clapped their hands in unison. This is a good idea. On the one hand, it gives Jiang Feng enough face, and on the other hand, it will not offend the Li family. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Then it's settled. Our Zhu family will hold back for now. Long Yu, find a way to contact the Li family and talk to them about whether they can sell the wood carving to us. Money is not a problem. Zhu Yu made proper arrangements step by step. His son Zhu Longyu immediately nodded in agreement. TSK, bro, you better stop wasting your energy. It's not worth it. Zhu Feng stood up, shaking his head, stepped back and walked out. If he were to say that Jiangai could go wherever he wanted, what the hell does it have to do with him? Zhu Yu stood up, and Zhu Longyu immediately followed his father out the door. Dad, what is the origin of that wood sculpture? Zhu Longyu was really curious. Previously, the Li family repeatedly held charity galas to sell fishing. Later, Dr. Jiang vowed to take him down. What secrets does this wood carving hide? Have no idea. No matter what secrets are hidden, the Zhu family must make every move firmly and without any mistakes. Zhu Yu looked into the distance meaningfully. The small place of Zhonghai is gradually becoming turbulent, and so many large families are gradually gathering here. He didn't know what mystery there was in the wooden sculpture of a soaring dragon, but the world of Zhonghai was definitely about to change. At the same time, Chen Yao Yao quickly sorted out the company's affairs and rushed to Zhonghai accompanied by her assistant. The Zhu family's company has already contacted Chen Yao Yao and is willing to give her a chance. Chen Yao Yao is a woman who is very good at seizing opportunities. She will not easily let go of any duck she gets, and naturally she will not miss the big piece of fat meat from the Zhu family. Even before arriving at Zhonghai, the project plan had already been sent to Zhu Group's assistant. Mr. Zhu intends to give his grandchildren some training. Currently, all new projects of the entire company are under the charge of Zhu Longyu. Naturally, this project plan was delivered directly to the desk of the eldest son of the Zhu family through the hands of his assistant. Give them some leeway and allow them to participate in this project with other groups. By the way, Assistant Zhang, you should handle this matter yourself. Zhu Longyu glanced at the plan and handed it to his assistant. The young assistant couldn't help but be amazed. Seeing how their eldest young master is so concerned about this, no wonder she is a beautiful and outstanding CEO. The assistant here is still sighing. Assistant Jiang Nan had already skillfully opened his note and reported today's schedule to Chen Yao Yao. Boss Yao Yao, Zhu Group hasn't responded yet. We can wait for 2 days. In fact, Mr. Zhu Qinxiang, the CEO of Qinxiang Group, has invited us to develop a cooperative relationship with our Chen Group. Their hotel is Guishi Restaurant. Do you want to go over tonight? Chen Yao Yao stopped her high heels that kept making noises on the ground and frowned subconsciously. The eyes hidden behind the sunglasses were full of surprise and joy. Which Qinxiang Group are you talking about? Jiang Nan quickly handed the electronic version of Qinxiang Group's information to Chen Yao Yao. Qinxiang Group was founded by a wealthy businessman from China and is a well-known large business group in the industry. Although there is a huge gap between the Zhu Group and the Li Group, it is still unattainable for a small company like the Chen Group. If Chen Yao Yao can reach a cooperation with Qinxiang Group this time, it will definitely be a profitable, win-win business. Go. Send a message to Qinxiang Group right now, and tell them that I, Chen Yao Yao, will be waiting for Mr. Zhu Qinxiang at Guishi Restaurant tonight. Jiang Nan could naturally hear Chen Yao Yao's joy. Every time there is good news or something good, Yao Yao always speaks in this suppressed excitement voice. It seems that we will most likely be able to reach a cooperation with Qinxiang Group this time. Jiang Nan quickly replied to the message, and the two of them arrived at the 5-star hotel they had booked previously. Chen Yao Yao took a brief rest, then immediately changed her clothes, put on some light makeup, and went to Guishi Restaurant with Jiang Nan. On Guishi's side, the president of Qinxiang Group had already booked a private room and was waiting for her arrival. Chapter 17, Drinking Chen Yao Yao. Do you want to see the joke? Mr. Chen, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Come on, let's. Chen Yao Yao quickly waved her hands. If she drank any more she would really get drunk. Boss Zhu. Boss Chen almost gave his name. The waiter of Guishi Hotel immediately took Chen Yao Yao and Jiang Nan to Box S. Zhu Qinxiang's assistant had already been waiting in the box. Seeing Chen Yao Yao come in, he came forward excitedly to greet her. Mr. Chen, you're here really early. Our Mr. Zhu was delayed by something, please forgive me. Zhu Qinxiang's assistant had a smile on his face. Chen Yao Yao came here to discuss cooperation, so she naturally had to be humble. I was too excited and came early, so I can't say I'm sorry. I'll wait here for Mr. Zhu, it's okay. The assistant immediately poured tea and pulled out a chair, showing great hospitality. Zhu Qinxiang did make Chen Yao Yao wait for a while, but it was only a few minutes in total. Soon the door of the box was pushed open from the outside, and the president of Qinxiang Group strode in. He was wearing a blue shirt, black suit pants, and a Hermes belt logo that almost dazzled people's eyes. He was also wearing a pair of leather shoes that looked very expensive. Hello, Miss Chen. I'm sorry I'm late. Zhu Qinxiang is a bit fat, and when he smiles his eyes almost seem to be crowded together. Chen Yao Yao quickly stood up and extended her hand. Two hands clasped together. Mr. Zhu, you're welcome. Thank you for giving me this opportunity today. Zhu Qinxiang's thumb scraped silently across the back of Chen Yao Yao's hand, feeling the delicacy transmitted from his fingertips. His heart shuddered and waves of emotion surged. A pair of eyes were casually cast on Chen Yao Yao. Please take a seat, Mr. Chen. The legendary beautiful CEO is indeed worthy of her reputation. Just showing this face is enough to beat countless female stars in the circle. Chen Yao Yao smiled and didn't respond. She came to discuss business and represented the Chen Group. Chen Yao Yao felt a little uncomfortable when Zhu Qinxiang used her face to talk about her, let alone comparing her with those actors in the entertainment industry. Boss Zhu, Boss Chen, since you two are here, I'll let Guoxi serve the dishes. I specially ordered their signature dishes. The assistant broke the awkwardness between the two and quickly opened the door and called the waiter to serve the food. Boss Zhu, this is our business plan. Why don't you take a look at it before the food arrives? Our Chen Group is definitely a conscientious enterprise. You will not regret choosing us. Chen Yao Yao held in her hands the business plan that was carefully prepared by the entire Chen Group. His eyes were fixed with eager eyes, waiting for Zhu Qinxiang to review it. Zhu Qinxiang looked at Chen Yao Yao's hands holding the project plan with great interest, and felt that these hands were so white and delicate. He had heard of the beautiful CEO of Chen Group a long time ago, and his heart was itching like a cat scratching. There is nothing wrong with Zhu Qinxiang, except that he is lustful. I couldn't control myself when I heard about Chen Yao Yao's beauty a long time ago. Now that I see her in person, I think she is even more charming and beautiful than in the photos. It even made him unable to control himself and wanted to have sex with the beautiful female CEO on the spot. Mr. Chen, don't worry about the project plan. How about we chat first? Zhu Qinxiang was worthy of being the boss. He took the project plan in Chen Yao Yao's hand with a light smile. What a joke, he, the CEO of Qinxiang Group, personally came out to discuss cooperation with a small Chen family. Did you really think he was here for the purpose of cooperation? Dream on. Boss Zhu is right. I was too impatient. Chen Yao Yao smiled bitterly in her heart, but pretended to smile generously on her face. The Guoxi Hotel acted quickly and a large table full of dishes was served while the two were talking. Zhu Qinxiang waved. The assistant immediately took out 2 bottles of wine without anyone noticing and placed them on the table. Ms. Chen, would you like to try some? This is an old liquor that I have treasured for decades. I heard that Ms. Chen's drinking capacity is outstanding among women. Why don't you do me a favor and drink with me today? Zhu Qinxiang took 2 wine glasses and opened a glass of old white wine for her. The wine glass was originally used for drinking red wine and had a large capacity. At this moment, Zhu Qinxiang filled the glass to the brim. Please come in, Mr. Chen. Chen Yao Yao has risen from being penniless to being a female CEO today, so of course she has been to many bars. She picked up the wine glass without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing a glass of wine, she turned the glass upside down with her backhand. I'm toasting to you. Mr. Zhu, if you are willing to look up to our Chen Group, then we will definitely not let you down. A few smiles gradually appeared on Zhu Qinxiang's face. However, his smile was not directed at what Chen Yao Yao said, but at Chen Yao Yao herself. General Yao Yao is indeed a heroine. It seems like she has no pressure at all when drinking this glass of wine. Come on, I toast you. Let's have 2 more drinks. Zhu Qinxiang filled Chen Yaoyao's glass again and raised it to drink with her. Chen Yaoyao smiled and raised her cup to be polite to Zhu Qinxiang. After some toasts, the actress was invited to drink. Even though Chen Yaoyao boasted that she could drink a lot, she couldn't help but hold her head as she felt waves of dizziness coming over her. She gritted her teeth and persisted, cursing in her heart. Zhu Qinxiang, this old fox, asked her to drink for various reasons just to avoid any cooperation ideas she proposed. Since the other party didn't have such intention, why did he take the initiative to ask her over? She's so drunk, I'll drink this glass of wine for her. Jiangnan received Chen Yaoyao's secret gaze, and immediately stood up with a smile and took the wine glass that Zhu Qinxiang pushed to him with both hands. However, before he could touch the wine glass, Zhu Qinxiang stopped him with a look. Boss Chen, is this your assistant drinking for you? Are you giving me no face? Or does the Chen group not need a partner like me? The smiling look in Zhu Qinxiang's eyes disappeared, replaced by a cold one. No matter how much experience Chen Yaoyao has, she is too old to withstand the shrewdness of an old fox like Zhu Qinxiang. At this point, how could Chen Yaoyao dare to let Jiangnan drink the cup on her behalf? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu. I swear Chen Yaoyao, definitely didn't mean that. But I can only drink this one cup. I really can't drink any more. Zhu Qinxiang put away the indifference on his face and raised his hand to ask Chen Yaoyao to pick up the wine glass. Please come in, Mr. Chen. I don't have any other intentions, I'm just curious about what Mr. Chen thinks. Chen Yaoyao felt dizzy at the moment, but she gritted her teeth, picked up the cup in front of her and drank the white wine in one gulp. Now her brain completely froze, and the Zhu Qinxiang in front of her had turned into three. Chen Yaoyao tried her best to maintain her last bit of clarity and smiled. Chapter 18, Hotel or Private Room. Boss Zhu, can we talk about cooperation now? Chen Yaoyao couldn't even think straight. A pair of beautiful big eyes are full of tears. Zhu Qinxiang estimated that the time was about right and Chen Yaoyao was almost drunk. She looks even more attractive at this moment. Of course, Yaoyao, how do you want to talk? Why don't we go to another place? Zhu Qinxiang even threw away the titles of Mr. Chen and Mr. Yaoyao, and just addressed them as the friendly words Yaoyao. What's more, a pair of plump hands grabbed Chen Yaoyao's delicate little hands and brought her into his arms. Chen Yaoyao was startled and sobered up instantly. She hurriedly pulled her arm out of Zhu Qinxiang's hand. Mr. Zhu, you must have drunk too much. What did you just say? I don't think today is a good time to discuss business. Why don't we make an appointment another day? Zhu Qinxiang has already said this, and the implication is quite obvious. Even a fool could have heard Chen Yaoyao, not to mention that she was quite smart. She immediately climbed up from the chair, and just as she stood up, she felt dizzy. If Jiangnan hadn't been quick, she would have fallen down in the next second. Wait. Zhu Qinxiang naturally didn't want to let Chen Yaoyao go so easily, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Yaoyao, I think you are a smart person. You know that running a business is hard. It must be very difficult for you to support such a large company by yourself. But things will be different if you agree to follow me. Qinxiang Group will be your backer, and no one in this business world will be able to embarrass you. After hearing this, Chen Yaoyao's head, which had been dizzy just now, became completely clear. She knew what Zhu Qinxiang meant. Change the place to discuss cooperation. Where can we change to? Most likely a hotel. This is to let her use her body in exchange for the opportunity to cooperate with Qinxiang Group. If you were to say how surprised Chen Yaoyao was when she learned that Qinxiang Group invited them to discuss cooperation, her heart is just as cold now. She was able to stand out among a group of companies entirely because of her strength and definitely not because of her beautiful looks. Of course, Chen Yaoyao's looks and figure can definitely take this shortcut, but she disdains it. She will never do it. At this moment, no matter how big or good the Qinxiang Group's business is, she can't sell her body in exchange for this cooperation. Boss Zhu, please stop talking. I'd better think about it again. Our Chen Group is still too high for Qinxiang Group. Otherwise, my assistant and I will go back first this time, and we can have dinner together again when we have the chance. How about I treat you to this meal? Chen Yaoyao didn't even finish her words. Zhu Qinxiang's face had turned completely black. He suddenly threw the chopsticks in his hand away with an extremely ugly look on his face. Chen Yaoyao, don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. It's your honor to be with me, why are you pretending to be a chaste woman and not willing to do it? You must have done this countless times to become a female CEO. Why are you pretending to be so stupid in front of me? Chen Yao Yao and Jiang Nan almost turned pale after hearing what Zhu Qinxiang said, feeling embarrassed and speechless. But in Zhu Qinxiang's eyes, this expression was seen as guilty. Humph! Don't I know what you women are like? Now you'd better come and serve me obediently. If you serve me well, maybe even a little bit of my leakage would be enough to make your Chen group rich for a year. Zhu Qinxiang sat in his seat with his arms crossed confidently on his chest. His eyes moved up and down Chen Yaoyao's body in an obscene manner, as if he was determined to get her. If anyone else had said such frivolous words, Chen Yaoyao would have slapped him or spat at him. However, the person sitting in front of him was the president of a large enterprise. Even if Zhu Qinxiang gave an order, even without using any means, it was possible to cause the small and broken company of the Chen Group to go bankrupt and be liquidated. In this way, no matter how unpleasant Zhu Qinxiang's words were, they had to endure it. Boss Zhu, Chen Yaoyao, I'm not that kind of person. Since we can't reach a cooperation agreement, I'm sorry. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chen Yaoyao took Jiang Nan and turned around to leave their seats. Zhu Qinxiang looked disdainful. You don't know what's good for you. He raised his hands and clapped his hands twice lightly, making two slapping sounds. As soon as the door of the box opened, four bodyguards walked in quickly and blocked Chen Yaoyao's way. Mr. Chen, I don't think you can leave today even if you want to. I, Zhu Qinxiang, have never failed to get the woman I want. He snorted coldly, grabbed Chen Yaoyao's slender wrist, and with a force, Chen Yaoyao fell directly into his arms. Zhu Qinxiang's two arms, as strong as pig legs, tightly wrapped around Chen Yaoyao's slender waist. Let me go. Mr. Zhu Qinxiang, what are you doing? I'm warning you that what you're doing is against the law. I'm going to call the police and you're going to be in trouble. Let me go now. Chen Yaoyao's face changed drastically and she struggled hard. When Jiang Nan saw Chen Yaoyao trapped, he immediately tried to rescue her. Before she could move, Zhu Qinxiang's assistant had already pulled Jiang Nan back. Boss Xiang, this assistant of the beautiful CEO is quite good looking. You have a beautiful CEO to accompany you tonight, why don't you give me this assistant so that I can have some fun too? Zhu Qinxiang's assistant had a face full of greed and obscenity, and he and Zhu Qinxiang were simply cut from the same cloth. After the assistant said this, Zhu Qinxiang's eyes fell on Jiang Nan. Although Jiang Nan's appearance is not as bright as Chen Yaoyao, she is definitely not bad. Fresh and bright, full of youthful flavor. While enjoying the beauty struggling in his arms, Zhu Qinxiang gave Jiang Nan a ferocious smile. Xiao Zhao, this month's bonus will be doubled. But I can't give you this assistant. Since you are Yaoyao's assistant and you are not bad looking, why don't you play with me? I haven't enjoyed being served by two people for a long time. I really want to have a good time today. Assistant Zhao's eyes sparkled. As long as he had one thing in common, women and money, he wasn't picky. Okay, Mr. Xiang, are you playing in the hotel or in the private room? Zhu Qinxiang became interested and held Chen Yaoyao's arm and was about to touch her skin. In a hurry, Chen Yaoyao yelled in a fit of rage. Zhu Qinxiang, you dare to touch me, do you know why I came to Zhonghai this time? I was invited by the young master of the Zhu family. Our Chen group will participate in the bidding for this big project of the Zhu family and we have been selected. Zhu Qinxiang was stunned and his hands paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yaoyao and assistant Jiang Nan hurriedly grabbed the chance to break free. Chapter 19, Keep Pretending. Zhu Qinxiang was just stunned for a moment. The Zhu family is a well-known family. Who in Zhonghai doesn't he know them? When Chen Yaoyao suddenly mentioned the Zhu family, it was impossible for Zhu Qinxiang not to be shocked, but it was only for a moment. What kind of family is the Zhu family, and what is the identity of the eldest son of the Zhu family? The Chen group is nothing but trash in front of his Qinxiang group, let alone in front of the Zhu family. Chen Yaoyao dared to bring up the title of the eldest young master of the Zhu family probably just to scare him, there was no need to be afraid of him. Yaoyao, come here. Stop messing around. Wouldn't it be a shame to mention other men during such a beautiful time? Come on. Let's continue. As he said that, Zhu Qinxiang stood up and raised his dirty hands towards Chen Yaoyao's waist again. Chen Yaoyao dodged hurriedly. She didn't want to sell herself out for a cooperation. After finally breaking free from Zhu Qinxiang's arms, how could she let Zhu Qinxiang do whatever he wanted now? Boss Zhu, you've had too much to drink. I'll give you a favor. If you don't let me go today, you'll have to wait for the eldest young master of the Zhu family to come and cause trouble for you. I am young Master Zhu's guest in Zhonghai. If you dare to understand me, I will not give young Master Zhu face. Let's see if you dare to confront the Zhu family head on. Zhu Qinxiang's face darkened when he heard Chen Yaoyao's words. Doesn't this clearly mean that his Qinxiang group is not as good as the Zhu family? Although he is really not as good as him, Zhu Qinxiang has to keep his face when he goes out. Shut up. Chen Yaoyao, I advise you to stop toasting and drink the wine. What kind of status does the Zhu family's eldest young master have that you can get close to him? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell me yourself? You keep saying that you are using the identity of the eldest son of the Zhu family to pressure me. Let me ask you. Do you know what the eldest son of the Zhu family is called and how old he is? I'm afraid you have never even seen him. Zhu Qinxiang stared at Chen Yaoyao coldly. Chen Yaoyao is indeed quite pretty, but there are thousands of beauties in the world. The eldest son of the Zhu family has a wealth of family background, so he can find any kind of beauty he wants. Why must it be Chen Yaoyao? I was invited by the eldest son of the Zhu family. Otherwise, how could our Chen group develop so fast? It's all because of the secret care from the Zhu group. Chen Yaoyao's face turned pale with a guilty look on her face. She really had no idea what the eldest young master of the Zhu family looked like, she just used his name to intimidate Zhu Qinxiang. However, the Zhu family has taken good care of the Chen group over the years, both overtly and covertly, otherwise it would be impossible for Chen Yaoyao to get a share of such a big project. Oh, really? Mr. Chen, people who do business value integrity the most. I think Mr. Chen is quite dishonest now. Even if Zhu Qinxiang was obsessed with lust, it was all due to his experience in the business world. His skill of reading people's expressions and words has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The change in Chen Yaoyao's facial expression at that moment did not escape his eyes at all. Almost at that moment, Zhu Qinxiang was sure that Chen Yaoyao did not know the so-called young master of the Zhu family at all. He made it all up. Mr. Zhu. You are too kind. Chen Yaoyao's face turned pale. There was a moment of stalemate. Zhu Qinxiang quickly walked to her side and hugged her again. Stop making a fuss. It's your honor to have the chance to follow me. I think Mr. Chen should just enjoy himself. It's a good opportunity for me to have a taste of what it's like to be a beautiful CEO. Chen Yaoyao's eyes turned red and she almost shed tears. Boss Yaoyao, you can prove it to him. As long as you call young Master Zhu, doesn't that prove that you know him? Jiang Nan was extremely anxious and started yelling. If Chen Yaoyao was stopped here today and her innocence was ruined, she would not be able to escape at all. Even if Jiang Nan racked his brains, he had to find a way to help Chen Yaoyao escape. When Chen Yaoyao heard Jiang Nan's words, her eyes lit up but quickly dimmed. She doesn't even have the contact information of the eldest son of the Zhu family. How can she call? If he couldn't prove that he was the guest of the eldest son of the Zhu family, wouldn't he still be unable to escape Zhu Qinxiang's hands? No buts, President Yaoyao. You call the assistant of the eldest son of the Zhu family. Didn't he contact us last time? Then why don't we go to Zhonghai to participate in the bidding? Jiang Nan swore that her mind had never worked as fast as it did today. Chen Yaoyao was overjoyed when Jiang Nan reminded her of this. Yes. She also has the number of the assistant of the eldest son of the Zhu family on her phone. This can fully prove that she was protected by the Zhu family. At that moment, she excitedly took out her cell phone. Zhu Qinxiang folded his arms, looked at the two beauties in front of him with amusement through his beer belly. Boss Zhu, I can prove myself. I will call the assistant of the eldest young master of the Zhu family right now. I hope you can show mercy and let us go. Zhu Qinxiang made a pleased gesture. He doesn't mind a good show. Chen Yaoyao was about to open her assistant's phone and call when the screen suddenly lit up. The caller ID showed that it was Mr. Zhu's assistant. God is helping me. Chen Yaoyao was so excited that she quickly pressed the call button to answer the call. Hello, Assistant Zhang, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. Chen Yaoyao turned on the speaker. Everyone in the private room of Guishi restaurant could hear it clearly. On the other end of the phone, Assistant Zhang's gentle and refined voice came through. Hello, Mr. Chen. Our eldest young master is concerned about where you are. The Zhu family has arranged accommodation for you. You can come directly. In Zhonghai, you can come to us for any problem, no need to worry. Chen Yao Yao nodded quickly. She is in big trouble now and urgently needs the Zhu family to help her solve it. But before Chen Yao Yao could open her mouth, Zhu Qinxiang, who was standing aside, snorted with disdain. The assistant of the eldest young master of the Zhu family. Har har, let's see how good you are at pretending. Anyone dares to pretend to be me. They even danced in front of me. How ridiculous. The scene was silent. His words inevitably fell into the ears of Zhu Longyue's assistant. Assistant Zhang frowned. Mr. Chen, where are you? Who is speaking? You are so disrespectful to our young master. Do you have any problem with our Zhu family? Zhu Longyu was standing next to Assistant Zhang. Assistant Zhang also chose the speakerphone for his phone, so Zhu Qinxiang's two sarcastic remarks naturally fell into the ears of the eldest son of the Zhu family. At this moment, his brows were furrowed and he looked unhappy. Har har. He's even out of breath when he says he's fat. If Chen Yao Yao is the assistant of the eldest young master of the Zhu family, I, Zhu Qinxiang, will cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Besides, with my status as the president of Qinxiang Group, even if it's the eldest young master of the Zhu family who comes today, he has to give me face and call me uncle. Chapter 20. What do you know? Zhu Qinxiang firmly believed that this assistant Zhang was Chen Yao, and that he must have been brought from somewhere to fool him. Plus, he had drunk a little bit of wine, so he dared to brag about anything. At this moment, he was fearless and arrogant. Zhu Longyu heard with his own ears Zhu Qinxiang repeatedly saying that he was his elder. He spoke wildly and was extremely arrogant. Assistant Zhang held the phone carefully. He didn't even dare to look up at his eldest master's face. Didn't he say that every time someone offended their eldest young master, his face would always turn as cold as ice, just like the snow and wind in the coldest months of the year that could freeze people? This damn Zhu Qinxiang, he was not afraid of death and angered Zhu Longyu, but he also caused him to suffer together. Position. I want to see what ability this man who claims to be my uncle has. Zhu Qinxiang naturally heard Zhu Longyue's voice. Although his Qinxiang group has cooperation with Zhu's enterprises, it is not yet to the point where he can communicate casually with Zhu Longyu. Although Zhu Qinxiang had seen Zhu Longyue's appearance at various evening parties, he was not familiar with his voice. At this time, not only did he not recognize the voice of the eldest young master of the Zhu family, he even made a few sarcastic remarks. Hey, Mr. Chen, you've prepared this very carefully. There are assistants and the eldest son of the Zhu family. They sound quite professional. I don't know how much it cost. Please give me some recommendations when you have time. Har har har. Zhu Qinxiang roared to the sky. Assistant Zhang's scalp was numb. He wished he could turn into a killer and come over to assassinate the CEO of Qinxiang Group. Until now, he still doesn't know what kind of horrible existence he has provoked. This man has finally lived to the end. Ms. Chen, where are you? Tell me the location, our young master will be there now. Chen Yao Yao hurriedly told Assistant Zhang the box number of the Guishi restaurant. I'm waiting for you here, please come as soon as possible. The phone call was hung up. Chen Yao Yao stared at Zhu Qinxiang in front of her vigilantly. Mr. Zhu is already on his way. I'm sure Mr. Zhu doesn't want any accidents to happen. Zhu Qinxiang licked his lips and glanced at Chen Yao Yao with a lewd look. Chen Yao Yao felt cold and always felt like she was naked in front of Zhu Qinxiang. Har. Since Mr. Chen has prepared a big show for me, I am naturally interested in watching it. Besides, Mr. Chen will only be willing to serve me after the opera is over, right? Zhu Qinxiang waved his hand. The assistant behind him quickly moved a chair and put it down behind him. Zhu Qinxiang sat down with a bang, and his sturdy body made the chair squeak. I'll just sit here and wait for your fake Zhu family eldest master. If young Master Zhu hadn't come, even if you, Chen Yao Yao, knelt down and begged me, I would never give you a good face. Assistant, get some security here right now. I want the fake guy to come and he won't be able to get away. Chen Yao Yao rolled her eyes in her heart. Why should she be afraid of Zhu Qinxiang now? Even the eldest son of the Zhu family came to support her, so what was a mere president of Qinxiang Group? Not even a fart. In front of Guishi Hotel. A Rolls-Royce stopped with a beautiful drift. Then a row of BMWs followed in an orderly manner behind the Rolls-Royce. Although Zhu Longyu is a descendant of the Zhu family, he has always been low-key and does not care about ostentation no matter where he goes. But today, in order to see this uncle, whom he had never met before, he really didn't mind putting on a show and being very polite. Assistant Zhang quickly got out of the passenger seat and opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce. Zhu Longyu, dressed in a neat suit, got out of the car without saying a word. Suddenly, all the BMWs started, and a group of bodyguards quickly got out and lined up neatly behind Zhu Longyu. Assistant Zhang was shocked. "Master, it's just Chen Yao Yao. But she has the title of a beautiful CEO. Actually, I can handle it myself." "What do you know?" Zhu Longyu frowned. Assistant Zhang quickly shut up and said no more. Chen Yao Yao is indeed nothing. But she has a close relationship with Jiang Feng. He came here today not to solve the problem of the beautiful CEO, but to give Jiang Feng a face. To help him solve a problem. What's more, the Zhu family couldn't help much with the wood carving of Longting Sihai, so they could only make up for it slightly with this little thing. The group walked quickly towards the Guishi restaurant. The front desk clerks were all amazed at Zhu Longyue's appearance and aura, and did not dare to come up and stop him casually. The journey was smooth and they successfully reached the door of the box. Zhu Longyu was extremely arrogant and pointed at the door in front of him with his chin. A bodyguard behind him immediately stepped forward, raised his foot and kicked him. Boom! There was a loud bang. The two doors of the box suddenly collapsed and fell straight to the ground. If Zhu Qinxiang hadn't stood up quickly, the door would have hit him on the head. At this moment, he was filled with rage and didn't even look at who was at the door. His fat finger was already pointing in Zhu Longyue's direction and he was cursing. "Are you fucking sick? You dare to attack me, Zhu Qinxiang? Are you looking for death? Are you the actors that Chen Yao Yao found? Let me take a closer look at what kind of people you are." The words haven't finished yet. A tall man in expensive clothes walked in. Zhu Qinxiang's eyes naturally fell on the man's face. The next second he stood up in horror as if he had seen a ghost. He was very familiar with this face. Wasn't this the eldest son of the Zhu family, Zhu Longyu? Depend on. Chen Yao Yao actually managed to call the eldest young master of the Zhu family Mr. Zhu Qinxiang of Qinxiang Group. Zhu Longyue's eyes were sharp, like a sword piercing Zhu Qinxiang's heart. Zhu Qinxiang broke out in sweat almost instantly. He stood up timidly with his legs trembling. "Master Zhu. Master Zhu. What brings you here?" Zhu Qinxiang's face was a classic case of a fake smile. The fact that he could even manage to smile a little at this moment was something he had managed with all his might. "It's not a big deal, I just came to see when there was a new uncle in my generation." "Mr. Zhu, right? Didn't you make it clear on the phone that even if I, Zhu Longyu, come here, I have to call you uncle?" I dare to shout, do you dare to answer? Every word and sentence of Zhu Longyu is light. But the aura around him was so shocking that just hearing it made Zhu Qinxiang tremble in his heart, and he didn't dare to look up and look at his face. If he had known that Chen Yao Yao really knew Zhu Longyu, he would never have dared to approach this woman casually even if he had the guts to do so. Mr. Zhu, I just drank too much." Chapter 21 Punishment. Drank too much. Zhu Longyu raised his eyebrows. "Mr. Zhu, it's my fault. It was me, Zhu Qinxiang, who spoke so arrogantly." Zhu Qinxiang's legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. That harsh sound was so loud that Chen Yao Yao felt her teeth aching just standing aside and listening to it. Zhu Longyu didn't care how embarrassed Zhu Qinxiang was. He put away the indifference on his face, put on a gentle smile and looked at Chen Yao Yao. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to have frightened you. We at Zhu didn't arrange your trip in Zhonghai. I'm sorry." Chen Yao Yao suddenly met Zhu Longyue's eyes and felt her heart pounding. She blinked her eyes, and subconsciously two blushes and a shy look appeared on her face. "No. Don't blame Zhu. It's my fault. I didn't expect to fall into the trap of Qinxiang Group and almost got myself trapped." She bit her lip, and anger gradually appeared on her face. If Zhu Longyu hadn't come to help today, wouldn't both she and Jiang Nan have fallen into Zhu Qinxiang's hands? Chen Yao Yao wanted to vomit at the thought of being coerced by an ugly, fat man. Thinking of this, Chen Yao Yao looked up at Zhu Longyu again. the eldest son of the Zhu family, is a rare talent. He is dressed in a suit and stands tall and straight. He has an extremely handsome face, and the gold-rimmed glasses on his face make him look even more abstinent. Plus he broke into the room and swooped down from the sky to save the girl. Who can not love such a man? Chen Yaoyou's admiration for Zhu Longyu reached its peak at this moment. Mr. Chen. Zhu Longyu looked at Chen Yaoyou, who seemed to be in a daze in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder she caught Jiang Feng's eye. This kind of appearance is not the first, but it can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Not to mention that Chen Yaoyou has outstanding abilities and can compete in the business world. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu. I was distracted for a moment. If you don't mind, just call me Yaoyou. Chen Yaoyou hurriedly responded from her daze. When she thought of Zhu Longyu being so gentle, she couldn't help but take the initiative to speak and narrow the distance between them. Okay. Since Yaoyou said so, I won't be polite. You look a lot younger than me, so why not call me brother? We can call each other brother and sister from now on. Zhu Longyu smiled. If Chen Yaoyou could call him brother, then it would be that he, Zhu Longyu, had taken advantage of Jiang Feng. Brother Zhu. At that moment, Chen Yaoyou shouted with joy and climbed up the pole. Zhu Qinxiang, who was kneeling on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. Chen Yaoyou and the eldest young master of the Zhu family call each other brother and sister? Doesn't that mean he wants to sleep with half of the Zhu family? It's over. It's all over. This time he has absolutely no chance of survival. Mr. Zhu, Ms. Chen. I was wrong. It's my fault. It's my problem. Please give me a chance to forgive me. I'm willing to do anything. Zhu Qinxiang crawled to Zhu Longyu in a panic, with tears and snot all over his face. I couldn't stop crying. In front of Zhu Longyu and Chen Yaoyou, he slapped himself in the face left and right one after another. The sound of slapping people continued. Chen Yaoyou looked at Zhu Qinxiang without any pity as he kowtowed and slapped himself on the face while apologizing. Yaoyou, since Zhu Qinxiang dared to disrespect you, how about letting you deal with his fate? Zhu Longyu sneered. Zhu Qinxiang's future was directly handed over to Chen Yaoyou. Chen Yaoyou was dumbfounded for a moment. Before Zhu Longyu came, Zhu Qinxiang could decide her life and death. How long has it been since the situation changed and it was his turn to be unlucky? Yaoyou. No, Mr. Chen, please be magnanimous and let me go. I really didn't mean it. I have parents and children to take care of, and life is not easy. If you give me a chance, I am willing to give up the money or the business. Zhu Qinxiang hated himself. If I had known earlier, knowing earlier is priceless. Chen Yaoyou is also very confused now. How should she deal with Zhu Qinxiang? It would be a lie to say that I'm not angry and let him go without hesitation. When Zhu Qinxiang forced himself on her just now, Chen Yaoyou wished he would die on the spot, but now that Zhu Qinxiang had not succeeded, she couldn't take it to an excessive level. She only thought about it for a few seconds and made the decision immediately. Brother Zhu, I want to bankrupt Zhu Qinxiang. He can be so arrogant and even threaten me just because he relies on his assets and money. Now we have to make him lose all the things he thinks are his advantages. In the future, even if he has the desire, he won't have the courage to do it. Zhu Qinxiang always thinks he is the boss of Qinxiang Group. Moreover, over the years, which woman he met when he went out didn't rush to curry favor with him. Therefore, this further encouraged Zhu Qinxiang's arrogance. He relied on his own company's ability to suppress Chen Yaoyou's Chen Group and tried to force the beautiful CEO to obey. But this time Chen Yaoyou has Zhu Longyu to save the situation, so what if other people encountered this situation? Do I have to stay in my position obediently and just helplessly let Zhu Qinxiang toss me around? I hate it just thinking about Chen Yaoyou. Mr. Chen. You can't be so cruel. Qinxiang Group is my lifeblood. Please punish me with something else. Bankruptcy is not an option. I kowtow to you, please. Zhu Qinxiang's face turned pale with fright. He had no doubt about the truth of the punishment Chen Yaoyou mentioned. It would be an easy matter for Zhu Group to bankrupt his Qinxiang Group, and it wouldn't even require much effort. No. He couldn't let the group he founded be destroyed in an instant. Zhu Qinxiang shook his head frantically in his heart and pounced on Chen Yaoyou's legs as if he had grabbed the last straw. He raised his hands and was about to hug Chen Yaoyou's thighs and beg. Chen Yao Yao was frightened by him and quickly dodged Zhu Qinxian's arm and stood behind Zhu Longyu. Hold him! Zhu Longyu waved his hand. A bodyguard immediately stepped forward from behind and held Zhu Qinxian's arm tightly to prevent him from moving. Mr. Zhu, Ms. Chen. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Can you let me keep my company? I don't want to become a penniless person. I am willing to cooperate with Chen Group. Zhu Qinxian couldn't move and could only cry. Try your best to think of all the benefits that come to your mind. Who is Zhu Longyu? He didn't like the conditions proposed by Zhu Qinxian at all, so naturally he couldn't respond at all. After what happened, Chen Yao Yao would never choose to cooperate with Zhu Qinxian again, and would not be tempted by the conditions he proposed at this time. Yao Yao, have you decided on the punishment? Zhu Longyu finally confirmed it. Chen Yao Yao nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Zhu Longyu waved his hand and determined Zhu Qinxian's final outcome. Chapter 22 Sweetheart. Give orders to acquire the shares of Qinxian Group and take over their market. I will have Qinxian Group declare bankruptcy within 2 days. As for the Qinxian CEO, let him enjoy watching his own group go bankrupt. Zhu Longyu gave an order. The assistant behind him immediately answered yes. Zhu Qinxian looked ashen, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zhu Longyu looked unlucky and waved his hand to have him dragged away. Only then did Chen Yao Yao feel at ease. Thank you, Brother Zhu. If you hadn't come today, I really wouldn't know what to do. Chen Yao Yao said this thank you very sincerely. His eyes were filled with gratitude and joy when he looked at Zhu Longyu. Don't be polite with me. By the way, your Chen Group should also prepare well. Qinxian Group went bankrupt these 2 days, and there must be vacancies in the market for various businesses under their group. Your Chen Group might as well take advantage of it and directly swallow up these businesses. This will just increase the size of the company and prepare for other businesses in the future. Zhu Longyu spoke slowly and courteously to give Chen Yao Yao some advice. The more he spoke, the more surprise appeared in Chen Yao Yao's eyes. Qinxian Group was able to find her Chen Group to cooperate because the two companies had too many intersections. Now that Qinxian Group has gone bankrupt, if Chen Group can fully seize this market vacancy with Zhu's support, it will completely improve Chen Group by more than one level. She, Chen Yao Yao, will be able to soar to the sky with this merger. Okay. We at Chen will make the most thorough preparations. I will definitely not let Brother Zhu down. I will definitely seize this opportunity. Chen Yao Yao was extremely happy, and her voice became even more excited. When he looked at Zhu Longyu again, his eyes were almost filled with admiration and adoration. Chen Yao Yao thought of Jiang Feng, and subconsciously compared Jiang Feng and Zhu Longyu. In terms of appearance, Jiang Feng is indeed better than Zhu Longyu, but Zhu Longyu is definitely a handsome guy. In terms of talent, Zhu Longyu is far superior to Jiang Feng. Zhu Longyu is already making great progress in Zhu's company at a young age, and he holds great power and can decide the direction of the business and life and death at will. What can Jiang Feng do? Jiang Feng can only do housework honestly at home. Chen Yao Yao gritted her teeth. The husband she wants is someone like Zhu Longyu, not that loser Jiang Feng. I believe in Miss Yao Yao's talent, otherwise it would be impossible to develop the Chen Group in full swing in such a short period of time. Speaking of which, Yao Yao is a heroine of her generation. She is really admirable, har har. Zhu Longyu praised it. Chen Yao Yao was even happier. Thanks to the help of Zhu, otherwise our Chen Group would not have been able to develop so fast. Zhu Longyu waved his hand. He also gave Chen Yao Yao some instructions about Zhu's bidding for this big project, expressing his care for Chen in his words and deeds, and asked his assistant to take better care of Chen Yao Yao. Yao Yao, I'll have my assistant contact you later and give you my contact information. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me directly. You don't have to be polite to me. After all, you are the sweetheart of that person, and it is only right that we in the Zhu Group take care of you a little bit. Chen Yao Yao became even more excited when she heard that Zhu Longyu was going to give her his contact information. But after hearing the following words, she couldn't help but feel confused. Sweetheart. Whose sweetheart is she? Is there anyone who can make the eldest son of the Zhu family sell 2 servings of thin noodles? Brother Zhu, I don't know who you are talking about. At this moment, Chen Yao Yao felt as if a kitten had moved into her heart, making her feel itchy and uncomfortable. Zhu Longyu took a look at Chen Yaoyao's expression and confirmed that she was indeed unaware of the situation. For a moment he was a little hesitant. Since Jiang Feng hasn't revealed his identity to Chen Yaoyao, he should not bother with it. It's okay, you'll know later. I won't tell you. You can find out for yourself. Zhu Longyu smiled gently. Then he immediately changed the subject and stopped arguing with Chen Yaoyao about this matter. Yao Yao, have you arranged your accommodation in Zhonghai? If not, I'll have my assistant arrange for you to stay at our own Zhu's hotel. This will be much better for your safety. Chen Yaoyao suppressed the doubts in her heart and shook her head. Brother Zhu, you don't have to be polite to me. My assistant Jiang Nan and I have found a place to stay. We are safe and there won't be any problems. Zhu Longyu nodded. After all, there are few people like Zhu Qinxiang. What's more, what happened to them today is not an airtight wall and will soon be spread out. By then, those who have evil intentions will know that Chen Yaoyao has a close relationship with Zhu family, and most of them will consider their own weight and will not act against Chen Yaoyao easily. Okay then. I'll wait for you on the day of the charity gala. Should I ask someone to take you back? Chen Yaoyao rejected Zhu Longyu's kindness, feeling embarrassed to trouble him. Zhu Longyu didn't force her. He said hello to her and quickly left Guishi restaurant with his men. Only Chen Yaoyao and Jiang Nan were left in the box. Jiang Nan seemed to have just realized Zhu Longyu's appearance and aura. Boss Chen, I didn't expect that young Master Zhu is so handsome, young and promising. His family background is also very good. Jiang Nan sighed heartfeltly. There was also a look of admiration in his eyes. Who wouldn't love such a man? What a pity. First of all, she is not extremely beautiful, and secondly, she doesn't have a good family background. Such a man can only be said to be out of reach. Chen Yaoyao looked at Jiang Nan with a smile on her face. Soon she remembered the person Zhu Longyu mentioned that he liked. Who was that person? Jiang Nan, you said that he is above the Zhu family. Who can make the eldest young master of the Zhu family respect him? Chen Yaoyao was almost dying of curiosity. But she thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure out who could care about her. Mr. Chen, you've stumped me with this question. The Zhu family in Zhonghai dares to call themselves the second, who dares to call themselves the first. The few companies that can make the Zhu family proud have nothing to do with our company, and we have never even met them. Jiang Nan couldn't guess who Zhu Longyu was talking about. Chen Yaoyao sighed and agreed with Jiang Nan's statement in her heart. But the sweetheart, the one who can treat her as the sweetheart. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chen Yaoyao's mind, and a name suddenly jumped into her mind. Jiang Nan. Do you think the person that Brother Zhu mentioned could be Jiang Feng? As soon as the two words Jiang Feng came out. When Chen Yaoyao and Jiang Nan's eyes met, they were both stunned. Chapter 23 The President's Shyness. Jiang Feng's face naturally appeared in their minds. Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh that in terms of appearance, Jiang Feng could really compete with Zhu Longyu, or even be better. But what if Jiang Feng could ask the Zhu family to give him some face? That was simply ridiculous. How could Jiang Feng make the Zhu family lower their posture like that? Boss Yao Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? No matter what, this person can't possibly be your useless husband. And have you forgotten? You're already divorced, and the other person has nothing to do with you now. Jiang Nan kept shaking his head. Let us not talk about these for now. At the beginning, there was a very ugly quarrel between Chen Yaoyao and Jiang Feng. If Jiang Feng was not a fool, he would not continue to ask the Zhu family for help. Yeah, how could it be him? I am possessed by a demon. Chen Yaoyao shook her head slightly, she was overthinking it. However, when Zhu Longyu mentioned the person who could treat her as his lover, she really didn't know who else could be other than Jiang Feng. Boss Yao Yao, I have a bold idea. Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of a possibility. What? Chen Yaoyao looked at her curiously. There seemed to be a flame dancing in Jiang Nan's eyes. Boss Yao Yao, is it possible that the person that Master Zhu mentioned who considers you as his sweetheart is actually him? Impossible. Chen Yaoyao was surprised and shook her head quickly. This is simply impossible. She and Zhu Longyu had never met before, so how could they become each other's lover out of nowhere? Chen Yaoyao's heart was pounding like thunder, and she couldn't believe it. Jiang Nan felt more and more that he had guessed the answer. She walked to Chen Yao Yao in small steps, blinked her eyes and explained to her. Boss Yao Yao, think about it. Although you have never met young Master Zhu, young Master Zhu has definitely seen you in newspapers and on TV. After all, there are very few female CEOs, and you are the only beautiful female CEO in my memory. It would be strange if young Master Zhu wasn't tempted. Besides, didn't you say before that the Zhu family has been secretly helping our Chen group? Maybe that was young Master Zhu's doing. Didn't young Master Zhu also let you go to the charity party without any worries this time? If you ask me, there's no doubt that young Master Zhu likes you. Oh my god, it seems that young Master Zhu has been secretly in love with you for quite some time, but he just didn't say it out loud because he wanted to save face. At this moment, Jiang Nan had already transformed into a gossip expert, and every piece of information he said sounded as if it were true. Chen Yao Yao had been shaking her head to deny this possibility, but after listening to Jiang Nan's analysis, she also hesitated. Is that possible? The Zhu family helped her, but she was not yet a beautiful female president at that time. No matter how I put it, it feels a little incoherent. Jiang Nan doesn't care about that. She is determined to support this couple. Boss Yao Yao, please don't think too much. Young Master Zhu definitely likes you. If you don't believe what I just said, then just look at how his assistant answered your call just now. Didn't Mr. Zhu rush over in a hurry? Even in this state, he still says that he doesn't have you in his heart. I don't believe it. Chen Yaoyao's face suddenly turned red. The handsome face of Zhu Longyu in her mind floated before her eyes again. That face was cold when facing Zhu Qinxiang, but it was much gentler when facing her. Even every word is full of care and compassion. Chen Yao Yao quickly shook her head and threw all the thoughts in her mind behind her. Her face was covered with blushes, and her neck was also red. Jiang Nan noticed the shyness of his CEO and followed him to make jokes. Chen Yao Yao glared at the lawless assistant beside her in anger, and left the private room of Guishi restaurant with a sweet feeling. As soon as Zhu Longyu left the country, he immediately rushed to Zhu's house to handle company affairs. Young Master Zhu, who was listening to his subordinates reporting on the project with an indifferent look on his face, had no idea that his act of giving face to Jiang Feng and helping to rescue Chen Yao Yao was completely misunderstood by Chen Yao Yao and the other person. They even thought that Mr. Zhu had feelings for Chen Yao Yao. If young Master Zhu knew this, he would break out in a cold sweat and raise his arms in surrender. Are you kidding me? He likes Chen Yao Yao? Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to compete with Jiang Feng for her. After all, this person was personally picked out by his grandfather and asked them to treat her well. Night is gradually falling. The surroundings were quiet, and the dim street lights quietly cast a warm light under my feet. A street with such warm lights does not look lonely at all. Get out of here. Don't force me to fight you. I told you to get out, but you all pretended you couldn't hear me, right? Two angry voices belonging to young girls were heard. In a dim alley next to a street lamp, a girl with a bun and big eyes was looking angrily at 7 or 8 big men in front of her. No matter who sees this scene, it looks like a group of big men bullying a cute little girl. But the 7 or 8 big men in front of him all lowered their heads, with pleading looks on their faces. Miss, please stop making trouble. Now just come back with us. The master is waiting for you at home. That's right, young lady, you should have had enough fun while you were out. It would be good for both you and us if you come back early. The tall and strong men lowered their posture and kept pleading with the little lowly in front of them. Chiu Yueli had a ferocious look on his face, and the 2 lumps of fat on his face made him look even more ferocious, without any killing power at all. Don't try to fool me. I already said I'm not going back. The Chiu family doesn't care if I'm here or not. That old guy Chiu Jingqin doesn't care about his daughter's life or death. Let me die outside. Chiu Jingqin is Chiu Yueli's father and the head of the Chiu family. At this time, Chiu Yueli put her hands on her waist and said something extremely treasonous, and the faces of the bodyguards in front of her became even uglier. Miss, please stop making up stories about the master. Master is doing this for your own good. I believe that master will not push you into the fire pit. Miss, the master has been so worried about you these days that he hasn't been able to eat or sleep well. If you don't go back, the master will get sick sooner or later. The group of people gave earnest advice and persuasion all the time. But Chiu Yueli is a little ancestor who is capable of turning the world upside down. She would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree than believe that her father can think about her so much that he can't eat. Fart. You're treating me like a child. Don't try that on me. If he had felt sorry for the child, he would not have sent my sister to an arranged marriage. Now he is targeting me. Nothing else to say. Cho Yueli saw with her own eyes that her sister was not happy at all. Not only that, she was unwilling to suffer the quarrels between her sister and brother-in-law every other day. Chapter 24. I like that kind of man. Miss, the master likes you so much that he will definitely choose someone who is sincere and satisfactory for you. The leading bodyguard sighed silently in his heart and wanted to continue persuading. However, Cho Yueli was used to being lawless and refused to listen to his advice at all. What's more important is that he can't just wave his hand and ask his brothers to tie up the young lady and take her back directly. He is in a dilemma. The bodyguard's hair is also hair, and one day it will all fall out because of this incident. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a brake sound suddenly rang out, and a black Bentley suddenly stopped in front of everyone. Cho Yueli was still pouting in her heart, but the bodyguard on the other side was already delighted. This is the savior. A bodyguard quickly got out of the passenger seat of the Bentley, walked quickly to the back seat, opened the door, and respectfully asked the person to get out of the car. Soon, an old man with grey hair and a serious face walked down from the back seat of the Bentley with a cane. Yueli? Why are you so disobedient? Are you planning on not even going back home? The old man had a fierce face, and looked even more ferocious. But Cho Yueli was not afraid at all. She jumped and ran to the old man. Grandpa! Why are you here too? I miss you so much. Have you missed me these days? This old man was no one else but Cho Yueli's grandfather, Cho Guqiang, the previous head of the Cho family. The Zhu family and the Li family are the ones that can dominate Zhonghai without any rivals. The Cho family's status in the imperial capital is just like these two families. It can be said that he is also a person who can make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The reason why the Cho family has achieved its current success is mostly related to Cho Guqiang. It was under his leadership that the Cho family gradually prospered and moved towards the top. At this moment, this big shot, whose name alone was enough to make him famous in the imperial capital, rubbed his granddaughter's head helplessly. That's enough. Stop messing around with me. I asked you if you were going back home. Your dad loves you the most, but who would have thought that one second he was going to introduce you to a date, and the next second you, a little girl, would run away? Cho Guqiang couldn't do anything with his little granddaughter. Who in the Cho family, young and old, doesn't love their little granddaughter? It's their fault for developing such an arrogant character. HMPH. Grandpa, stop speaking in my dad's favor. He doesn't love me at all. If he loved me, would he introduce those trivial things to fool me? Cho Yueli's lips turned up to the sky in disgust. What do you mean by trifles? That's young Master Yang. His family background in the imperial capital is one of the best. How can he not be worthy of you? Cho Guqiang looked at his little granddaughter and poked the ground hard with the crutch in his hand. Cho Yueli hated family marriages, but she shouldn't be so unreasonably as to describe the young master as an ugly monster. Grandpa! You don't know, that young Master Yang is just an old pervert. I've only known him for a few hours and his grandma's hands are not honest and she wants to touch me. If I hadn't been so swift, your granddaughter's innocence would be gone now. Cho Guqiang's face darkened. He got furious when he mentioned this matter. The Cho and Yang families arranged for the two children to meet and get to know each other, but they had been sitting in the box for less than half an hour when there was a burst of clattering noises. When the bodyguards came in, young Master Yang was lying on the ground with a look of horror on his face. There was broken glass all over the floor. Not to mention that his young lady Cho Yueli had one foot on young Master Yang's chest, with her hands on her hips and yelling, "How dare you take advantage of me?" Once this incident happened, the two families immediately got into a mess and it was out of control. The young master of the Yang family claimed that he saw Cho Yueli killing insects, but Cho Yueli gritted her teeth and said that young Master Yang molested her. In the end, the Yang family was determined not to marry into the Cho family. The two families are still in a stalemate. The culprit, the young lady in front of him, Cho Yueli, was acting coquettishly with Cho Guqiang with a reluctant look on her face. All right. Stop talking, young Master Yang, don't you want to save face? Your father has picked out quite a few young men for you this time. This kind of situation will definitely not happen again. Just listen to Grandpa and pick the one you like to marry. Look at your age, are you embarrassed to continue staying at home? Chiu Guoqiang sighed helplessly. My little granddaughter deserves to be spoiled. Chiu Yueli was not happy at all. She had brought up this matter originally hoping that her grandfather would speak for her and ask her father to give up the marriage. But her grandfather just doesn't make sense. I'm not going back. Grandpa, you know which of those young masters looks promising. Even if I'm the tallest among the short guys, I have to find someone who can pull it up. Chiu Yueli curled her lips. Chiu Guoqiang's mind flashed through their minds of the young masters in the imperial capital. He sighed silently and shook his head. There really isn't a single person who can fight, they are just a bunch of people just waiting to die. No. Yueli, tell Grandpa honestly, do you have someone you like? Ginger is still spicy with age. As expected of Chiu Guoqiang, he has a very sharp vision. He hit the nail on the head. Chiu Yueli's little face turned red instantly. No way. Grandpa, don't tease me. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Chiu Guoqiang knew that his granddaughter had already found someone. No wonder all the young masters are so picky and don't like any of them. Tell me which family you are from. If you are right, I will stand on your side and help you talk to your father. Chiu Guoqiang couldn't help but become curious. Chiu Yueli was both surprised and panicked for a moment. The person she likes. After a while, Chiu Yueli gritted her teeth and whispered in Chiu Guoqiang's ear. Grandpa, do you remember that many years ago there was a man dressed like an immortal from heaven? He slaughtered the entire Sun family in one night and challenged all the masters in the entire imperial capital alone. Chiu Yueli spoke lightly. Chiu Guoqiang, who was listening carefully, suddenly changed his expression, but in an instant he raised his hand and covered Chiu Yueli's mouth tightly. Shut up. Who told you to mention that? Do you know who that is? Chiu Guoqiang's face turned pale, his hands trembled, and his pupils dilated unconsciously. How old was Chiu Yueli at that time? She could actually remember this incident, and even fell in love with that man. Grandpa. What's wrong with me? It can't be that he is really a god and can hear everything, right? Chiu Yueli was extremely surprised, but since she had already brought it up, she might as well just go for it. Grandpa, I like men like that. I think only a man with outstanding manners can win my heart. I don't like other men. If Yueli can't find him, she would rather be single than let herself suffer. Chiu Guoqiang was really overwhelmed. Her granddaughter always brings up things that are not related to the topic. After all these years, who in the imperial capital dares to mention this matter? Chapter 25. What are your hands doing? The man that Chiu Yueli was talking about was the one who single-handedly took on the entire imperial capital back then. Even during that period of time, everyone was terrified. As soon as he heard the slightest movement from the other party, he would want to hide himself to prevent that person from finding him. Although this matter had been forgotten by everyone over the years, all the families in the imperial capital knew about it and no one dared to mention it. All right. My dear granddaughter, I beg you. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Let's not make a fuss about it. Don't bring this up again in the future. If you want Grandpa to live a few more years, you'd better just forget it. Chiu Guoqiang sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that he would ask for his own granddaughter's help, but it was a family-related matter. He had to be careful. Okay, Grandpa, I'll stay in Zhonghai for a few more days. You can call all these bodyguards back, I don't need them. Chiu Yueli pouted with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. These days, wherever she goes, these big bodyguards follow her. She is so annoyed that she can't do anything. That won't do. They are here to keep you safe. What will you do if they go back with Grandpa? Chiu Guoqiang shook his head and refused. The little granddaughter is beautiful. If there is no bodyguard by her side, she might be bullied. Grandpa. I've got a degree in Taekwondo. Ordinary people can't do anything to me, just let them go back. Otherwise, I won't be able to play well at all. Chiu Yueli hugged her grandfather's arm and acted coquettishly. Chiu Guoqiang couldn't do anything with her and sighed. Then let them go back. How about Grandpa accompany you to play? Chiu Yueli's head is bigger than two. She didn't want the bodyguard to follow her because she thought it was inconvenient, and the bodyguard would stop her from doing anything. Now if the bodyguard didn't follow her, it would be even worse if her grandfather followed. How about a bodyguard? Grandpa, you're old, so you should go to bed early and stop making trouble with me. It's settled now. I'm leaving now. Chiu Yueli waved her hands, spread her arms and ran to the other end of the alley. Chiu Guqiang stared at his lawless granddaughter with wide eyes and slammed the ground hard with the cane in his hand. What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and follow them? Yes. The bodyguard quickly clasped his fists and chased after Chiu Yueli's back. Chiu Guqiang stood there and watched for a long time, until he could no longer see the shadows of his granddaughter and bodyguards. Then he opened the door of the Bentley and sat back in. Well, master, why are you sighing? Miss Sun is fine the way she is. Just live happily. The butler in the co-pilot's seat heard Chiu Guqiang sigh and hurriedly spoke to comfort him. Chiu Guqiang shook his head. I'm worried that there's no one in the capital's circle who would be interested in this little girl. This won't be a good thing if it continues. The housekeeper's eyes turned and he quickly reminded Chiu Guqiang. Master, aren't we here to attend the Zhonghai Ju family's charity gala this time? I heard that the Ju family's son, Ju Longyu, is a very handsome man, both in appearance and ability. Why don't you let Miss give it a try? Maybe the two of them will fall in love with each other. Chiu Guqiang clapped his hands and suddenly became cheerful. If you hadn't told me, I would have really forgotten. The kid from the Ju family is really a good kid. The last time I saw that kid was 10 years ago. At that time, Ju Longyu was very polite and looked very comfortable. I heard that Ju family's business is gradually being taken over by him, so there's a chance that Chiu Yueli might take a fancy to it. Chiu Guqiang's mind was working rapidly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was correct. He took out his cell phone and called Chiu Yueli. Chiu Yueli was confronting her own bodyguards at the time. When she heard her grandfather's call, she answered it with dissatisfaction. Grandpa, didn't we just separate? Why do you have something to tell me? She instinctively felt that Chiu Guqiang regretted his decision and wanted to call her back to the Chiu family. Yueli, I remember to attend the charity party held by the Ju family in Zhonghai this week. Mr. Ju Longyu from his family is quite good. You should think about it carefully when the time comes. If it is suitable, Grandpa will make the decision for you. Got it, Grandpa. You haven't even started yet, so go back and have a good sleep first. Chiu Yueli then pressed the red hang-up button. He stared with his big round eyes and spoke righteously to the big bodyguard who was in the lead. I'll let you follow me, okay. But I have a request. Stay away from me and don't come up without my permission. If you can't do it, just go back to the Chiu family as soon as possible. I don't need you. The group nodded repeatedly. They can stay away from it, but if Chiu Yueli drives them back to the Chiu family, they will lose their jobs. Resign as soon as possible. Seeing that everyone agreed, Chiu Yueli's mood suddenly became happy. He waved his hand, strode out of the dim alley and walked towards the bustling street. Chiu Yueli often goes to some big brand stores. Whenever she goes out, she is either in a luxury mall or an internet celebrity store. This kind of environment full of rural atmosphere and ordinary people everywhere is really rare. In addition, the streets were lined with all kinds of food, each of which Chiu Yueli had never eaten before, which made her even more excited. It is simply too much to take in with one pair of eyes, and I wish I had a few more pairs of eyes to appreciate the scenery here. R. A small exclamation interrupted Chiu Yueli's gaze from admiring the surrounding scenery. She subconsciously looked to the other side, where the exclamation came from. The scream came from a girl. At this moment, she was staring at the man next to her with tears in her eyes, looking horrified and frightened. The man was very tall and wore a black sweatshirt with the hood on his head tightly covering his face. The people around took a quick glance and looked elsewhere, and no one asked what was going on. The hoodie guy sneered, lowered his voice and moved closer to the girl and whispered something. The next second, Chiu Yueli saw with her own eyes the man's hand touching the girl's butt. Chiu Yueli's mind was stunned for a moment. This is a pervert. Shit. In broad daylight, well, now it's night. But there is no way I would do such a thing. What kind of man would I be? Stop. What are you doing with your hands? I've already filmed it, so don't deny it. If you have any questions, just tell the police. Chiu Yueli took a photo with her mobile phone on the spot, then rushed forward with a ferocious look and threw the man's hand aside. The man in the hoodie seemed a little stunned, and the girl under him quickly dodged and stood aside. A few seconds later, the man in the hoodie finally reacted, his face looking ferocious with anger. Chapter 26. My brother is awesome. Who dares to ruin his good deeds? Court death. Who the hell told you to? The man in the hoodie turned around and saw Chiu Yueli's appearance behind him. Chiu Yueli has a small round face and a pair of big round eyes, which look particularly lively with anger at this moment. Her beauty is definitely far superior to many others. You big pervert. What do you want to do now? I'm warning you, stop harassing that young lady, or I'll take you to the police station for tea, believe it or not. The man in the hoodie felt itchy in his heart when he saw Chiu Yueli pinching her waist fiercely with both hands. His face and eyes hidden under the hat were full of determination, and he even licked his lips hungrily, which was very obscene. Pervert. Which eye of yours so that I am a pervert? Little sister, you have to speak with evidence. You can't just casually discredit someone's innocence. What else do you think I'm lecherous to you? The people around stopped and looked over with interest. Just a bunch of spectators. Chiu Yueli's arms were shaking with anger. She clearly saw it with her own eyes, and now this person has the audacity to put it in front of everyone. She must seek justice today. Miss, tell me, did he touch your butt? Don't be afraid. I'm here today to make sure this pervert apologizes to you obediently. The young lady's eyes lit up and she was about to speak. The man in the hoodie suddenly approached the young lady, and his arm hidden in his sleeve shook, revealing a bit of a blade. This is in broad daylight, and there are people over there taking photos with their phones. He emphasized it in a low voice, and the obscene smile on the corner of his mouth grew bigger and bigger. The young lady's face turned pale. There are a lot of people, and if someone takes a photo, it means it will be circulated online. If she admitted that she was harassed and her butt was touched by a stranger, the young lady couldn't imagine what kind of looks she would face if her relatives and friends knew this news. Disgusted. Her face turned paler and paler, and she couldn't help shaking all over. No, I don't know him, and he didn't harass me. The young lady finished speaking while biting her lip. She looked at Chiu Yueli, who was standing aside and still angry, with shame, and quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. What? You're lying. Chiu Yueli's eyes widened. What's wrong with this woman? She's still speaking for the pervert in this situation? Does it seem like her kindness is in vain? The questioning eyes of the people around her fell on Chiu Yueli, making her feel very uncomfortable. Don't be afraid, little sister. I'll call the police to help you. I still have photos. I will show them as evidence. Chiu Yueli hurriedly opened the photo album on her phone. The young lady who was touched by the pervert felt that she had lost all her face today. She didn't even dare to think about it or look up. Nonsense. You are violating our portrait rights. Delete the photos. The hoodie man scolded. Miss Chiu Yueli got angry and was not willing to delete it at all. She glared at the wretched man in the hoodie in front of her with provocation. The man in the sweatshirt was irritated by Chiu Yueli's eyes, and he didn't care how beautiful Chiu Yueli was. He shouted angrily and strode towards Chiu Yueli's face with his fist raised. The bodyguards were stunned when they saw this scene. However, due to Chiu Yueli's instructions, the two sides were too far apart and there was no time to rescue them. Chiu Yueli has been practicing taekwondo for many years. When she saw the hoodie man's fist about to hit her face, she completely forgot how she should react. Subconsciously, I closed my eyes and waited to be beaten. Chiu Yueli waited for a long time, but no pain came. She opened her eyes cautiously with fear. The man in the sweatshirt in front of him raised his arms high, his face was ferocious and his teeth were bared, as if he was going to eat someone. The wrist was grasped by a white and slender hand, and it didn't seem to take much effort, but the man in the sweatshirt couldn't break free even with all his might. Chiu Yueli's eyes followed the palm and looked back, and then she saw the face that she had been thinking about day and night and only appeared in her dreams. God. Brother God, you finally showed up. Oh my God. Am I dreaming? I have been looking for you for a long time but couldn't find you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. She was as excited as a child and threw herself directly to Jiang Feng. It seems that if this little girl wasn't embarrassed or a little shy, she would have thrown herself directly into Jiang Feng's arms. Jiang Feng was calm and composed, and swung his hand. The man in the hoodie couldn't control his body and flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. Now that he had nothing in his hand, Jiang Feng finally took some time to look at the girl in front of him. A small round face, two big round eyes, it looks familiar no matter how I look at it. Several images flashed through Jiang Feng's mind, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. This is the little girl from the Chiu family. The last time we met was several years ago, when she was still a little girl. Miss Chiu? Nice to meet you. Jiang Feng looked carefully at Chiu Yueli in front of him. I can't help but sigh that time flies by. The children I used to have grown up so much now. Brother God, we are so destined to meet. Why don't I just follow you? I'm all alone now, and I'm bullied when I go out. This pervert refused to admit it even after I caught him with evidence. If you hadn't shown up, his fist would have hit me in the face. My beautiful face will be disfigured by him. Chiu Yueli pouted, wishing she could turn into Jiang Feng's belt, tie it around Jiang Feng and follow him. The man in the sweatshirt on the ground grimaced in pain and crawled up. A pair of eyes filled with endless ferocity and anger roared at Jiang Feng and Chiu Yueli. Shut up. Do you even take me seriously? And you idiot, actually dared to hit me. I will fight you. The man in the hoodie roared and rushed forward regardless of anything. Jiang Feng didn't even raise his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, the man in the sweatshirt who had been yelling just now had his eyes bulged out, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Arr! Everyone screamed in fear and hurriedly took a few steps back. Brother God is so awesome. It's you. You deserved it, you big pervert. Chiu Yueli jumped up excitedly, her big round eyes full of joy. The hoodie man's hat finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell off. Revealing his sinister, wretched and pale face, Jiang Feng knew at a glance that this man had indulged in excessive sexual activities and there was no health in his heart, liver and spleen. Ms. Chiu, if there is nothing else, I think we should leave first. Jiang Feng was too lazy to continue wasting time with this kind of person. Chapter 27, No Progress. Yeah. Brother Fairy, where are we going? Do you want to go to dinner? I know. Chiu Yueli spoke excitedly. But before they could finish their words, several people suddenly stood up from the crowd and blocked their way. Stop. Who told you to leave? Please. You have to bear the legal responsibility for beating someone to the point of vomiting blood. That's right, how can you just leave now if you want to? Everyone started talking at once. Chiu Yueli found it simply unreasonable. Just now, she stood up to attack the pervert, but no one paid any attention to her. Now, the big pervert was just easily slapped by the fairy brother and spit out a mouthful of blood. These people feel that they are righteous people, and they all stand up angrily to attack them. This is the way the world is, right? Hey! Can you guys figure this out? My immortal brother is helping others and doing what is right. Why should that big pervert have any sympathy? We were very merciful by not calling the police and sending him to the police station. Chiu Yueli put her hands on her hips and explained seriously to everyone present. No one at the scene was willing to listen to Chiu Yueli. On the contrary, they became even more angry and each sought justice. So you guys beat someone up and still call yourself a good person? How can such a good thing happen in the world? I need to call an ambulance for him and apologize to him. This is too cruel. This is a real person, not just some random person. TSK. Call the police and let them handle it. We don't even know who will end up in jail. The more Chiu Yueli listened, the more outrageous it seemed. She glared at everyone in anger. Brother Shenxian, don't listen to their nonsense. What you did is right. It's all this big pervert's fault. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Feng looked at the girl who was standing in front of him with a complicated expression. It seemed that no one had ever been so brave to stand in front of him and say that he had done nothing wrong. Some of them were the Chen family's voices, one after another, each of them was extremely dissatisfied and jumped out to say that he was wrong. The Chen family seemed to think that Jiang Feng was the kind of person who should be tolerated. They never felt that they had done anything excessive and would only make things worse. After thinking for a while, Jiang Feng shook his head to drive all these messy thoughts out of his mind. The current Jiang Feng is no longer the Jiang Feng who was looked down upon in the Chen family. He can live his life the way he wants. Humph. This stinky guy doesn't feel that he has done anything wrong. Look at how he has wasted the good reputation his parents gave him. It's disgusting. Don't let him leave if he doesn't solve this problem today. Why should we let him go? Let's do some justice today. Everyone spoke out and condemned. Chiu Yueli's eyes turned red with anxiety. How did things turn out like this? They pretended not to see this big pervert harassing others before. This big pervert rushed over with his fists waving, ready to hit her, but these people pretended not to see. Now that the fairy brother has stood up to protect her, these people's eyes immediately become better. Chiu Yueli gritted her teeth in anger. I wish I could hold these people down and wash their eyes carefully to see if there is anything wrong with their eyes. Depend on. Do you still have any shame? How can you say you are seeking justice? That pervert just touched the girl's buttocks, why don't you say you are seeking justice? Chiu Yueli stood in front of Jiang Feng like a hen protecting her chicks, and started to argue with everyone, as if she was going to learn from Zhuge Liang to engage in a debate with a group of scholars. Girl, it's quite funny what you said. I said I didn't touch you. I didn't touch you. Did I touch you? Besides, the problem now is that the pervert didn't succeed, but this guy beat someone up and seriously injured him. If you leave like this, who will be responsible if something happens to this guy? An old lady carrying a basket of vegetables emerged from the crowd. Speaking in dialect, he kept putting the blame on Jiang Feng and Chiu Yueli. Chiu Yueli was so angry that she almost jumped up. Jiang Feng looked very indifferent. He always seemed gentle before, but in the end, wasn't there anything bad that came of it? His face is expressionless now, and his indifference makes people feel a little scared for no reason. It seems that he is more disdainful and indifferent to life and death. It was as if the life or death of the sweatshirt man in front of him had nothing to do with him. Even if he was beaten to death by him, it could only be considered that the sweatshirt man was bad luck. When everyone saw Jiang Feng's expression, they couldn't help but give in. Don't go. Don't go. Return. Jiang Feng simply glanced at the few people standing aside and shouting. So what do you want? What do they want? The crowd suddenly became quiet. Just now they were just unhappy with Jiang Feng and wanted to keep him to take the responsibility, but now the other party's questions really stumped them. What else can we do? You should call an ambulance and take the person to their hospital. You have to pay for this. You are committing malicious assault. I advise you to turn yourself into the police station and avoid embarrassing both parties. The lady carrying the vegetable basket curled her lips and was very rude. Jiang Feng is a skilled doctor and has great kung fu skills. He knew very well that although the man in the sweatshirt was lying on the ground and spitting out blood, it was definitely just a minor skin injury. Seeing a group of people helping him speak up, he must be very happy. It's a pity that he has to pay compensation. Let him daydream. I will not pay compensation, and I will not turn myself into the police. First of all, I was acting in self-defense. I did not make any offensive moves from beginning to end. Second, he was at fault first. Why not let him go to the police first and confess how he molested the girl? Jiang Feng gave a cold smile. He has seen many people like this. Hey! How can you talk like that, young man? Do you have any conscience at all? I advise you to be nice and apologize to them right away. The old lady refused to give in and even made a gesture to have other people around her block the way for Chiu Yueli and Jiang Feng. It was as if he was afraid that Jiang Feng would leave. I'm telling you, there are a lot of us here, I don't believe you can still beat us one by one. You? Chiu Yueli was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and almost rushed up to fight with the aunt. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was quick-witted and pulled Chiu Yueli in time. Ms. Chiu, it seems like you haven't made much progress in all these years. Jiang Feng shook his head, his tone extremely low. Chiu Yueli was already furious, and her eyes widened when she heard Jiang Feng say that. What's wrong with her? What do you mean by no progress? Why are you arguing with this group of unruly people who don't know right from wrong? They don't understand reason, and Miss Chiu must understand that. Jiang Feng glanced at the people present, emphasizing each word. Chapter 28 Who gave you the courage? Chiu Yueli took a moment to react and realized that Jiang Feng was praising her. Suddenly, a surge of joy surged in her heart. The others didn't care how happy Chiu Yueli was. How could they not be angry when they were called troublemakers? The lady carrying the vegetables was so angry that she almost fainted. Shut up. Who are you scolding? Who gave you the guts to do this? You look down on others, don't you? You'll be in big trouble when the time comes. Jiang Feng didn't even blink in the face of everyone's accusations, and even became more indifferent. He has suffered so much over the years. Why would he care about a few dirty words? What's more, these people were just scolding him for no reason. Ms. Chiu, look at this group of people who think they are good people and even think they are standing at the highest moral point. Do you know why they can curse so heartily? Chiu Yueli shook her head and said she knew nothing. She doesn't know. As the eldest daughter of the Chiu family, she has been spoiled and praised by others since she was a child. Even outside, no one dares to say a dirty word to her. But now, she had clearly done a good thing, but she was being scolded along with Jiang Feng. This was not what Chiu Yueli wanted to see, but she had to see it. I don't know, why do they scold me? Even if you want justice, you should scold this big pervert. Jiang Feng sighed. Ms. Chiu, you are still as kind as ever. It's possible that these people have lost all their kindness and still think they are such great people. They scolded me just because they were self-righteous and thought we were easy to bully. Do you really think these people didn't see that the hoodie man was disgusting? You're wrong. Absolutely wrong. They saw it, and besides being disgusting, they were even more afraid of the dagger in the hoodie man's hand. Everyone gradually quieted down as Jiang Feng spoke, their faces looking as ugly as the ash at the bottom of a pot. Jiang Feng did not stop talking, he continued to explain his point of view. I hit the guy in the hoodie. It was a good deed, but I became the bad guy. Maybe it's because I didn't have a dagger in my hand pointing at the onlookers. It seems that next time I have to announce to the world that everyone must prepare a dagger before doing good deeds. He gave a self-deprecating smile, and the mockery in his eyes became even more intense. He glanced at everyone, and everyone took a step back guiltily, not daring to raise their heads and look at Jiang Feng. If this world really degenerated to the point where one has to show a dagger before being a good person, then there is probably no need for it to continue to exist. After listening to Jiang Feng's words, Chiu Yueli nodded thoughtfully. He looked at the group of people again, with disgust in his eyes. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think what you said can stop the fact that you hit someone? Stop talking nonsense. Come out and apologize immediately, and prepare the medical expenses. Even if he is a pervert, so what? He is also a human being and has the right to live. Jiang Feng looked straight at the big man who was shouting in the crowd. Although he didn't do anything, the big man silently took a few steps back and dodged to the side under Jiang Feng's gaze. Apologize? Sure. If you insist on being aggressive, I am willing to apologize for my mistake. Jiang Feng's smile grew bigger and bigger, and it was as if there was a little devil in his heart flapping its wings and making a fuss. When the onlookers heard that Jiang Feng wanted to apologize, they immediately put away their previous expressions and straightened their bodies. They all had smug looks on their faces and they said Jiang Feng was wrong. Apologize immediately. Correcting mistakes as soon as possible is our traditional virtue. Remember to pay for his medical expenses. If you hadn't done that, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. I think we should give him some compensation for mental damage or something. We can't just let it go like this. Everyone took advantage of the situation and made way for Jiang Feng to apologize by holding their chests. Chiu Yueli was anxious. Brother Shenxian, don't apologize. We don't need to apologize at all. Brother God, please don't. I beg you. Otherwise, let me apologize, I'll go. Jiang Feng shook his head and raised his hand to pull Chiu Yueli behind him. He raised his feet and walked towards the man in the sweatshirt who was still lying on the ground. The man in the hoodie raised his head with difficulty and looked towards Jiang Feng's position, but his heart trembled every time Jiang Feng raised his foot. When the man in the hoodie thought about how Jiang Feng just moved his phone slightly and he flew out, he wanted to die. He looked around angrily, blaming these nosy idiots, otherwise why would he have provoked Jiang Feng, the god of death? I was wrong. I know I was wrong, please forgive me. I promise that from today on I will never do such a thing again. If I touch a woman's butt again, I will have boils all over my body. Please, don't come over here, please don't come over here. The man in the hoodie struggled to get up from the ground and kowtowed several times in the direction of Jiang Feng. There was a sound of begging for mercy coming from his mouth. Jiang Feng didn't care about the man in the hoodie at all. Didn't he apologize? He always kept his promises, so if he was asked to apologize, he would look like he was apologizing. The hoodie man's plea for mercy couldn't stop him. You should thank these people. It's them who earned your apology. Since I am willing, you have to bear it. While Jiang Feng was speaking, he had already walked to the side of the man in the hoodie, and looked down at the trembling man kneeling on the ground. He sneered and kicked him to the ground. Since your hand did something bad, I will apologize specifically to your hand. Left hand or right hand? Never mind. I apologize for both hands. The man in the hoodie looked at Jiang Feng in horror. He opened his eyes wide and felt that no part of his body could move. What's more, I can't even control myself. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate at all and stepped on the hoodie man's left hand. Crack, crack, crack. There was a sound of bones breaking. Arr! The man in the hoodie couldn't help but scream. It hurts. It hurts so much. This man was so cruel that he showed him no mercy at all and actually stepped on his wrist and broke it. Hiss! The onlookers who had just been shouting took a deep breath at this moment. He looked at the big pervert and Jiang Feng in front of him in disbelief. They never expected that Jiang Feng's so-called apology would be like this. Oh, since I'm apologizing, I'll naturally apologize to you in full. I will never forget that hand. Jiang Feng looked indifferent, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with crushing a hand. He moved aside and walked to the other side. No. No. The man in the hoodie felt pain and fear, and quickly put his arms into his arms to prevent Jiang Feng from touching them. You have to thank this group of people. It's because of them that you can get such a sincere apology from me. Chapter 29, Brother Fairy. With these words, Jiang Feng directed his criticism directly at the person who had just been standing aside and shouting. The man in the hoodie was almost furious. He shouted at the group of people anxiously. What nonsense are you talking about? They don't need to apologize to me, this is all my own fault. It's my fault that I molested that woman just now. I shouldn't have done that. I really know I was wrong. Get out of here. I should be the one to apologize. You guys don't know anything and are barking like dogs here. The people around were extremely surprised. It seemed that no one expected the hoodie man to yell such words in public. The lady carrying the vegetables rolled her eyes at Jiang Feng. Her attitude was the worst of the worst. What the hell are you doing? Look at what nonsense you've made that guy say in order to avoid apologizing. I'm going to call the police. I think the police have to handle this matter today. This is the first time I've seen someone apologize by stepping on someone else's wrist. The old lady angrily took out her pager from her pocket. The cold air around Jiang Feng became even stronger. Others might not be able to feel it, but the man in the hoodie was lying at Jiang Feng's feet with his arms folded. At this moment, he was even more nervous and panicked. He ignored the pain, got up from the ground and walked quickly to the aunt's side. He raised his hand, snatched the phone from the old lady's hand and threw it aside. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I already told you it has nothing to do with them. It's all my fault. Why are you still making a fuss about it? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm from the Qinglong gang. If you don't leave now, you'll have my big brother to come and bring his little brothers to take revenge on you. The hoodie man finished his explanation viciously. If it weren't for this group of people meddling in his affairs, Jiang Feng would have already left with that girl. Would he break his wrist? He hated it but could do nothing about it. He could only glare angrily at the group of people with long arms in front of him. You. I what me? The aunt quickly took out 2 quick-acting heart pills from her vegetable basket. It was outrageous. They were so kind to help but were scolded like this. Isn't this a typical example of the farmer and the snake? But just now the man in the hoodie revealed that he was a member of the Qinglong gang, a notoriously evil gang in Zhonghai. It's almost a place full of cockfighting and dog touching, and it's filled with a lot of idle social scum who only know how to cause trouble for others. No one dared to offend the people from the Qinglong gang, but the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. So they simply ignored the man in the hoodie and directly denounced Jiang Feng. When I tell you to apologize, apologize properly. You crushed the wrist of a Qinglong gang member. If you don't apologize today, you'll die. The Qinglong gang is not a place to be messed with, hurry up. Jiang Feng just found it ridiculous. Wasn't she just standing on the other side of the hoodie guy, demanding that he apologize? Now when they heard that the man in the hoodie was a member of the Qinglong gang, they kept saying that they were doing it for his own good. Human beings are always fickle and self-righteous. The hoodie guy is almost going crazy. He revealed his identity just to stop these people from asking Jiang Feng to apologize, but these people acted as if they didn't understand what he was saying and still made Jiang Feng say those words. Jiang Feng wasn't polite either. He walked straight up to the man in the hoodie and kicked him to the ground under his horrified gaze. Crack, crack, crack. There was another sound of crisp bones. The man in the hoodie gasped for air, but before he could even exhale, he felt so dizzy from the pain that he passed out. This is my apology, are you satisfied? Jiang Feng clapped his hands and moved his foot off the hoodie man's arm. He spoke casually and glanced at the people around him easily. He raised a sarcastic smile again. Who among the group of people dared to answer Jiang Feng's question? Who dared to respond? They all lowered their heads and waited huddled together like timid little chicks. R. The man in the hoodie woke up from the pain at this time. The pain from his arms was almost unbearable. He began to feel resentment, and the resentment led to endless anger. It's all you. It's all you. Just wait for me, I will take revenge. I will definitely take revenge on you. None of you will be able to escape. I will have my eldest brother go door to door and make you all feel this excruciating pain. Everyone had complicated expressions, some were frightened, some were afraid, some were worried and some were confused. I was clearly upholding justice, how could it develop into this? You are the real bad guys. Disgusting. I really wish you all would die sooner rather than later. The world would be much more peaceful without fake people like you. The man in the hoodie was still cursing. Everyone stood there without saying a word, just quietly. Quietly. Jiang Feng just felt annoyed, and he was too lazy to stay here and watch this nonsensical farce. Ms. Chiu, let's go. I have apologized and it seems that this is not a place we should stay any longer. Chiu Yueli nodded and followed Jiang Feng outside. This time no one around them dared to stop them. When the bodyguards standing at the outermost edge of the crowd saw their young lady coming out, they immediately rushed forward and surrounded her in the middle. If I hadn't seen that Jiang Feng was very capable just now, I would have thought he was very good at fighting. Otherwise, they would have rushed up and beaten up those who slandered their own lady. Well. Chiu Yueli's mind was in a mess right now, and she sighed involuntarily. What's wrong? Still feeling uncomfortable? We can go back and vent our anger again. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. Stop. Just as he was about to turn around and go back, Chiu Yueli quickly grabbed Jiang Feng's sleeve. Brother Shenxian, that's not the case. I'm just a little worried. Jiang Feng's heart paused. What are you worried about? They won't continue to bother you. That big pervert, the man in the hoodie, was probably just a lot of noise but little action, and the crowd of onlookers around him didn't have much ability either. What's more, Chiu Yueli has always had bodyguards around her, so there is no need to worry about any problems. No. Chiu Yueli shook her head. That's not what she was worried about. Brother Shenxian, I'm worried that they will bully you later. What if they come to cause trouble for you? I saw that hoodie guy said he was from the Qinglong gang. What if he brings people from the Qinglong gang to beat you up? Chiu Yueli's two big round eyes were full of worry. Jiang Feng happened to run into this point of worry, and the whole person seemed to be pulled into an unfamiliar realm. Their whole body feels like being soaked in warm water. Jiang Feng raised his hand and touched his chest, which felt warm. Chapter 30, Warmth. This was an expression that Chen Yao Yao and even the Chen family had never shown before. Jiang Feng had never even thought that there were other people in this world who would express concern for him besides his masters. This concern comes from the heart, not from respect or fear for him. Ms. Chiu, I'll be fine. You should also build a country when I extend my hand. Even if those people come to trouble me, it's their bad luck. Jiang Feng had a faint smile on his face. The mood at this moment seems to be very happy, completely different from the previous indifference. Chiu Yueli pouted and didn't appreciate it. How come Brother God has met her twice but still calls her Chiu Yueli? Is that so strange? Brother Shenxian, just call me Yu Li. There's no need to be so polite between us. You're still my savior. If you hadn't passed away so quickly, I really wanted my grandfather to thank you. Without you, I would have died a long time ago. Chiu Yueli's face was full of gratitude. Jiang Feng had helped her twice. Even though they haven't seen each other for such a long time, her godly brother is still so kind. Chiu Yueli quickly stepped forward and hugged Jiang Feng's arm, with the two soft lumps on her chest pressed directly against Jiang Feng's arm. Suddenly Jiang Feng's face, which was smiling faintly, turned slightly red. He is not a fool, how could he not feel it? But Chiu Yueli didn't react at all at this time, and she kept complaining with her little mouth pouted. Those people were threatened by that big pervert to take revenge, they must hate us. I have bodyguards, but you, Brother Shinzian, have nothing. Two fists cannot beat four hands. Where do you live, Brother Fairy? How about I go over and live with you? This way my bodyguards can still protect the two of us. Besides, my bodyguards were personally selected for me by my grandfather and my father. They are very powerful and one can beat 10. Jiang Feng raised his head slightly and glanced at the bodyguards standing behind Qiu Yueli. Suddenly, the bodyguards blushed and lowered their heads in silence. If others were to praise them for what they have done, they would just hold their heads high and show off their abilities. But in front of Jiang Feng, no one could do it. Just that seemingly casual glance just now made them feel frightened involuntarily. Jiang Feng's strength completely beat all of them. They couldn't remain calm in front of the master. Brother God, come on, you haven't told me where you live yet. How about I ask someone to go back and pack the luggage now, and send it over later, and we can set off together. Qiu Yueli was very interested and hugged Jiang Feng's arm tightly and acted coquettishly. He said that he would follow Jiang Feng even if it meant death, and that he wanted to live with him anyway. Jiang Feng endured the embarrassment and tried to pull his arms out of Qiu Yueli's embrace, but Qiu Yueli's helpless hands became even stronger. Looks pitiful. Okay, Miss Qiu. What you said is inappropriate, so please stop talking. It's getting late, let's go home quickly. Jiang Feng shook his head, and his ears became even redder. Qiu Yueli was about to say something else, but suddenly she recalled what she had said in her mind, and her face turned red. She hurriedly let go of his hand, with her two fingers entangled together, feeling extremely embarrassed. Brother Shinzian, what are you thinking about? I just want to live with you, not that. Besides, I'm afraid you'll run away again this time, so you didn't even tell me. By the way, Brother Fairy, I don't even know your specific name. Can you tell me? Qiu Yueli blinked her eyes and explained, then quickly found a way to change the subject. Jiang Feng. Be brief and to the point. Brother Shinzian has a nice name. How about I call you Brother Jiang Feng from now on? Please don't dislike me. Brother Jiang Feng. Where do you live? I'll go live with you, please. I'm alone in Zhonghai now, and I feel miserable every day. I would feel at ease if I could live with you. Qiu Yueli stretched out her little hand and grabbed the corner of Jiang Feng's clothes, pouting and looking at him aggrievedly. The little appearance makes people feel sorry for him no matter how they look at him. Jiang Feng didn't want to see the little girl Qiu Yueli show such an expression, not to mention that the little girl kept saying that she wanted to protect him. Qiu Xiao. Okay, Yueli. It's really inconvenient over there. I will stay in Zhonghai for the next few days. You can come and see me anytime, but forget about living there. I'll leave you my phone number and address. Can you go home today and come back tomorrow? Otherwise, your family should be careful too. Qiu Yueli was just about to say that her family is all in the imperial capital. Suddenly, Grandpa Qiu Guiqiang's face flashed through her mind, and Qiu Yueli's thoughts came to an end. If she didn't go back tonight, her grandfather would rush over and break her legs. After struggling for a long time, he finally gave in to Jiang Feng's dissuasion. Qiu Yueli finally nodded reluctantly. Well, Brother Jiang Feng, you must not run away. You must wait for me. I'll go back and tell my grandfather and come find you tomorrow. Don't worry. Jiang Feng nodded, unable to suppress the warmth in his heart. After repeated requests from the bodyguard, Qiu Yueli finally got into the car reluctantly and drove away, looking back every few steps. Jiang Feng's expression turned cold the moment Qiu Yueli disappeared from his sight. He stood there without moving, closed his eyes for a few seconds and then suddenly opened them. Come out. As soon as these three words appeared, even the air around them paused for a second. A few seconds later, two tall and muscular men emerged from the dark corner. Their clothes were almost the same as those of the bodyguard who had just stood behind Qiu Yueli. Mr. Jiang. The two bodyguards clasped their fists and bowed deeply. Their whole person was extremely embarrassed. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by Jiang Feng just after they arrived. Ms. Qiu asked you to stay. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. Yes. Miss is still very worried about your safety, and she is even more worried that the hoodie man and the onlookers will want to cause trouble for you, so she asked us two brothers to follow you in case something happens. The two bodyguards gritted their teeth and explained it clearly. This person is someone they cannot afford to offend, if they are not careful with their words. Even if Jiang Feng wanted them to die, it would be easy. I don't need your protection. Don't you have any idea of my strength? Jiang Feng put his hands behind his back and said lightly. The two bodyguards' hearts suddenly tightened and 2 drops of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They not only knew it, they even understood that Jiang Feng was already strong enough for them to worship him. Chapter 31, Unfathomable. But even if I understand, what does it matter? Their lady gave the order, and as bodyguards we have to carry it out. Mr. Jiang, we understand that you are a skilled martial artist. We can make do with your abilities, at least to prevent those minions from disturbing you at inappropriate times. The 2 bodyguards were sweating profusely after saying this. The feeling of oppression was too strong, they could feel Jiang Feng's aura even as he was speaking. The guy in the hoodie just now was probably scared to death. If I'm not mistaken, your lady should have arranged bodyguards to protect the hoodie man and the onlookers, right? Jiang Feng looked at the 2 bodyguards and asked. The 2 bodyguards immediately bent their waists and heads to 90 degrees. I was even more impressed that Mr. Jiang was so good at foresight. Such a small matter did not escape Mr. Jiang's eyes. Yes. Miss has indeed arranged it. Jiang Feng nodded and sighed almost imperceptibly. This little girl Qiu Yueli is good in every way, except that she is a little too kind-hearted. Although he was raised in a powerful family, he is a very simple child. That pervert and the group of onlookers bullied her so badly, but the little girl still sent people to protect them. Jiang Feng thought about the first time he rescued Qiu Yueli a few years ago. The little girl was very small, and she was holding a wounded kitten tightly in her arms. Both eyes were red and tears were about to fall. Perhaps because she had not yet reacted after being rescued by Jiang Feng, the little girl stared at him stupidly for a long time and suddenly said something. Brother, you are so handsome. Are you the fairy brother from heaven who came down specially to rescue me? Jiang Feng couldn't help laughing. Later, he was busy with other things, and when he saw the girl's family coming, he left early. Who knew that this departure would make Qiu Yueli miss him for so many years? Thinking about how the little girl back then has now grown up. The tender and young face is now pretty and lovely. Jiang Feng paused in his heart, but his character was as kind as ever. You don't have to follow me. Go and intercept the bodyguards sent by your lady right now. A kind man is often bullied, and a kind horse is often ridden. Since those people are so disgusting, let them fight each other. I want to see them kill each other. He gave a cruel smile. Jiang Feng has never been a good person, but he restrained his temper for Chen Yao Yao. Now he no longer needs to restrain himself or be patient. There is no one in this world who is worthy of his patience. The 2 bodyguards felt their scalps tingle and they wanted to run away right away. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to. They just buried their heads deeper and nodded. Yes. Mr. Jiang, we promise to complete the task. Jiang Feng waved his hand. The 2 of them felt like they had walked through the gates of hell and were covered in cold sweats. He bowed respectfully again and left quickly. The other party. Inside the hotel where Qiu Yueli lives. After the bodyguards personally escorted Qiu Yueli into the room, one of them quickly left and knocked on the door of the next room. Here, Qiu Yu happily began to pack his things. It was so great to be able to hang out with this godly brother, she no longer had to go on those boring blind dates. Qiu Yueli was not interested in those things at all. She probably would have followed Jiang Feng without saying a word if he had told her that he could take her to explore the world. The bodyguard saluted Qiu Guqiang with a respectful look on his face. Master. I heard that the young lady was in danger outside. Qiu Guqiang had a serious face. There is only this one young lady in his Qiu family. If anything goes wrong, no one present will be able to escape. Yes. The young lady exposed a man who was molesting others, which attracted the condemnation of the onlookers. Fortunately, Mr. Jiang intervened to calm the situation down. The bodyguard leader told Qiu Guqiang the whole story in detail. The more Qiu Guqiang listened, the uglier his expression became. When he heard that Qiu Yueli's kindness was misunderstood by others and she was even asked to apologize, he slammed the table in anger. Nonsense, this is just nonsense. I, Qiu Guqiang's granddaughter, did nothing wrong. These people are looking for death. Qiu Guqiang is the head of a business empire family. Even though he has stepped down, his aura is forever engraved on him and cannot be erased. This made the bodyguard leader panic. He quickly knelt down on one knee. Master, calm down. It's all because of our incompetence that the young lady has suffered such injustice. Chiu Guoqiang temporarily suppressed his dissatisfaction. Thinking of the bodyguard's mention of Mr. Jiang who helped his granddaughter, he felt a little curious. Who is the Mr. Jiang you are talking about? That guy seems to be the lady's former lifesaver. I don't know how he met her again today. He was also kind enough to help her. Chiu Guoqiang remembered that Chiu Yueli almost lost her life once when she was a child. When they arrived, Chiu Yueli was the only one there. The savior had long since disappeared without leaving any trace. Chiu Guoqiang nodded, and suddenly felt a little curious about Jiang Feng. You said this Mr. Jiang is very skilled in Kung Fu. The bodyguard couldn't help but be shocked. Jiang Feng is not only a martial arts expert, his scalp tingles whenever he thinks about it. At least the way Jiang Feng dealt with the pervert and the group of onlookers around him who thought they were standing on the commanding heights was amazing. The bodyguards thought that he certainly couldn't do that. At most they could rush forward and knock down all those people who were against the lady. As for making them feel ashamed ideologically and morally, he is incompetent. Unfathomable. After thinking for a long time, the bodyguard leader could only say these 4 words. Chiu Guoqiang was stunned. The Chiu family has only one granddaughter, Chiu Yueli, so naturally the bodyguards they choose for Chiu Yueli are all top-notch. Each of them is strong and healthy, and their reconnaissance and fighting skills are the best among the best. Not to mention being able to fight 100 alone, at least he can beat 10 alone. But even this group of bodyguards can say their words, unfathomable, so how terrifying is this Mr. Jiang? Tell me more about it. Chiu Guoqiang's expression was extremely serious. Master, Mr. Jiang's Kung Fu, even if all our bodyguards were combined, it is very likely that they would not last more than 3 moves in his hands. Even if he didn't want to admit it, the bodyguard had to give Chiu Guoqiang an honest answer. They are indeed inferior in skills. And there is a huge difference. Hiss. Even Chiu Guoqiang couldn't help but take a breath. Even the bodyguards combined couldn't last more than 3 moves under Mr. Jiang's hands. What a terrifying existence this person is. Chapter 32 It doesn't matter. Do you know where the opponent's Kung Fu style comes from? Can you tell? Chiu Guoqiang's face was stiff at this time. It would be easy if we knew where the other party came from, but it would be difficult if we didn't know. Under Chiu Guoqiang's gaze, the bodyguard shook his head slightly. He can't see. Have no idea. Have no idea. Jiang Feng only showed off a few of his skills at the scene, and there was no complete information about the moves he used. They couldn't tell no matter how hard they looked. That guy doesn't look like a government official, but he doesn't look like an underground person since he can help the young lady. There are many hidden families in China. It is not impossible that he came from a hidden family. This also explains why Mr. Jiang has only appeared briefly in the spotlight for so many years and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The bodyguard told his guess in full. The young lady described Jiang Feng's appearance back then, and the Chiu family did send people to search for him. Unfortunately, no useful information was found and the matter ended up in nothing. The only ones who can hide information so mysteriously are the country, the underground, or a hidden family. Jiang Feng is most likely a member of a hidden family. Hidden family. Chiu Guoqiang chewed these 4 words in his mouth. After a while, he seemed to come to his senses and shook his head. Send someone down to investigate, and be careful not to let the other party find out. If you really can't find out anything, just give up, and don't alert the enemy. The bodyguard immediately clasped his fists. Yes, sir. Chiu Guoqiang's eyes became fierce. He was able to build the Chiu family's business empire, so his methods must have been extraordinary. If we talk about human lives, I don't know how many there are on my hands. All the people who bullied Chiu Yueli today combined are nothing in his eyes. However, since you dare to bully the people of their Chiu family, you must pay the corresponding price. Chiu Guoqiang sneered. Go ahead and make the arrangements. I want everyone who did evil today to get what they deserve. Yes. The bodyguard agreed. He turned around and went down to plan immediately. The next morning, Chiu Yueli, who always loved to sleep in, almost changed her personality and got up from bed early in the morning. Humming a song, she happily picked out a beautiful dress from the closet and put it on carefully. After washing up, I sat in front of the dressing table. Chiu Yueli changed her usual barefaced look and put on beautiful makeup by drawing eyebrows and applying lipstick. After cleaning up, she opened the door and went straight to Chiu Guqiang's room. Chiu Guqiang is old and has been living a life with little sleep. Now we have finished our morning activities and are ready to have breakfast. He was surprised to see Chiu Yueli coming in. Wow! What a rare visitor this morning. Look who this is. Our Chiu family's lazy little pig actually got up early one day. Did the sun rise from the west? There was a hint of sarcasm in Chiu Guqiang's smile. Chiu Yueli immediately blushed in embarrassment. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? I got up early just to have dinner with you, really. If you say so, I will go back directly. You can eat by yourself from now on. Chiu Guqiang burst into laughter. He waved to the people around him to add a pair of bowls and chopsticks for Chiu Yueli. Sit down, sit down, sit down. How could I not know what a little girl like you is thinking? Tell me. Is there something else you want to ask your grandfather? Let me see if I can do it. Chiu Yueli immediately sat down next to Chiu Guqiang happily. Pretending to be well behaved, she acted coquettishly with Chiu Guqiang. Grandpa, I don't believe you don't know what I want to say. You are the smartest person in our Chiu family. And after I came back yesterday, my bodyguards must have told you everything that happened to me. I want to move in and live with brother Jiang Feng, can you promise me? Chiu Guqiang really knew it last night. He could do nothing with Chiu Yueli. Even if he disagrees, there is nothing you can do. Chiu Yueli has to do what this little girl wants to do no matter what. If Chiu Guqiang disagrees, I guess Chiu Yueli would go find Jiang Feng even if she had to jump out of the window. Move over there and live with brother Jiang Feng. Chiu Guqiang pretended to tease his little granddaughter. Yes, yes. Of course, Grandpa. I won't leave you alone. The address that brother Jiang Feng gave me is a hotel, so let's just treat it as a new hotel. Besides, you can rest assured when I go to find brother Jiang Feng. With someone as powerful as brother Jiang Feng following me every day, no one can bully me. Chiu Yueli patted his chest and made the promise. Chiu Guqiang nodded seriously. You can move there. After hearing these words, Chiu Yueli almost wanted to jump up. Her grandfather is so kind, she is willing to honor him for the rest of her life. But before moving there, you have to go meet someone with Grandpa first. As soon as Chiu Guqiang finished speaking, Chiu Yueli's face instantly fell. Feelings also have conditions. Who could her grandfather take her to meet? They were just blind dates for those young masters. Chiu Yueli was in a state of panic. She really didn't want to marry those uneducated young men, but the Chiu family needed her at the moment. Grandpa, can't we not go? I've already said I don't want to, why are you still looking for me? Chiu Guqiang felt a headache when he saw that his granddaughter's mouth was so tight that an oil bottle could be tied to it. Didn't we agree on this yesterday? Grandpa promises you that this time the young master of the Ju family will definitely not be like those playboys you saw before. He is a man of real talent and good looks. Chiu Yueli crossed her arms and shook her head. I'm not going. Who told you yesterday? I have no interest in that young master of the Ju family. I just want to go to brother Jiang Feng's hotel to find brother Jiang Feng. If you don't let me go, then I won't go anywhere. Chiu Guqiang knew that his granddaughter was just acting like a spoiled brat. But he has already sent someone to invite the Ju family, and if Chiu Yueli doesn't show up, the two families probably ended up in a fight that was too embarrassing to bear. No matter how much he loves his granddaughter, he can't just let Chiu Yueli act recklessly at this time. Yueli, don't be so petty. Grandpa has already promised the other party. Just go and show up. Who says you have to get together with that young master of the Ju family? We are just going to take a look and go through the motions. Chiu Yueli hesitated for a while. Upon seeing this, Chiu Guqiang simply said a few more words to persuade his granddaughter. This made Chiu Yueli finally nod in agreement. Well then. I'm doing this to give you face, Grandpa, but this has nothing to do with the Ju family. Chapter 33 Looking for Brother Jiang Feng. Chiu Guqiang was left in tears and amused by Chiu Yueli's arrogant words. He tapped his granddaughter's head several times with his finger. I finally spoiled you. Chiu Yueli chuckled. He quickly picked up the serving chopsticks next to him and picked up a bun for Chiu Guqiang. Grandpa, you eat first. Let's move over quickly after we finish eating. Looking at her positive energy, Chiu Guqiang felt helpless and worried. Grandpa, I'll introduce Brother Jiang Feng to you later. Don't look so cold. It would be bad if you scare Brother Jiang Feng. Just treat him like me and smile more. Also, Brother Jiang Feng is a man of few words, so don't look down on him. And don't check his household registration. Chiu Yueli served herself a bowl of millet porridge, while muttering something to get Chiu Guqiang's attention. Chiu Guqiang found it funny. And told him not to give the cold shoulder to that Jiang Feng. Not to mention that he wouldn't give it, even if he did, that person probably wouldn't have any reaction at all. If the other party's identity is really as the bodyguard guessed last night, then he is definitely not an ordinary person. Even he has to show some respect. Yu Li, is your brother Jiang Feng really that charming? You've only met him twice, what if he's a bad guy? Or maybe he's trying to get in touch with you because he values your identity as Miss Chiu's. Before Chiu Guqiang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chiu Yueli, who was about to cry. Grandfather. Chiu Yueli put down the spoon in her hand, puffed up her lips and looked at Chiu Guqiang angrily. Brother Jiang Feng is not that kind of person. If he was a bad guy, he wouldn't have saved me twice in a row. Besides, Brother Jiang Feng is so handsome, how could he be a bad guy? Besides, he doesn't even know I'm from the Chiu family. At most, he knows my last name is Chiu. If Brother Jiang Feng wanted to get close to me because he valued my identity as a young lady from the Chiu family, then he shouldn't have left after saving me the first time. Our Chiu family will definitely thank him profusely and give him a lot of thank you gifts. No matter what, Chiu Yueli firmly believed that Jiang Feng was definitely not a bad person. Chiu Guqiang watched his granddaughter defend Jiang Feng with clear logic and solid arguments. I felt even more worried. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that if one cannot repay a life-saving favor, one should repay it with one's own life. Now Chiu Yueli thinks that she is good-looking, a good person, and has saved her life twice. Maybe this little guy will really like Jiang Feng. Chiu Guqiang felt heavy in his heart and took 2 deep breaths. If Jiang Feng really came from a secluded family, then even if he became friends with Chiu Yueli, it would be of great benefit to the Chiu family. If Jiang Feng was just an ordinary person. Chiu Guqiang cleared away the messy thoughts in his mind. That's enough. You're the only one who talks too much. Hurry up and finish eating and go find your brother Jiang Feng. Chiu Yueli blushed when her grandfather said that. He murmured, holding the spoon in his hand. Grandpa, it's only a little after 7. Brother Jiang Feng is probably still sleeping. Let's move there first, and I'll take you to see Brother Jiang Feng around noon. Chiu Guqiang continued to joke with a smile. I want to see where this Brother Jiang Feng came from. He can actually transform our Chiu family's lazy pig into being so considerate. Chiu Yueli didn't like to hear her grandfather teasing her, so she quickly lowered her head and continued to drink the millet porridge in the bowl. At this time, Jiang Feng had no idea that the grandfather and grandson of the Chiu family had moved next to his room so quickly. Originally, Jiang Feng lived in the house provided by the Wang family, but it was inconvenient to go in and out. He simply found a hotel to stay in. At this moment, Jiang Feng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed. A spiritual power invisible to others circulated in Jiang Feng's meridians again and again. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng exhaled a breath of foul air. Slowly opened his eyes. He already had some kung fu skills, and if it were true, meditation could restore his energy faster than sleeping. If things really get busy, there won't be any problem even if Jiang Feng doesn't sleep for several days and nights. Jiang Feng picked up the mobile phone beside him and opened the pictures of the charity gala auction items sent to him by the Zhu family. The live broadcast was moved to the page of the wood carving of dragon soaring across the seas. The Li family, huh? Jiang Feng was clear in his mind. If he used the power in his hands to directly ask the Li family for the wooden sculpture of a dragon soaring across the seas, the Li family might not refuse to give it to him. But now there is a ready-made opportunity to do it through legitimate means without having to involve the forces in his or the master's hands. This is obviously the best opportunity. Jiang Feng stared at the wooden sculpture of a dragon soaring across the seas and began to ponder. The Li family has put this wood carving up for auction many times, and it is clear that their plan is not that ordinary. Could it be that he is using this wood carving to test him? After all, this dragon soaring for seas is the key to the exiled immortal palace. Only by getting this wood carving can you open that secret realm. The Lee family took out this wood carving to test it again, and it seems that they probably know the function of this wood carving. So why are they doing this? As soon as this idea came out, Jiang Feng could almost conclude that it was because Li Jiaguang only knew that Longting Sihai was the key, but did not know where the secret realm was. It's like you know there is a treasure and you have the key to it. But I just don't know where the treasure is. Don't you think this is a worrying thing? Jiang Feng curled his lips into a smile and closed the content on his phone. The Li family doesn't he know, but he knows. He is short of the key, and the Li family is short of the location of the exiled immortal palace. But Jiang Feng would never choose to cooperate. He was determined to get the dragon soaring for seas. Jiang Feng used his slender fingers to dial the call and skillfully entered a string of numbers on the keyboard. Soon a voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Rough and hoarse. The smile on Jiang Feng's mouth widened a lot. Panhu, it's only been a few years and you don't recognize me. Joking words came out of Jiang Feng's mouth. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly gasped. After a few seconds, the other party's already hoarse voice became even more blocked and choked with sobs. The young man named Panhu almost cried. Boss. You finally got around to calling me. Do you know how I have been through these past few years? I have thought about it many times day and night and wanted to go to you directly regardless of your original order. Panhu couldn't hold back any longer, and mist appeared in the eyes of this man. Jiang Feng's smile also froze slightly. How could he not know how much harm the decision he made at the beginning had caused to his brothers? In the end, he was selfish and thought he could stop and live an ordinary life. Chen Yao Yao did not bring him ordinariness, but only brought him a dead heart. Jiang Feng thought he no longer needed to be ordinary. Chapter 34. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Don't even think about how old you are. How can a 1.9 meter tall fat man cry like a little girl? How about I take all the brothers to watch it tomorrow? Jiang Feng teased. Panhu immediately put away the expression on his face and sniffed like a child. Jiang Feng couldn't help laughing, but he couldn't help feeling sorry for himself. Boss, please don't talk nonsense. I, Panhu, have to save my face. How can I get along with my brothers like this? Jiang Feng was immediately amused by Panhu and burst into laughter. This kid hasn't changed. He was willing to make the first call to Panhu, but in fact he had some concerns in his mind. Back then, he gave up everything and left. It is absolutely impossible to say that all the brothers were willing or unwilling to do so. Panhu, a big man, burst into tears at that time. But no matter what, so many years have passed. No matter how much of a brother they are, Jiang Feng understands that some people will definitely not be the same as before. All right. I'll save some face for you. That's more like it. Panhu's rough voice was filled with embarrassment. By the way, boss, are you planning on making a comeback? Then tell me your location, and I'll bring my brothers to pick you up right now. Just tell me what you want me to do. I, Panhu, will always say the same thing. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. He pounded his chest, his eyes red. Panhu's life was given by Jiang Feng. Even if Jiang Feng told him to commit suicide here, he would never say another word. No need. As for making a comeback, after lying dormant for so long, it's time to get out and about. Jiang Feng shook his head. As soon as these words were spoken, Panhu could not help but punch the rosewood table in front of him excitedly. Their whole person couldn't help but tremble. Great. For so many years, this is what he has been waiting for. As long as Jiang Feng is willing to come out again and lead his brothers to the top, Panhu is willing to shorten his life by 10 years. Boss, just tell me. As long as you tell me, I will do what you tell me to do right now. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Panhu like this. This kid's personality really hasn't changed at all, he's still irritable and impatient. If he wasn't under his command, he would have been assassinated countless times just because of his personality. I don't need you to do anything for me. Your boss isn't that useless. I called you this time mainly to ask how you and your brothers are doing. Jiang Feng asked this question cautiously. Although he seemed calm and composed, his heart was already filled with turmoil. It would be a lie to say that I'm not panicking. After all, they were once brothers, and Jiang Feng didn't want to see the scene of brothers being separated at all costs. Pan Hu on the other end of the phone fell silent when he heard Jiang Feng ask this question. But he quickly pulled himself together and tried to force a few smiles. Everything is fine, don't worry, boss. We brothers are all happy that you can come back. I will arrange for my brothers to welcome you back then. Jiang Feng didn't say anything. Even if Pan Hu didn't say anything, he felt something extraordinary from that brief silence. It seems that a lot has really happened in recent years. If they were all so honest, how could it be so difficult for Pan Hu? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. If things had to get to that point, he wouldn't mind cleaning up the mess himself. No, I already know the situation. Then we'll see what the brothers choose. If they want money or power, that's fine. We will do our best to provide what we can. If we can't do it, then we'll let the birds fly high and the fish jump wide. Jiang Feng uttered 2 words lightly. But these words made Pan Hu tremble all over. The decisive and ruthless look of Jiang Feng back then suddenly reappeared before him. Even Pan Hu couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat. It's better not to get to that point, that's not what he wants to see. And if it really comes to that, as long as Jiang Feng is still with those betraying brothers. Pan Hu clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. Boss, my brothers are all smart people and they definitely won't do such ungrateful things. Don't worry. Jiang Feng nodded silently. If he can really be assured, that would be the best for him. Good. By the way, Pan Hu, I really have something to talk to you about. Jiang Feng's mind suddenly moved. Boss, you say? Pan Hu immediately looked at Jiang Feng respectfully. I remember we founded a small group before I left. How is it going now? I want to withdraw some money. Jiang Feng touched his head and felt a little sour. If I had known earlier, I would have paid more attention to this small group. A penny can make a hero fall. Although the 6th master has given him 2 billion yuan, Jiang Feng is still afraid that he will not be able to buy the dragon soaring for seas wood sculpture when he can compete with the Li family. Jiang Feng was too embarrassed to speak to his masters, and happened to remember that he seemed to have a small group under his command. I just don't know if I have made any money after all these years. If all else fails, try it out. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, at least you can make some money. Boss, you are talking about Jiangchuan Group. How much money do you want to withdraw? Pan Hu's voice was extremely complicated. It makes people feel embarrassed just by listening to it. Jiang Feng felt even more guilty after listening to this. It seems that Jiangchuan Group has not developed very well in recent years, otherwise why would Pan Hu speak in such a tone? It's nothing. Just call as many as you can get. If there's really nothing left, forget it. It's not a big deal. Jiang Feng didn't want to put pressure on Pan Hu. If he wanted to have money, he had plenty of ways to do it. Pan Hu's feelings were indeed quite complicated. Jiangchuan Group has become so famous in recent years, but his boss doesn't even know about it. Everyone in the industry knows that Jiangchuan Group is powerful and has a deep background. It occupies a considerable proportion in all walks of life. However, Jiangchuan Group is well known to everyone, but as for its boss, no one knows him until now. Then boss, let me arrange for someone to transfer 2 billion to you. Do you think it's enough? If it's not enough, I'll ask the finance department to transfer it. Pan Hu spoke to Jiang Feng with a very serious look. Jiangchuan Group's money is basically used for compounding interest, so if they suddenly want to withdraw it now, it will still take a day and some simple operations. Jiang Feng's heart moved. I originally thought that this group was basically ruined, but who would have thought that they could actually come up with such a huge sum of money? How could Pan Hu, a rough guy, actually have such ability? It seems that these years have not been easy for him. Chapter 35, Extremely Satisfied. 2 billion is enough. You go ahead and make the arrangements. I'll contact you later. Pan Hu nodded quickly. Finally, I hung up the phone reluctantly. Jiang Feng put down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. I hope everything is not as bad as he imagined. I hope that those brothers who used to be brothers will always be brothers. Jiang Feng was unwilling to do anything that would ruin his brothers, but that didn't mean he couldn't do it. Boom boom boom. Before Jiang Feng could think about it, someone knocked on the door of his hotel room from outside. Jiang Feng quickly got out of bed, walked to the door of the room in 3 or 2 steps and opened it. Ding 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 ding. Brother Jiang Feng, look who's here. I've prepared a very sumptuous breakfast for you. Chiu Yueli's face was all smiles, and her big round eyes were filled with excitement and cuteness. Today, Chiu Yueli wore a little white dress with a big pink bow on her chest, and her long black hair stood up high. This outfit makes the girl look youthful and beautiful. Jiang Feng was stunned, then laughed. Why are you here so early? Chiu Yueli chuckled, feeling extremely embarrassed. Of course I want to send breakfast to brother Jiang Feng. She walked quickly to the side. A whole cart of breakfast appeared behind him and appeared in front of Jiang Feng. Millet porridge, 3 fresh steamed buns, small wontons, steamed dumplings. Everything you need. Jiang Feng has been moved many times by Chiu Yueli since yesterday. This breakfast made Jiang Feng feel warm in his heart without exception. Obviously, he just saved the little girl casually, but the other party seemed to keep him in mind all the time. Brother Jiang Feng, don't you like it? Then you can tell me what you want to eat and I'll buy it for you. Just say whatever you want. Trust the strength of my Chiu family. I will get you anything, whether it flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the sea. Chiu Yueli patted her chest and made the promise. But there was still a hint of disappointment in his eyes. How could Jiang Feng not like it? Chiu Yueli, the eldest daughter of the Chiu family, came to him early in the morning dressed up exquisitely and prepared such a sumptuous breakfast. If Jiang Feng is not satisfied, then he is truly blind. Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. I'll push this little cart in and eat now. Jiang Feng walked quickly forward and pushed the cart into the bedroom. Chiu Yueli suddenly smiled with joy and waved her hands excitedly. Great. She can do something for brother Jiang Feng. Chiu Yueli was afraid that Jiang Feng would be unwilling to accept her preparations with good intentions. Brother Jiang Feng, let me have breakfast with you. She ran forward and picked up the small plates on the cart one by one and placed them on the table. The plates are arranged exquisitely and beautifully in an interesting way. It would be a lie for Jiang Feng to say that he was not moved. What kind of family is the Chiu family? To be honest, Chiu Yueli was truly a rich girl who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Not to mention getting up early to deliver breakfast, I'm afraid that at home I just have to stretch out my hand for clothes and open my mouth for food. It was really not easy for Chiu Yueli to dress up exquisitely and come to deliver breakfast to him in person early in the morning. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Why did you come so early? Actually, I can just eat whatever I want. Jiang Feng felt a little reluctant. Chiu Yueli quickly shook her head. That won't do. Brother Jiang Feng, thank goodness you didn't lie to me this time. I was thinking of bringing Grandpa to see you, but I was afraid you were still sleeping, so I asked Grandpa to go back first. Wait until evening, I'll ask Grandpa to treat us to dinner. Jiang Feng nodded. The old man of the Chiu family dotes on Chiu Yueli very much. It is estimated that Chiu Yueli had to spend a lot of effort to let this little girl appear in front of him alone. Brother Jiang Feng, try this crab roe bun. It's the treasure of this internet-famous breakfast shop. The queue is so long. Come and see if it tastes good. And this porridge too, I asked my bodyguard to buy it early in the morning. Chiu Yueli kept on talking and bringing delicious food to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled, picked up the chopsticks, took a crab roe bun and put it in his mouth to taste it. It tastes really good. Ms. Chiu, you eat too. Chiu Yueli accompanied Chiu Guoqiang for breakfast early in the morning. Of course she couldn't eat it now, but Jiang Feng finally asked her to eat it once. Good. Chiu Yueli picked up the bun in front of her without hesitation and stuffed it into her mouth. He even pretended to be very hungry and enjoyed the food. But who is Jiang Feng? No matter how well Chiu Yueli concealed it, she couldn't escape Jiang Feng's eyes. But Jiang Feng just happened to have a bit of evil taste at this moment. He picked up another steamed dumpling with the chopsticks in his hand and put it on Chiu Yueli's plate. Try this. I just had it and it was really good. It's worth a try, Miss Chiu. Chiu Yueli's gaze followed Jiang Feng's chopsticks to the steamed dumplings on the plate. In her little mouth, there was still a bun that she had chewed countless times but had not yet swallowed. The little face almost collapsed into a ball. Brother Jiang Feng, I will definitely eat it later. Jiang Feng remained unmoved, as if he didn't understand Chiu Yueli's accusing look at all. He nodded enthusiastically and continued to stare at her, signaling her to eat the steamed dumplings quickly. Chiu Yueli was so upset that she could not even cry. If she had known that Jiang Feng would not be so polite to her, she would have just said that she had already eaten. Why do I have to swallow my broken teeth and eat the damn steamed dumplings with hatred and bitterness? Woo woo woo. Chiu Yueli touched the steamed dumplings with chopsticks. I kept giving myself hints in my heart. Don't say this is a steamed dumpling, even if it is something unpalatable, she has to eat it. This is given to her by her godly brother with good intentions. Chiu Yueli closed her eyes and opened her mouth. With a flick of his fingers, the steamed dumpling was sent towards his mouth. He closed his teeth and made a click. Instead of eating the steamed dumpling, he took a big bite of the chopsticks. Chiu Yueli was in so much pain that tears came out. When she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Feng looking at her with amusement. The steamed dumplings that should have been in her mouth were now lying on the plate. Okay, don't eat after breakfast. I don't need you to accompany me. I'm not a child. As he said this, Jiang Feng laughed. Chiu Yueli's cheeks immediately turned red. Brother Jiang Feng, have you figured it out? But even though I'm full, I really want to have breakfast with you. Jiang Feng found it very funny. This little girl really had a pure heart. I know. Then watch me eat. Chiu Yueli quickly put down the chopsticks in her hand, held her chin with both hands, and watched Jiang Feng concentrate on eating the steamed dumplings one by one. He was very considerate and cleared away the breakfast she brought. Chapter 36 Brother, where are we going? Brother Jiang Feng, where are we going after we finish eating? I've been so bored in Zhonghai these past few days. Wherever I go, there are people following me, and they keep telling me what I can't do. Chiu Yueli curled her lips. She was not the kind of person who would listen to other people's advice. The more she was not allowed to do something, the more itchy she felt. Sooner or later, she will shake off those bodyguards who follow her like followers and go out on her own. Regardless of the fact that Jiang Feng is here now, Chiu Yueli naturally wants to take Jiang Feng out with her. What are your plans these days? I'll listen to you. Jiang Feng treats Chiu Yueli like his younger sister. Finally, there was a little girl who was willing to come forward and protect him. How could Jiang Feng not dote on her? Don't mention it, brother Jiang Feng. My grandfather insisted that I go to the Zhu family's banquet. I don't like going to that kind of occasion at all. How about you come with me, brother Jiang Feng? If you don't go, I won't know what fun there is. Chiu Yueli looked at Jiang Feng pitifully, and carefully stretched out a hand to hold Jiang Feng's sleeve. Jiang Feng was not surprised that Chiu Yueli was invited by the Zhu family to attend the charity banquet. It just so happened that he also wanted to go, and if he could go with Chiu Yueli, it would save him a lot of trouble. Jiang Feng was not afraid of being recognized at the moment, but he would not mind if he could have a layer of cover. Okay. Then I'll go with you. Chiu Yueli jumped 3 feet high. He shouted excitedly. Yeah. Brother Jiang Feng, you are my god. I love you so much. This must be the least boring banquet I have ever attended. By the way, brother Jiang Feng, don't be polite to me when the time comes. Just tell me what you like. My Chiu family can still come up with a little money, even if it's nothing else. Jiang Feng didn't show it on his face, but he found it funny in his heart. The Chiu family is indeed rich. But what Jiang Feng wants this time is not something that can be obtained just by having money. He also had no intention of letting the Chiu family clash with the Li family because of him. By the way, brother Jiang Feng. Now that you've finished eating, can I let my grandfather come over? He wanted to come with me just now, but I told him not to come. My grandpa didn't have any other intentions. He was just worried about me. Brother Jiang Feng, if you don't want to, just tell me. I told my grandpa not to come. The more Chiu Yueli spoke, the more guilty she felt. Her grandfather was worried that Jiang Feng had bad intentions towards her. He came here to see who Jiang Feng was. If Jiang Feng is willing, then let Chiu Guqian come. If Jiang Feng is not willing, then let Chiu Guqian come. Chiu Yueli didn't want to make Jiang Feng unhappy. It's okay, let your grandfather come. Since we're already staying in the same hotel, it wouldn't be good if we didn't see each other. I can say hello to Grandpa when he comes over. Jiang Feng didn't care. Chiu Yueli's grandfather, Chiu Guqian, the old man of the Chiu family, was thinking about something. He was not a fool, so he knew it clearly. However, the old man of the Chiu family also had good intentions. He was worried about his granddaughter and wanted to meet him. Brother Jiangfeng, you are truly the best brother in the world. I'll ask the bodyguard to call my grandfather over. Chiu Yueli happily took out her cell phone and called her bodyguard. There. As soon as the bodyguard received the news, he reported it to Chiu Guqiang. Master, the young lady said that Mr. Jiangfeng has finished his breakfast. I'll go and ask him to come over now. After saying this, the bodyguard bowed respectfully, turned around and was about to walk outside. Suddenly, Mr. Chiu placed the teacup in his hand directly on the table. The ceramic teacup hit the table heavily with a loud thumping sound. Stop. Who told you to invite someone on your own initiative? Master. The bodyguard was shocked and quickly turned around and bowed. HMPH, what are you going to use to hire someone? Chiu Guqiang was able to lead the Chiu family to prosperity not only because of his business talent but also because of his extraordinary abilities. There is absolutely no problem in saying that he is decisive in killing. Chiu Guqiang had his own ideas. Jiangfeng is so capable that he might be the son of a hidden family. How could it be possible to hire a bodyguard so easily? Chiu Guqiang would rather walk a few more steps than offend an unknown family's son under such circumstances. All right. Open the door, I'll go myself. Chiu Guqiang stood up and put his hands behind his back. Lift your foot. Master. The bodyguard looked extremely responsible. No matter what, they never thought that a few mere young boys could make their masters get up and go over there in person. I don't think you need to give that kid such a big face. Who is he? Who are you? It's a great honor for this kid that you are willing to see him. Besides. Chiu Guqiang's eyes became fierce. Shut up. What do you know? How can you casually discuss Mr. Jiang's identity? Open the door and make way for me now. Don't let me hear such words again. The bodyguard gritted his teeth. He clasped his hands together and greeted him, and no matter how dissatisfied he was, he had to turn around and open the door for Chiu Guqiang. Walk all the way to the door of Jiangfeng's room. Chiu Guqiang stopped and slowly adjusted his clothes. There was even a hint of arrogance on his face that came from being a superior. Chiu Guqiang didn't want to offend Jiangfeng because he was worried about his strong identity and background, but he himself couldn't show his weakness first. Given the status and position of the Chiu family, there is absolutely no need for them to show any fear. The bodyguard stepped forward and opened the door. Chiu Guqiang's eyes fell into the room. There was a large sofa in the middle, and Jiangfeng was sitting comfortably on the sofa in dark blue home clothes. Chiu Yueli beside him jumped up and down excitedly, handing Jiangfeng a piece of fruit, and then coming over to show Jiangfeng what was on his phone. Grandpa. You're here. Come and sit down, I'll introduce you to brother Jiangfeng. Chiu Guqiang looked dissatisfied, and his eyes fell from his granddaughter to Jiangfeng on the sofa. A feeling of anger involuntarily climbed up Chiu Guqiang's chest. The little princess who was cherished by the Chiu family was actually being ordered around by the man in front of him. Humph. Do you really think that his Chiu family is dead? How can you bully them at will? Jiangfeng put down the cup in his hand and stood up from the sofa. Even when facing the former king of the business world, Jiangfeng remained expressionless without any unnecessary emotions. Mr. Chiu, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please sit here. With a cold look on his face, Chiu Guqiang walked quickly to the position Jiangfeng indicated. Mr. Jiang. It is my Chiu family who is sorry for not welcoming you in person. If you are not satisfied with your stay, you can let us know. The Chiu family will definitely try their best to satisfy your wishes. Jiangfeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Chiu Guqiang. Chapter 37, Lucky. Even if the Chiu family doesn't mention anything else, they can still come up with some small amounts of money. At least they won't leave Mr. Jiang without any employees. Chiu Guqiang spoke slowly and even straightened his clothes while talking. But their hostility in his tone did not diminish in the slightest. No matter how carelessly Jiangfeng tried, he could still hear Chiu Guqiang's dissatisfaction. Are you accusing him of making Chiu Yueli run around all the time? Grandpa. I did it on my own will. Besides, brother Jiangfeng is my savior, so what's wrong with me giving him some fruit to eat? If it weren't for him, I don't know where your granddaughter would be suffering right now, or she might have died long ago. Chiu Yueli pouted. Nonsense. Chiu Guqiang couldn't control his temper and yelled angrily. At his age, he hates to talk about life and death the most. But this little girl Chiu Yueli said it without any worries. Isn't this stabbing Chiu Guqiang in the heart? Oh! Grandpa! Chiu Yueli quickly hugged Chiu Guqiang's arm and acted coquettishly. Mr. Chiu, it's not right to speak in a roundabout way. Don't blame me for speaking directly. I don't have any feelings for Miss Chiu. As for what you are thinking, you can just let it go and don't bring it up. Jiang Feng had an indifferent expression and leaned back on the sofa. As soon as these words came out, Chiu Guqiang's expression froze. He didn't expect that Jiang Feng didn't even give him any face. Once this sentence was said, didn't it mean that what Chiu Guqiang was thinking about couldn't be put on the table? This is a veiled sarcasm. Jiang Feng didn't care what Chiu Guqiang was thinking or what expression he had on his face. He seemed to do whatever he wanted, saying whatever came to his mind, without giving a damn. Mr. Chiu simply thinks that the Chiu family is profitable to me. Money or power. Har har. I'm not afraid to tell you that these two things in your eyes are nothing in my eyes, or I don't even care about them. Boom. Mr. Chiu's heart was beating like a drum. It was clearly just a casual glance from Jiang Feng, but it made him break out in a cold sweat for no reason. He even felt a chill down his back, as if he was being stared at by the devil. The feeling of being unable to escape made Chiu Guqiang, an old man who had experienced many ups and downs, grit his teeth. Ms. Chiu is like my sister to me. I admire her kindness and frankness. Of course, I will do my best to protect her frankness. Since you are so worried, I can assure you that as long as I, Jiang Feng, am here, there will be no problem with Miss Chiu's life safety. As for those thoughts of yours, please put them aside. They are really unnecessary. Jiang Feng went straight to the point and expressed his thoughts one by one. The old man of the Chiu family's heart was pounding. Before facing Jiang Feng, he had thought about his ideas and organized his words. But he never expected Jiang Feng to be so straightforward. He said everything right away and even knew his thoughts with great accuracy. The horror was like a flame ignited in the heart of the old man of the Chiu family. A small spark can start a prairie fire. Brother Jiang Feng. Chiu Yueli bit her lower lip. The expression on his face was one of shame and pain. Chiu Guqiang is her grandfather, and whatever thoughts he has are all for her good. But Jiang Feng was her savior and he saved her twice. Chiu Guqiang's doubts about Jiang Feng now turned into shackles on Chiu Yueli, making her feel ashamed to face her savior. Ms. Chiu, don't think too much. I just had a simple chat with Mr. Chiu. The result will not affect my treating you as my sister. Jiang Feng tried his best to put on a kind smile. Chiu Yueli's eyes turned red and she clenched her little pink fists. How come Brother Jiang Feng is so nice? Chiu Guqiang also felt uncomfortable. He has been retired for many years, and has cultivated a keen mind in the business world. Who wouldn't call him an old fox when seeing him? But today, in front of a young boy, everything he had thought was exposed, and the other party even mocked him for having such unpresentable ideas. Chiu Guqiang gritted his teeth and looked up at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not open the curtains when he got up in the morning, and now the dim light of the hotel shone on his face. He raised his hand to pick up the teacup on the table. The side profile was shrouded in light and came into Chiu Guqiang's sight. Suddenly, the thoughts that had previously occurred in Chiu Guqiang's mind disappeared without a trace. Yes. They are so similar. Especially the scene just now, it was as if they were carved from the same mold as that person. Chiu Guqiang's hands began to tremble and his heart beat wildly. A pair of eyes with layers of wrinkles could not hide the panic and fear inside. Grandfather! Chiu Yueli couldn't bear it any longer and reached out to push Chiu Guqiang beside her. Her little mouth pouted in dissatisfaction. Grandpa is really going too far. Didn't we agree to come and say hello to Jiang Feng? We must put away the seriousness on our faces. Now I'm staring at Brother Jiang Feng with such an expressionless face. What if I scare Brother Jiang Feng? Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Chiu Guqiang came back to his senses and stuttered out 3 words. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his breathing smooth. Mr. Jiang, Yuli is so lucky to have your promise. I couldn't be more relieved. I was too narrow-minded before. I apologize. Chiu Yueli was completely dumbfounded. Even the group of bodyguards standing behind Chiu Guqiang were dumbfounded. Did they hear it right? What did their master just say? Should we apologize to this young man in front of us? Are they hallucinating, or is the sun rising in the west in this world? Jiang Feng was also surprised for a few seconds. No need to apologize, Mr. Chiu is really too polite. He thought that after saying this, Chiu Guqiang would be so angry that he would slam his fist on the table and angrily order the group of bodyguards to rush up and kick him out of the hotel. I didn't expect that this old guy would make a 180-degree turn in his attitude. I even became more respectful to him all of a sudden. Jiang Feng was almost unable to perform his duty. Little Yu Li has been following you these past few days, and you have suffered a lot. My Chiu family has nothing to repay you for. As long as you ask, I will pick it for you, even if it is the moon in the sky. I hope you can be more tolerant and don't upset her. Chiu Guqiang has his own thoughts. There are many people in this world who look alike. At that moment, Chiu Guqiang even felt that it was the person sitting in front of him. Chiu Guqiang didn't think he would recognize the wrong person. If Jiang Feng is really the one in his memory. Chiu Guqiang looked at his granddaughter, who was completely clueless and had an innocent look on her face, and suddenly he felt a little happier in his heart, as if he had eaten some candy. It seems that this is the fortune that Chiu Yueli is destined to have. Chapter 38. Good idea. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person who makes trouble. How could I possibly cause trouble for brother Jiang Feng? Chiu Yueli watched as her grandfather prepared to expose her shortcomings. She immediately became anxious and raised her hand to cover Chiu Guqiang's mouth. Sit still. Look like a girl, look at what you look like now. Chiu Guqiang loved his little granddaughter, but he didn't dare to let her act recklessly at this time. Chiu Yueli blinked in grievance and sat back on the sofa obediently. Those big eyes were full of unhappiness. Mr. Chiu, you are too kind. Miss Chiu didn't do anything, so I can't say I am responsible for her. I think Miss Chiu has been well educated by you, and I like her very much. Jiang Feng chuckled and rescued Chiu Yueli from the dire situation. Hearing him say this, Chiu Guqiang felt relieved. He was mean to Chiu Yueli because he was worried that Chiu Yueli would offend Jiang Feng and be disliked. As long as Jiang Feng likes it, Chiu Guqiang will definitely not say a word. That's good, Mr. Jiang. Yu Li said she wants to play with you in the next few days. I will arrange for someone to pick you up and serve you at any time. Please don't be polite to our Chiu family. Yu Li, you must take Mr. Jiang to eat and have fun. If you go out, bring all the bodyguards with you. Don't let Mr. Jiang and you get into any danger. Chiu Yueli nodded quickly. If it was a few days ago, she would definitely be dissatisfied and resisted. She didn't want to go out with a bunch of bodyguards. That would be too conspicuous. What the hell is she doing? She's just waiting to be watched like a monkey. But today is a rare opportunity to be with brother Jiang Feng. Not to mention bringing bodyguards, even if it's just bringing a monkey, Chiu Yueli is quite willing. Okay, Grandpa. Don't worry. Brother Jiang Feng's safety will be protected by me. I promise to complete the task. Chiu Yueli's funny look livened up the atmosphere in the room again. Jiang Feng and Chiu Guqiang smiled at the same time. Okay. Remember your words, I won't continue to disturb you two young people from having fun here. We'll see each other later. I'll treat Mr. Jiang to a meal, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chiu Guqiang made a promise. Jiang Feng didn't bother to be polite with Chiu Guqiang, he just nodded decisively. Chiu Guqiang stood up and strode out of the hotel room. The leader of the bodyguards immediately surrounded them. Master, this guy is too arrogant, isn't he? He dares to act so carelessly when you come in. He doesn't take you seriously. Let's send someone to investigate this kid thoroughly. If he doesn't have any background, we'll just find someone to beat him up. I wonder if this kid would have the courage to be so aggressive with you after what he's been through. The bodyguard here keeps chattering. The old man, who was originally walking towards the room, suddenly stopped as he felt a chill in his heart. What good ideas do you have? The bodyguard who came over was delighted. He thought that he had won the favor of the old man of the Chiu family, and maybe if he answered well enough he could become the captain of the bodyguards. By then, getting a promotion and a raise in salary will no longer be a dream. The bodyguard became more and more excited the more he thought about it, and his brain was spinning. After a few seconds, he immediately gave the answer. Master, with the power of our Chiu family, we are not afraid of this yellow-haired boy. If you ask me, the investigation is unnecessary. I think it would be a good idea for us to just beat this guy up first. And the bodyguard kept talking, as if he had grasped the secret to promotion and salary increase and was unwilling to let it go. Chiu Guoqiang had a blank expression on his face, and secretly glanced at the captain of the bodyguards beside him. Without waiting for the talkative bodyguard to finish his words, the bodyguard captain quickly stepped forward and grabbed the man. I have another one. Hey, captain, did you catch the wrong person? Why are you grabbing me with your little hands? If you want to catch someone, go grab the guy in the house. Chiu Guoqiang's face was extremely grim. He waved his hand and asked someone to take the boy away quickly. He really didn't know how such a brainless yet easy-to-talk person managed to sneak in among the Chiu family's bodyguards. Pay him this month's salary and fire him immediately. My Chiu family doesn't need a talkative bodyguard. Since he is so capable, let him go free and let him develop well outside the Chiu family. Yes. The bodyguard captain shouted. He quickly pulled the talkative bodyguard out of the hotel. This person was dumbfounded. Only after being pulled away for a distance did he remember to call for help. Put me down. I am devoted to the Chiu family, you can't do this to me. Please give me another chance. I have parents and children to take care of. I can't lose this job. Let me go, let me go. Pity. No matter how this person called out, no one would listen to him and let him go. The bodyguard felt a chill in his heart at this moment. If he was expelled from the Chiu family, no family with a bit of ability would want him anymore. How will he work in the future? The bodyguard captain threw the man out of the hotel without any mercy. Master, then what about our previous secret investigation into Jiang Feng? Chiu Guoqiang shook his head. All matters related to Mr. Jiang Feng are suspended. No one is allowed to conduct private investigations without my permission, let alone spread what they already know to the outside world. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. If Jiang Feng is the person he has always imagined in his mind, then things might not be simple. It is better to have less trouble than more. Chiu Guoqiang met Jiang Feng in person today, and he must be a little bit in awe, otherwise he would never have shown such an expression. Yes. I will arrange for someone to put down their work and ensure that Mr. Jiang is not investigated. The old man of the Chiu family, Chiu Guoqiang, sighed deeply. Hope everything goes as he imagined. Sir, you are so respectful of this person. I want to know who he is. The bodyguard captain was puzzled. A pair of rough big hands kept rubbing the hair on the forehead. I saw a few more strands of my hair, which were already few in number, falling down. He was extremely curious at this moment. After all, there were not many people who could make the old man of the Chiu family so kind. Well. Chiu Guoqiang sighed sincerely. I'm not sure about Mr. Jiang's identity, but since he looks so similar to that guy, I guess they are closely related. Forget it. No matter what happens, it's always right to be respectful. Otherwise, you'll end up dying inexplicably, and people will panic for no reason. He shook his head. Hiss. The captain of the bodyguards couldn't help but gasp. Chiu Guoqiang's words seemed to say nothing, but they also seemed to say everything. The captain of the bodyguards had a secret idea in his mind, and he made up his mind that he would be respectful to Jiang Feng no matter what. Chapter 39, I won't let him down. The bodyguard leader was delighted, thinking that his chance to show off had come. His mind moved, and he immediately spoke out everything that was in his mind. Master, let me see. Let's show the Chiu family's power and make the kid self-aware. When Mr. Chiu listened to the ignorant thoughts of his bodyguard, he felt cold in his heart. Fortunately, there is still time. If these bodyguards look down on Jiang Feng, it will sooner or later bring disaster to him and the Chiu family. I know this kid is good at martial arts, so why don't I bring more brothers with me? 2 fists can't beat for hands, and sooner or later I will kill him. How dare he disrespect you like this? We brothers will kill this guy even if we have to risk our lives. Besides, the bodyguard continued to talk. Chiu Guoqiang couldn't bear it any longer and yelled. Shut up. The bodyguards and others all shuddered. The leader quickly stopped talking and looked at Chiu Guoqiang. Listen to what you are saying. Mr. Jiang Feng is the lifesaver of my little princess of the Chiu family. Without Mr. Jiang, Yuli's life would have been lost long ago. Now you keep saying that you want to deal with my Chiu family's benefactor, What exactly is your intention? If you can't do your job properly, then get out of here as soon as possible. Chiu Guoqiang suppressed the anger in his heart. Regardless of whether Jiang Feng is the Chiu family's benefactor, his abilities alone should not be underestimated. Chiu Guoqiang experienced it personally. The other party's casual words naturally brought a sense of oppression that made people feel scared for no reason. Jiang Feng's profile, which had just been hidden under the dim light, kept appearing back and forth in Chiu Guoqiang's mind. The more I thought about it, the more certain Chiu Guoqiang became. He definitely hadn't mistaken that face. It was indeed the one who stirred up the entire imperial capital back then. Although the people in the entire imperial capital had no news about that person, they were always filled with legends about him. TSK, it seems that my Chiu family may still have a great opportunity. Chiu Guoqiang sighed softly. The year when Chiu Yueli had the accident coincided with the time when that person appeared in the imperial capital. Hiss. Chiu Guoqiang couldn't help but take a breath. Thinking of this, it seems as if everything has gone smoothly. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? How could Jiang Feng be so similar to the one back then? Now, even without Chiu Guoqiang having to think too much, the answer has already surfaced. Master, what kind of existence is that? The housekeeper of the Chiu family followed Chiu Guoqiang step by step and stretched out his hand to open the door of the room for Chiu Guoqiang. Seeing his master looking worried, he was very worried. Chiu Guoqiang shook his head and left only one sentence. That person is someone that our Chiu family can never look directly at. We don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. He let out a long sigh. The butler was shocked and said no more. But I was also shocked in my heart. Chiu Yueli followed Jiang Feng, and if Jiang Feng was willing, he could protect their young lady. If they are unwilling, I'm afraid the Chiu family will have no way to intervene at that time. At this moment, the housekeeper and Chiu Guoqiang could only secretly hope in their hearts that Chiu Yueli could get along well with Jiang Feng. Even if she couldn't help the Chiu family, she shouldn't risk her life. Give the order, everything about Mr. Jiang Feng must be kept to myself, and no one can tell it to anyone. As for Mr. Jiang's identity, have the Chiu family protect him secretly. If anyone dares to investigate, report it immediately. Chiu Guoqiang walked quickly into his room. The housekeeper responded quickly and turned around to make arrangements. Chiu Guoqiang was covered in cold sweat, and he waited until he sat on the sofa before he let out the turbidity in his heart. He was probably able to confirm Jiang Feng's identity. No matter what this time, no matter who it is, Chiu Guoqiang will never tell anyone what he has learned. Also, it seems that the Chiu family should also be prepared. Maybe this is an opportunity. Chiu Guoqiang closed his eyes, and his old face seemed to have aged a few years. He clenched his fists, then unclenched them again, his old eyes brightening surprisingly. Now that the opportunity has come, we must seize it firmly. After Pan Hu answered the call from his boss, he sat in the chair for a long time. At this moment he seemed to come alive. Boss, I won't let you down. Brothers, I will definitely try my best. Pan Hu said something to himself secretly and stood up from the large chair. He is 1.97 meters tall and looks like a small mountain, silently giving everyone a sense of pressure. Pan Hu walked out of the study, and 2 rows of black-clad bodyguards at the door bowed in unison. Hello, Boss Pan. Pan Hu waved his hand and didn't take it seriously. He walked to the side, facing the rising sun outside, took out his cell phone and made a call. Secretary Sun? Did you see the card number I sent you? Transfer 2 billion yuan into the account today, and I want it to be done without anyone noticing. Pan Hu is very confident. Over the years, Jiangchuan Group has been making money continuously. Everyone assumes that Jiangchuan Group is the property of the boss Jiang Feng, and no one touches the profits generated by Jiangchuan Group every year. Year after year, Jiangchuan Group has accumulated a lot of wealth. Boss Pan. Secretary Sun on the other end of the phone was very embarrassed and his voice unconsciously prolonged. What? What I said is no longer effective, right? Pan Hu's voice became harsher, and his tone unconsciously became heavier. Secretary Sun was frightened for a moment. Pan. Mr. Pan, it's not that I don't want to do it. Jiangchuan Group's financial payment depends on the consent of you and the other 2 CEOs. Without them, I wouldn't be able to withdraw any money at all. After Pan Hu heard what Secretary Sun said, a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. He was so angry that he raised his hand and punched the wall hard. Suddenly, the wall could not withstand Pan Hu's great force and a big hole appeared in it with a loud bang. Secretary Sun naturally also heard about Tokyo, and was frightened by Pan Hu so much that he dared not move. As a general manager, I have to listen to two deputy managers. Har har, then I am really frustrated as a general manager. What do Zhao Zhongtang and Jiang Xia mean? Are they fking ignoring me? Pan Hu scolded harshly. Flames could almost be spewed from his eyes. Secretary Sun held the phone in his hand with his head down, not daring to speak a word. He could only breathe heavily and endure Pan Hu's anger in silence. Boss Pan. You really can't blame me for this. I had no choice. If I transfer the money to you silently today, President Zhao and President Jiang will never let me go. Secretary Sun just felt like a sandwich. Chapter 42 billion. Boss Jiang? Boss Zhao won't let you go. Har har. Why don't you think about whether I will let you go? Pan Hu sneered. He must get the money today, and no one can stop him. What's more, this money does not belong to Mr. Jiang or Mr. Zhao, but to Jiang Feng. President Pan, please don't embarrass me. I'm just a small secretary. Secretary Sun thought about it in his mind and immediately changed his attitude towards Pan Hu. It is obvious that he prefers Zhao Zhongtang and Jiang Xia. Pan Hu has not been involved in much management of the company over the years, and it can even be said that he has let go and handed over all power to Zhao Zhongtang and Jiang Xia. Secretary Sun is quite disrespectful to Pan Hu because he does not hold real power in the company. I don't care who you offended. I want 2 billion now, and it must be transferred to my account today. What the hell do I care about Mr. Jiang or Mr. Zhao? I am the CEO of Jiangchuan Group, and 2 deputy managers want to bully me. Pan Hu shouted, his hoarse voice full of anger. Secretary Sun had a terrible headache. Boss Pan, if you really want this money, please discuss it with Boss Jiang and Boss Zhao. I really can't do anything about it. I have other things to do here, so I won't bother you. Bye bye. As soon as he finished speaking, Secretary Sun hung up the phone. Hey. Pan Hu looked at his phone unwillingly, but unfortunately there was only a busy tone. In a rage, he threw the phone in his hand away. Bang! There was a loud bang. The phone broke into pieces. The bodyguards around immediately lowered their heads and looked at Pan Hu, who was looking angry. Go! Call Jiang Xia and Zhao Zhongtang for me. I don't believe I can't transfer this money today. Pan Hu roared. The bodyguard immediately turned around and called Jiang Xia and Zhao Zhongtang respectively. Pan Hu quickly walked back to the study and drank a whole pot of water in one breath. He walked quickly around the office, but could not hide the raging fire in his heart. Boss. Notification completed. The bodyguard quickly returned to Pan Hu in a short while. When will they arrive? Pan Hu was very anxious. Pan Hu didn't want to care about what Jiang Xia and Zhao Zhongtang were thinking for the time being. The most urgent task is to let Jiang Feng get the money. If the boss's business is delayed because the money has not arrived, Pan Hu thinks it would be better to die and let the matter be settled. Boss. The bodyguard looked embarrassed. Explain. Just like a woman, just speak up if you have anything to say. Pan Hu looked at the bodyguard irritably. Boss, both Mr. Jiang and Mr. Zhao said they are busy now and don't have time to come. He also said that if there is nothing else, he won't contact you. Before the bodyguard could finish his words, he saw that the face of the boss Pan Hu in front of him was as black as the ash at the bottom of a pot. Damn it! It's only been a few years, and these two have become so arrogant? I think they want to die. Pan Hu was both angry and sad. He had clearly just promised Jiang Feng not long ago that he would persuade his good brother and transfer money to Jiang Feng. But now I can't do anything well, nothing works. I don't have money, but I need brothers, hee. Pan Hu clenched his fists and strode to the phone in the study. He raised his hand, picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Zhongtang. Brother Hu, how come you have time to call me today? Where is this Dongfeng from? Zhao Zhongtang's lazy voice came from the phone. Pan Hu could even imagine this guy crossing his legs and drinking coffee while answering his phone call. Zhao Zhongtang, I'll give you half an hour. If you can't show up by my side, I don't mind turning our brothers against each other, and I don't mind letting my brothers massacre your Zhao family. Pan Hu hung up the phone after saying this. He quickly entered a phone number and dialed Jiang Xia's number again. The same words were said again. No matter how reluctant Jiang Xia and Zhao Zhongtang were, they could only rush to their villa where Pan Hu was with gloomy faces. At the entrance of the villa where Pan Hu is, Zhao Zhongtang and Jiang Xia arrived almost at the same time, got off the car, and their eyes met. The two of them immediately understood what was going on. Huzi, what's going on? Why are you so angry and want to turn against us brothers? Who provoked my brother? Your brother Jiang and I will definitely deal with him and give him some revenge. Zhao Zhongtang spoke first. The initiative immediately came to his side. Under normal circumstances, Pan Hu would have greeted him with a smile, but at this moment he had no other thoughts except anger. He is unwilling to care, but he is definitely not a fool. How could he not know what Zhao Zhongtang and Jiang Xia are thinking right now? I can't be considered your younger brother. I'm not worthy of it based on my status. Let's not beat around the bush. Since I've called you two over here, I'll speak frankly. Pan Hu snorted coldly and sat down in the main seat. Zhao Zhongtang and Jiang Xia looked at each other, and both of them felt that something was wrong with Pan Hu today. In their eyes, Pan Hu is just a careless and stupid boy. He didn't want money or power, and even withdrew from the management of Jiangchuan Group for the sake of brotherly harmony. Just hand over such a big company into their hands. Har! In the eyes of Jiang Xia and Zhao Zhongtang, this guy is a complete fool. If it weren't for the fact that this kid has been training a group of people continuously over the years, he would have a group of people in his hands. These people have been fighting on the battlefield for years, and ordinary people cannot compete with them. If Pan Hu confronts them regardless of everything, Jiang Xia and Zhao Zhongtang will definitely suffer. Tell me, why is Huzi being so polite to us two brothers? Just tell me what you have to say. Jiang Xia dragged over a chair and sat down on it. He managed a smile on his face, looking very harmonious and friendly. Then I'll say it straight out today. I want to transfer some money from the company, 2 billion. I want it now. Pan Hu was not polite and spoke out his thoughts without hesitation. When Jiang Xia and Zhao Zhongtang heard the 2 billion, they immediately looked at each other, and both of them showed an embarrassed expression on their faces without saying a word. Huzi, what do you want this money for? It's not that your two brothers don't want to give it to you, but this amount of money is too much. And don't we have an unwritten rule that all this money should belong to that person? Zhao Zhongtang spoke tentatively. Even if Pan Hu himself was penniless, he would never come to ask for the money, but now it is Jiang Feng who wants it.